Kaldus dragged a despondent general out from the command post. Outside the door, the Alliance diplomat was waiting. Looking down at this mortal, a trace of admiration flickered in Kaldus's eyes. The young man had grit. With only a dozen bodyguards by his side, he remained steady in the face of danger, knowing what he had to do. But his tone was not gentle. "It's up to you, you need to complete your mission." After the diplomat saluted, he took the general to an office nearby and began the conversation. As for Kaldus, he personally led his team into the fray. The Phoenix battle group had originally been stationed on the Alliance's main fleet, ready at any moment to engage in combat with the Flame and New World Torch battle groups. But as the enemy retreated, the Alliance's strategic objective in the Proudclaw cosmos shifted to local consolidation and defense, reducing the need for interstellar warriors. It was time to return to Shandong's star and eliminate any fears from behind. Despite multiple diplomatic communications, nothing had happened, and the progress in negotiations had caused some complacency among the garrison commander. Actually, it wasn't exactly complacency. The demand was for no more than 100 guards, and the docking ship had to be the smallest Voyager class. What more could be asked? That 300 interstellar warriors appeared was indeed unexpected. Kaldus personally led 300 battle brothers, instantly crushing the garrison at the starport docking area. Then they rushed forward to rendezvous with the Allied forces that had set out earlier. The soldiers safeguarding the diplomat were, in fact, all elite members from the Alliance Honor Guard Legion. However, to avoid alerting the enemy, the Glory Guards did not wear full-power armor but opted for the more understated exoskeleton armor. When the Phoenix charged out, the informed group of 100 also initiated their action. Their objective was to charge directly to the designated negotiation site, ideally capturing the enemy's highest commander who had been negotiating with the Alliance. If that wasn't possible, their secondary task was to protect their diplomat and await the interstellar warriors' rescue. The elite Glory Guards were formidable. Unfortunately, due to insufficient equipment, a lack of numbers, and an opponent that wasn't too poor of a match, being a product of the Princess Legion, they ultimately failed to capture the enemy directly. Caught off guard, the Princess's rebel army was initially thrown into disarray by the elite Glory Guards. But they quickly regained their composure, mustering heavy forces to chase, intercept, and escort their general away. Although the Glory Guards couldn't capture the target directly, they at least fought their way to the door of the designated conference hall and cut off the enemy general's escape route, blocking him behind the door. Such a large conference hall, with windows and a back door, left the less than 100 Glory Guards unable to completely seal it off with their losses along the way. Even if other exits were dangerous, there was still a rooftop terrace allowing flying vehicles from within the starport to come and extract people. Sure, taking some risks was involved. Who knew if those Alliance soldiers below had any anti-air weapons? Or if there was an ambush near the back door? But overall, General Wang Ningyi, who was commanding the garrison at Shandong Star, had a good chance of making a getaway. However, he made a big mistake. Perhaps feeling humiliated, or angered by the sudden invalidation of previous discussions, feeling deceived and betrayed, or simply thinking the sub-100 Alliance battalion storming in wasn't a big deal. In the end, he missed the optimal chance for evacuation. Leading his trusted aides, he attempted to join forces with the external besieging troops to crush the 100-man Glory Guards. Wang Ningyi wanted to capture the Alliance diplomat personally and questioned whether he regretted his actions. However, whether the opponent regretted it was unclear, but Wang Ningyi certainly did. The combat power of the Glory Guards was certainly less compared to the interstellar warriors. Yet, they managed to hold their ground firmly under the concentrated assault from multiple times their number. Furious, Wang Ningyi ordered more heavy weapons. Cannons or heavy armored vehicles capable of traversing the starport must be brought in to crush these enemies. However, another piece of news sobered him. The 300 interstellar warriors who had emerged from the Alliance's small ship had already broken through the hastily assembled defenses and were now not far from his current position. Perhaps, it was better to retreat for now. With this thought, he eventually decided that cowardice was the better strategy. With his closest guards, he headed to the large terrace on the 4th floor of the conference hall. There, a hovercraft was waiting. Simultaneously, the ground troops launched a ferocious assault on the Alliance forces. The goal wasn't to take down the opponents, but at least to suppress them strongly enough to provide cover and assistance for General Wang Ningyi's retreat. When General Wang Ningyi stepped onto the terrace, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. He looked around and saw the floating vehicles quietly hovering in the air, with the guards around him nervously observing the surroundings, their weapons ready to fire at any moment. However, just as he was about to step into the floating vehicle, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came through. This sound was somewhat familiar: heavy explosive gun. Run! He heard someone shouting loudly. He didn't dare hesitate for a second and turned around to run back. This saved his life. The heavy explosive gun tore through the fragile exterior armor of the floating vehicle, creating a series of craters. The guard and driver who got in ahead of him were torn apart. If he had gotten in too, he probably would have lost his life. Fortunately, he ran fast. The explosive also shattered the vehicle's engine and power compartment, which subsequently triggered an explosion. Flames and smoke engulfed the floating vehicle, tearing it into countless pieces. Wang Ningyi and his guards were knocked off balance by the blast wave, barely able to stand. In the chaos, 6 interstellar warriors from the Phoenix battle group were already weaving through the battlefield like ghosts, donned in bright red power armor, wielding high-energy weapons, swiftly moving towards Wang Ningyi's position. Wang Ningyi attempted to organize a counterattack, but his guards were already thrown into chaos by the sudden assault. The interstellar warriors calmly and efficiently dealt with the resistant guards, quickly subduing the remaining ones. Wang Ningyi was thus captured, but he was still defiant. In the subsequent communication with the Alliance diplomat, Huseipe, he still firmly refused to surrender. "Capturing me is useless. The Princess Legion will never surrender." That's what he said, stubbornly courting death. But Huseipe didn't really want his life, continuing to persuade him. During their exchange, the battle outside never ceased. Led personally by Kaldus, the 6 Phoenix interstellar warriors who arrived first helped finish the battle in the council hall and then continued aiding the remaining glory guards to fortify the defense lines. At the same time, Kaldus communicated with other squads, keeping abreast of the mission's progress. Capturing the enemy's chief commander was crucial, but other mission objectives couldn't be ignored. The interstellar warriors, divided into tactical teams, were to control key areas, namely the weapon systems throughout the starport. Shangdong was heavily fortified everywhere, so the largest space facility in the orbital area, the Shangdong starport, was a place not to be missed. Actually, the Shangdong starport was the largest star fortress in the entire Shangdong orbital area. The other 2 heavy star fortresses didn't have defenses as tight as here. If this place could be controlled, it would be of great significance. The previously infiltrated Glory Guards also launched a surprise attack at a critical moment. They, too, were divided into squads, lurking in various locations. Once the Phoenix Interstellar Warriors launched their assault, they would emerge from behind to catch the garrison off guard and lead the Phoenix Warriors to truly critical locations. The Shangdong Star's starport was massive, with a total population of over 600,000 living within. Apart from necessary engineers, logistics, and civilian units for infrastructure maintenance, 400,000 of them were actual soldiers. Stationed throughout the starport, they were all alarmed at this moment. It's unrealistic for the Phoenix to kill all enemies inside the starport. However, when it comes to capturing key areas, nothing can stop them. The single combat capability of interstellar warriors was greatly demonstrated in this environment. The garrison within the starport lacked things to counter the interstellar warriors both near and far. Heavy tanks couldn't move in many places, and in places where they could, the interstellar warriors wouldn't foolishly charge head-on. Some sentry mechas and feedback-type power armor elites posed threats, but just threats. The Phoenix warriors weren't just simple interstellar warriors. Jiyu Hang, being cautious not to be compared with iron armor in this sensitive environment, was very disciplined while developing the Phoenix battle group. He had the capability to exponentially expand the Phoenix, making it very large. But doing so would raise questions about where the seeds came from, as it was claimed that Mattins and others preserved the original genetic seed stock. This claim could only be debunked by 4 veteran soldiers who survived the century-long penitential expedition, but they obviously wouldn't expose themselves. Also, to avoid being labeled similarly to iron armor for overexpansion. Despite the critical moment, the Empire relied on Jiyu Hang to fight against the iron armor battle group, likely not causing trouble on this issue, turning a blind eye. But clearly, these matters would be accounted for later as evidence for reckoning. Fewer weaknesses aren't a bad thing either. Since it wasn't feasible to increase the quantity, the focus was on quality. The Phoenix battle group may not be all champions, but at least it's a group of elite veterans. Referencing the Alliance Army's encounter at UE-7, even a few ordinary interstellar warriors could cause havoc in a fortress guarded by tens of thousands, let alone the direct deployment of 300 elite veteran interstellar warriors at Shandong Starport. In just 6 hours, most of the firepower systems at Shandong Starport were under the control of the interstellar warriors. 10 members formed a tactical team, controlling over 20 firepoints. The rest guarded operational systems, ammunition depots, command centers, and other places. Without a chief commander, the rebels were still well organized. They launched wave after wave of fierce counterattacks, trying to reclaim these key areas. However, in the hands of the Phoenix, these attempts all failed. Meanwhile, under the control of the interstellar warriors, the orbital guns at Shandong Starport slowly activated. The gun barrel aimed at the rear of the outer star fortress. Fire! The star fortress collapsed. The outer star fortress had received the message, but there was no way to avoid it. With the propulsion system equipped on the star fortress, it was impossible to perform such a high-difficulty maneuver. Moreover, compared to the thickness of the front armor, the rear of the star fortress didn't have such strong protection. The firepower equipped on the star fortress couldn't turn to attack its own starport either. After hitting the star fortress, the starport's firepower, still under the control of the combat readiness units, turned to attack the remaining armed space stations. "Look, just look," Husseipei, the Alliance diplomat, said with great anguish while bringing the bound General Wang Ningyi to the terrace. "Each explosion represents the sacrifice of countless brave warriors. These are all your mistakes." Wang Ningyi glared viciously at Husseipei, cursing continuously. But in fact, he was the one truly pained at heart. Why was he so foolish as to communicate with the Alliance diplomat? Why let Alliance ships in? Even if he knew nothing about external information, so what? Wasn't he instructed to hold out to the end when parting with battlegroup leader Politos? Why attempt to gather intelligence from the Alliance diplomatic exchange? What good could that do? Not a word from these people was true. And he exposed weaknesses, getting caught off guard. From this perspective, everything happening now was indeed his responsibility. "I should have killed you when you first came," he said to Husseipei. "But you didn't, did you?" Husseipei said. "Since you've already made the mistake, don't continue making it. The main fleet of the Alliance is just outside. Now the starport's firepower is under our control. The 2 star fortresses have been destroyed, and countless space stations have been damaged. Surrender, General, so more lives can be spared. At this point, there's no way you can resist any longer." Wang Ningyi ultimately chose to surrender. No matter how stubborn, reality is harsher. The starport had been conquered by the interstellar warriors at almost all critical points. The Princess Legion soldiers had no way of reclaiming it. The firepower launched from the starport destroyed the external star fortress and armed space station. The orbital defense system of the entire planet was virtually in ruins. Once the main fleet of the Alliance cleared the orbital threats, the remaining ground cannon batteries would undoubtedly be unable to confront the main fleet of the Alliance. If the Alliance were more ruthless, they could clear ground cannon battery fortresses corresponding to a sector of space, ensure no interception, and deploy skyborne torpedoes, achieving a one-time solution. In his view, the war was already over. The subsequent battles were meaningless. As Husseipei said, fewer casualties might be a good thing. Moreover, although the surrender was unconditional, Husseipei also hinted that they would not be overly harsh on surrendering traitors. They would still enter POW camps, but the conditions in the Alliance's POW camps were quite good, living standards were guaranteed, and the Alliance army was highly disciplined, without mistreatment of prisoners. Of course, some necessary labor was unavoidable. In the future, if the war was won, the prisoners might be released back to their homelands. If the war continued, there might be a prisoner exchange plan. If all else failed, the captives could join the Alliance, which was always open to them. As for Wang Ningyi personally, the terms of surrender weren't bad. Although he couldn't continue being a general or hold high position and authority, the personal living conditions promised by the Alliance were quite good. All these factors combined led the captured Wang Ningyi to finally agree and issue a surrender declaration for the entire planet from within the starport. However, even though he was the overall commander of Shandong Star's defense forces, surrender wasn't something that would simply happen because he called for it, leading billions of warriors worldwide to surrender. Impossible. The 200,000 soldiers stationed at the starport mostly didn't cause any major trouble after Wang Ningyi declared surrender. The defensive forces at strategic points guarded stubbornly by the Phoenix interstellar warriors unwillingly followed the general's command. They allowed an alliance ship to approach, letting the alliance soldiers disarm them. Various armed space stations and even the last surviving star fortress, feeling besieged from all sides, also turned off defenses and surrendered, allowing the alliance soldiers to take over facilities. However, compared to the straightforwardness of the defense forces in orbit, the traitors on the ground were more hesitant. After initial chaos subsided, some units decided not to resist as instructed, but soon, local officials of Shandong Star and a general of the Princess Legion made a joint statement, declaring Wang Ningyi a coward, a traitor, and issued a statement to the entire planetary military, demanding the continuation of the resistance. Moreover, they indeed mustered part of their forces to attack a surface fortress group. The forces under their control started firing fully into space, bombarding Alliance ships and landing craft. Their actions did cause significant casualties on the Alliance's side. A dozen landing crafts were shot down, leaving 3 Vanguard divisions intended to land heavily damaged. Several infantry regiments that had just taken control of fortresses faced siege. The soldiers who had initially surrendered within also started stirring, and the situation turned dire for a moment. General Wang Ningyi, still in the starport, felt his heart heavy with sorrow. He faintly regretted. Having already made so many mistakes, should he end it all at the critical moment? Originally using the lives of many soldiers as an excuse to comfort himself. But now, it seemed everyone was determined to resist to the end, after all. However, on the whole, he still held a pessimistic view of the resistance on the planet's surface. Now they might fight fiercely, but that only caught the Alliance fleet slightly off guard. Once the Alliance's main force recovered and began orbital bombardment, lacking orbital defensive forces, with only orbital cannon battery protection, would probably not withstand. Even if at first they could hold back, as more ground fortresses were destroyed and more Alliance army soldiers landed, the resistance would eventually be wiped out. And then, from the observation window of the high tower at the starport, he clearly saw the main force of the Alliance arriving at the orbit of Shandong Star. First, a battlecruiser, then another battlecruiser, and then, nothing more. Was that it? A stunned Wang Ningyi suddenly turned his head, looking at Huseipe standing beside him, face twisted. You deceived me? Earlier, Huseipe had said the main force of the Alliance fleet was just outside the orbit. That should have been 8 giant ships, dozens of cruisers, a massive fleet totaling over 500. But now, as he saw it with his own eyes, there were only 2 battle cruisers on site, and the total number of vessels had shrunk tenfold. Having 50 Alliance ships participating would be impressive. At this point, how could he not realize he had been deceived earlier? Now he only felt regret, immense regret. If only he'd known earlier, the Alliance's main fleet wasn't here at all, merely this handful of ships, especially just 2 battle cruisers. The most threatening Retribution-class battleships and Zug-class aircraft carriers among them weren't here. With this fleet capability, they had no ability to conquer Shandong Star. Even if the interstellar warriors breached the defenses, captured the starport, and even used its firepower to attack our orbital defense facilities from behind, as long as resistance continued, and the ground-based orbital cannon groups were promptly activated, the combined firepower could still resist the Alliance's attack. As long as there was decisiveness, if the ground-based orbital cannon groups fiercely destroyed the starport, then without the starport's firepower attacking from behind, Shandong Star's remaining orbital defense facilities, in coordination with ground firepower, could still repel the Alliance's not-so-powerful fleet. However, the surrender of Wang Ningyi almost destroyed this possibility. The self-destruct system of the starport was also controlled by the interstellar warriors. But what if the remaining soldiers dared to place bombs everywhere and directly self-destruct? If they didn't have his headshot order, wouldn't the ground-based orbital cannon groups fall into chaos immediately? But in any case, it seemed he was doomed. Thinking of this, he wasn't actually so angry inside. But on the surface, he still had to maintain an angry demeanor. Hussein did not expose him either. He said with a gracious smile, "You are so loyal and brave. I can only resort to this lower plan. But you need not be too angry. Shandong Star will inevitably be conquered by the Alliance in the end. Your wise decision has already preserved the lives of millions responsible for defending the space orbit. Those who stubbornly resist on the ground are the most foolish, as they will drag countless people into the flames of war, but will ultimately change nothing." The resistance on the ground of Shandong Star did indeed stir up quite a few waves, but the significance was actually not too great. Without the coordination of the starport and star fortress, relying solely on ground-based orbital firepower is insufficient. After all, ground cannon groups cannot be moved, and the space area they can cover is relatively limited. The Alliance fleet just needs to avoid the strong areas. The Alliance ships can easily clear a relatively safe space using the power of 2 battle cruisers in an area where ground firepower is not that strong. Then, land troops and start a ground assault. With orbital control lost and the highest commander surrendered, these would deliver a substantial morale blow to the ground defenders. Their will to resist wouldn't be that strong. The core loyalist forces from the Princess Star Domain's rebels might still be relatively fierce. However, Shandong Star was said to have hundreds of millions of defense troops, but the core loyalist rebel forces total only about 10 to 20 million. A considerable part of the elite still stationed in the orbit have surrendered. The bulk of the remaining defense forces was conscripted from Shandong Star and even from surrounding areas by the Fury Flame battle group before Shandong Star was besieged. Their combat power and combat will are even more concerning. In this situation, the Alliance's offensive on land quickly gained ground after overcoming the initial difficulties. Especially when the 2 main elite units of the Alliance joined the ground battle, it was even more so. This was the 300 interstellar warriors led by Kaldus. The simple defense of the starport did not require them. The ground battle could better utilize their capabilities. Besides Kaldus's interstellar warriors, another elite was the Alliance National Knights. Named the Knight Order, but in truth, it's the Titan Legion. Centered around 1 Warlord-class Titan, with over 20 Warhound-class and Predator-class Titans as the main force, plus more than 70 various Knight mechas, forming the Iron Giant Legion. In conjunction with the Alliance armored divisions gathered over, with Lion King tanks and Lion tanks leading the charge, and an occasional few thousand armored vehicles, with a few hundred Air Force combat aircraft constantly patrolling above. The powerful Iron Torrent crushed one ground-based orbital cannon fortress after another. Under tremendous military pressure, the Alliance's psychological warfare never ceased. For the past few months, they've been continuously broadcasting various lies such as Flame is already finished, and the Alliance has penetrated the core area of the Spiderweb domain. Even under Hussepe's persuasion, General Wang Ningyi, who understood again, also repeatedly worked on the ground with his old subordinates, persuading them to surrender. Often, the main force of the Princess Legion on the ground, accompanied by a large contingent of the Planetary Defense Force, would guard a key fortress which the Alliance found difficult to tackle. At times like this, Wang Ningyi would directly call the fortress garrison commander's channel to have a sincere talk with him. Talking several times might sometimes directly persuade a surrender. Even if not directly persuaded to surrender, it could at least sway the opposing force's morale. This is considered a good achievement. From this perspective, Wang Ningyi was quite useful. Hussein couldn't help but praise him, saying one person can match 1,000 troops. He also said he must report his merits. While keeping a sullen face, Wang Ningyi sometimes had a little bit of anticipation in his heart. What if? What if the Alliance really offered me a high rank and rich rewards, letting me work smoothly within the Alliance? Should I agree, or agree, or agree? Completely conquering Shandong Star obviously still requires time. But this result is already determined. In fact, after the overall situation was decided, the 2 battle cruisers, Flying Wing and Coralia, withdrew. The remaining matters the army could handle. There was no need for the 2 giant ships to continue staying on Shandong Star. The next target is Guangfeng Star. The Alliance hopes to replicate the strategy. Guangfeng Star is also completely cut off from external communications by the Alliance. They don't know what happened at Shandong Star, so they won't have any prior defenses against such tactics. However, like Wang Ningyi communicating with the Alliance and eventually getting captured to choose surrender, These are honestly unexpected events with low replicability. The rebel commander of Guangfeng Star has consistently refused to communicate with the Alliance, nor allowed any ships, even non-combat ones, to approach. This makes it difficult, but despite this, the Alliance still found an opportunity. The third week after Flying Wing and Corellia's arrival, they seized a chance. They discovered ships from Guangfeng Star were operating in low orbit. It seemed to involve large-scale planetary-level material transfer and allocation. After a brief discussion, the two battle cruisers spearheaded an assault. Facing threats from the orbital defense system and ground cannon groups, the battle cruisers destroyed the Starfleet operating in low orbit over Guangfeng Star. Those weren't any large or strong ships, however, it was one of the rare main forces within Guangfeng Star. Previously, when the Alliance's main ships were operating in the Proud Claw cosmos and could not attend to Guangfeng Star and Shandong Star, small fleets hidden within the orbital defense systems of these two planets conducted stealthy sorties, ambushing the Alliance's logistic fleets, achieving some results. Now, having eliminated this small fleet meant Guangfeng Star lost all abilities for proactive strikes. Leaving them be wasn't a big problem either. After all, the other side, Shandong, had already been taken. While the war raged on Shandong Star, the Alliance's engineering teams had actually also landed on the ground to start storage construction simultaneously. In the future, Shandong would become the logistical base for the Alliance's offensive into the Proud Claw cosmos, including many newly trained troops from Alliance's homeland, who will also be transported here in large batches. When Ji Yuhang learned that the issue with the strategic Shandong-Guangfeng choke point had been resolved, he allowed himself a slight smile. The passage from the Menga star domain to the Proud Claw cosmos is a crucial route and the lifeline for subsequent wars, not something that can be taken lightly. Connecting the warp points on both sides only means the road can be traversed. Until now, it's only relatively clear, and not much of a threat needs to be worried about. For Ji Yuhang, if the Fury fleet were stationed on Guangfeng Star, relying on comprehensive planetary defense facilities to hold firm, he truly wouldn't dare to charge ahead recklessly, and the war situation would turn out differently. But the current situation might not necessarily be better than that unmanifested scenario. After all, if the Fury fleet and the core of their battle group gathered on Guangfeng Star, Ji Yuhang could adopt a decisive battle strategy to counter. The battle itself would certainly be much harder, but once won, the Proud Claw cosmos would be smooth sailing for Ji Yuhang to traverse. Unlike now, after securing just a few star sectors, risks need to be considered, forcing a halt to digest gains. Only after eliminating hidden dangers and risks as much as possible, can the advance continue. Since this is the phase of consolidating gains, Ji Yuhang also decided to use his gift points to make some enhancements. The amount of gift points he currently holds is significant. Over the past few years, the Alliance's monthly gift points have been steadily increasing. The primary growth factor is the Dragonhawk Cosmos's planets and star sectors, where post-institutional reforms, the centralization and the Alliance's control over regions have been growing stronger. This, in turn, propelled the Alliance to better allocate resources and develop economic construction tailored to each planet. The Alliance's rank system effectively enhances the living standards of the populace. Enhanced control, increased productivity and economic levels, and improved living standards of the populace. These are the most crucial three factors for the monthly gift points income. Additionally, a significant income source comes from controlling the Menga star domain. Although in terms of control, development, and living standards, the Menga star domain doesn't fare well, the sheer size with hundreds of worlds combined can still provide a substantial number of gift points. To date, the monthly gift points income Ji Yuhang can observe has reached a level of 330,000 per month. This is already twice what it was 4 years ago. Over the past 4 years, simply the fixed monthly income has seen Ji Yuhang earn over 12 million gift points. However, these gift points are mostly not saved up. The past 4 years have been years of preparation by the Alliance for war. Gift points obviously couldn't be kept, spending followed acquisition. And mostly they were spent on various military training and exchanging for productivity increasing buildings. Many expenses were made. As for technology investments, only 4 million were spent, conducting 4 million grade lotteries. These 4 times, the apocalypse level wasn't hit. The million tiers apocalypse level technology lottery probability is just 10%. However, two epic-level technologies were acquired. They are Engineering Technology Research Facility and Phase Weapon. The former is used for engineering technology research and can help the Alliance build better research facilities. Its greatest help is enabling the Alliance to better and more quickly digest various black box technologies, ensuring continuous production even after these new technologies are out of the black box. Previously, Ji Yuhang had also drawn this kind of item, but it was in the biochemical technology research direction. Biochemical technology is certainly important, but relatively speaking, engineering technology is still the most crucial. The manufacturing industry of various machinery, from tanks to mechas, from titans to starships, falls under the larger framework of engineering technology. With it, the Alliance's own technological level will see a significant upgrade, allowing for reverse engineering of many items currently only producible via black box methods. As for the second epic-level technology, the Phase Weapon, it's formidable. Prior to this, the Alliance had never heard of such an item within the Empire's conventional technological arsenals. However, records and texts collected by the Alliance Intelligence Department occasionally mention this object. In some battle groups, and within very secretive Empire forces, this green glowing weapon occasionally appears. Mostly, they appear in the form of melee weapons, not projectiles. But their destructive power is astounding. Swords forged with this technology can almost disregard all material defenses, directly destroying parts the wielder wishes. In other words, if at the time of the blood feud between the Phoenix battle group and the Fury Flame battle group, the fine-worked Dynamo sword in Madden's hand were replaced with a Phase sword, the battle wouldn't have dragged on until both were exhausted. When a weapon in hand can bypass the protection of the Terminator power armor and directly damage the flesh inside, Madden's might have long dispatched his opponent. Of course, the same would apply vice versa. However, Ji Yuhang wasn't overly excited about this. He reviewed the detailed technical details and discussed with the engineers at the Alliance's Secret Research Institute, and it was basically determined that this weapon couldn't be mass-produced by the Alliance. Even with black box technology, it's not feasible. The basic materials it requires, the Alliance simply lacks the capability to process. Even if the production line is set up, without the preliminary processed parts, it's impossible to produce. It can only be made through a finished black box, producing one per week. This limits its application greatly. Not to mention large-scale outfitting, even equipping the Phoenix battle group would take 20 years. Of course, this issue is actually linked to the Engineering Technology Research Facility, technology that Ji Yuhang mentioned earlier. Engineering technology research is aimed at solving such problems. However, Ji Yuhang didn't demand a large amount of research resources be invested in this project. As a melee weapon, despite its immense power and significant impact in crucial battles, its usage is quite limited. Having a finished black box for small-scale equipment is sufficient. There are many other important technologies that require the Alliance's technical personnel to work on. The priority for phase weapons is not high. The expenditure of gift points over the past 4 years was roughly like this. However, although none of the monthly fixed income was saved up to form any significant reserves, one cannot overlook that fixed income is only part of Ji Yuhang's gift points revenue. His other main source of revenue comes from wars. In the early years, the war to conquer the entire Menga star domain didn't provide much income for Ji Yuhang. Mainly because claiming Menga, though large-scale and involving a whole star domain, the intensity of warfare wasn't high. The Alliance's annexation actions relied more on political methods. The enemy's resistance wasn't strong. In such circumstances, naturally, the saved gift points wouldn't be much. However, when the Fury Flame battle group, leading the rebellion, moved south and both sides were stuck in stalemate battles in the northern Menga star domain, the war began to significantly increase the gift points income. When the Alliance's main force broke through the Shandong-Guangfeng corridor and recovered 2 sectors within the Proud Claw Cosmos, the gift points revenue from war saw even greater growth. Although during this process, the Alliance never found an opportunity to engage in a decisive battle with the Fury fleet, nor could they eliminate the main forces of the Fury fleet. Still, the sheer scale of war speaks volumes. Whether it was destroying those space defense systems around several Star Realm tunnels or the battles to conquer Shandong Star, or the suppression of those 20 worlds in the Proud Claw Cosmos, all contributed to the accounts. All the gift points from these wars, Ji Yuhang didn't waste, he saved them all. Up till now, this income has accumulated to over 10 million. Perfect, time for a grand 10-time draw at the million-point tier. Apocalypse-level technology, with a 10% chance of dropping in the million-point tier, has a pretty high probability of yielding results in 10 tries. And indeed, as Ji Yuhang anticipated, a result came out. And it was exactly one of the things he most wanted. Apocalypse-level technology. Retribution-class battleship. Ji Yuhang's face once again wore an unrestrained smile. The long-awaited battleship technology had finally arrived. Although now that the technology has been drawn, it can't be put to use immediately. After all, from dock construction to the lengthy manufacturing cycle of the starship itself, it's not simple for the Alliance to produce its own Retribution-class battleship. However, this is a promising start. Ji Yuhang almost immediately communicated the corresponding technical information, using the most secure level of star language communication, to Wu Jiarong. Ms. Wu Jiarong, as one of the sages of the Mingyang sect, and now an important participant in the close cooperation between the sect of mechanics and the Alliance, had become a resident of Rajiao Star. Simply put, she had returned. Circumstances had changed. Previously Ji Yuhang considered whether he needed to create an offshoot sect of mechanics as a cover for black box technology. But now it seems unnecessary. The Mingyang sect has a high level of cooperation. The Mingyang sect, in the context of the whole universe and the entire empire, of course, is a rather obscure and weak little sect. Nonetheless, they possess an enduring history, and Jindi's star as a founding world has been developing for over 3,000 years, with some level of foundation. Possessing such a foundation, albeit with a generally modest actual influence, their core influence lies within the Dragonhawk star domain, the Alliance's home base, with a maximum coverage of half of the Eastern Cosmos domain. Such a sect is truly perfect. The diplomatic exchanges carried out via the black box 4 years ago were rather successful. In this situation, Ji Yuhang suspended the idea of having Wu Jiarong break off and start her own sect. Using her standing as a sage in the Mingyang sect, continuing development under the guise of the Mingyang sect was fine. However, simply notifying them about the Retribution-class battleship information clearly wasn't sufficient. He exchanged the 2 related black boxes for this technology, the auxiliary dock construction and the finished black box for directly manufacturing core components of the Retribution-class battleship. He tore open a subspace rift and tossed the items into his Storm God kingdom. The majority of the black boxes owned by the Alliance are housed within the Black Box Workshop in the Storm God Kingdom. These 2 black boxes will be no exception. The spirits at the Black Box Workshop will work earnestly, according to the Institute's requirements, produce items, and regularly deliver them from the Secret Research Institute on Rajiao Star. According to Wu Jiarong's assessment, considering the dock construction, that critical components can be directly manufactured by black boxes, the first Retribution-class battleship autonomously produced by the Alliance should be completed in 6 years. Subsequently, they should be able to maintain a pace of producing 2 every 8 years. It's worth noting here that producing 2 every 8 years doesn't mean one can be produced every 4 years. A single Retribution-class battleship's production cycle of 8 years is actually already quite commendable. The most the Alliance can manage, with the help of black box technology, is to start construction on 2 simultaneously, and delegate some highly technical and time-consuming steps to the finished black box to handle. Following this construction rhythm, 8 years later, the Alliance will have 2 more Retribution class, 1 Zugexia class, 2 Holy Grail class, and 2 Drakenfang class purchased from the Mingyang sect. Adding these to our current fleet of 8, the number of main battleships will soar to 15. If it progresses smoothly to this scale, even facing the Iron Fury's main fleet in a major battle, the Alliance has hope. After all, the Iron Armor Battle Group officially has only 21 battleships plus carriers, about 30 battle cruisers. But they can't possibly bring all their ships to the south, otherwise, things won't go well in other directions? Alas! No matter how optimistic Ji Yuhang is, he dares not claim to know what this war will look like 8 years later. Perhaps the war might drag on long enough to reach that point. But will the Iron Armor Battle Group really allow the Alliance 8 years of uninterrupted development in the south? It seems unlikely. Moreover, the Alliance itself needs more adjustments to its economic structure. Starting 2 more battleship production lines might overwhelm Rajiao Star's economy. More population migration is needed, and more consumer goods must be imported at the planetary level to sustain it. However, Gu Heng doesn't consider the situation too regretful. Acquiring battleship technology has, in any case, greatly enhanced the war potential on our side. On Rage Owl Star, Wu Jiarong joyfully received a message from Mr. Gu, eagerly preparing to construct the Retribution-class battleship. Meanwhile, the Alliance's military operations also advanced to the next stage. The two star sectors in the southern part of the Proud Claw cosmos, occupied by the Alliance, had not been fully assimilated. In fact, it's not that easy. After all, the time has been short, the area is still a war frontline, and it was once enemy territory. The acceptance of Alliance rule by these two star sectors could not be very high. The local forces there would not easily accept complete Alliance integration. This is different from the situation in the Alliance's home territory. On the home planets of the Alliance, the local forces do not have the conditions to resist. The Alliance has many ways, through both gentle and forceful measures, to deal with them. But here, many of the gentle, political methods have significantly diminished usefulness. These local forces have very likely had quite deep ties with Iron Rathrock in the past. Even if they are currently temporarily submitting under military pressure, it's hard to avoid the thought that the Alliance will eventually be driven out, enduring the humiliation for now. In such an external environment, coupled with internal contradictions, the Alliance could not complete internal integration within just a few months. But, just enough is sufficient. Some industrial strength could be extracted for the Alliance's use. A few key transportation planets have completed initial fortification construction. On most planets, using soldiers recruited locally and some additional units from the Pact Army, from the homeland, they could carry out internal suppression on planets and blockade opposition forces. At this extent, it's adequate. The Alliance's main troops launched further attacks, continuing to advance northward. The goal for this stage was still 2 star sectors, a total of 29 worlds. The Fury fleet remained elusive, causing some harassment to the Alliance's main forces but consistently avoiding a full-scale confrontation. This allowed the Alliance to relatively smoothly take the 29 worlds again. The Alliance once again adopted a methodical and stable approach, halting the offensive posture and starting to assimilate the gains. But this time, the Fury Flame Battle Group did not remain idle. They were not impatient but rather, after the Alliance controlled 4 star sectors within the Proud Claw cosmos, totaling 50 worlds, they had more paths to raid the Alliance's occupation zones. After all, within the star domain, the connections between the star sectors were not like between the main river and Proud Claw domains, linked by only 2 worlds and the Star Realm Tunnel. At least a dozen routes could enter these 4 star sectors, and the Alliance couldn't possibly allocate enough troops to guard all of them. This led to several battles where the Alliance suffered losses. The Fury fleet raided the orbital planet with a shipyard previously captured by the Alliance, destroying several warships that were under repair. They attacked a transport fleet, not only destroying the escort vessels but also half of the transport ships, causing the deaths of tens of millions of Alliance soldiers waiting for transport, and escaped before the enraged Alliance fleet arrived. They even attempted to reinforce Guangfeng Star, trying to send a detachment into the orbital defenses of Guangfeng Star. On one hand, it could enhance the defense of Guangfeng Star and offer the ability to take proactive strikes. On the other, it could transmit intelligence and bolster the morale of the besieged planet, preventing situations like those on Shangdong Star. Fortunately, in this attempt, they were not successful, being forced to retreat by the Alliance fleet besieging Guangfeng. Nonetheless, the impact was extremely negative. The space battles occurring in the local star system could be observed by the observatory on Guangfeng Star. Even though the Fury's ships failed to enter the planetary orbit and join the local garrison, and even their communications attempts were intercepted by the Alliance, their very presence in the star system delivered a significant morale boost to the defenders on Guangfeng Star. The most direct impact was that the local garrisons, whose attitudes were previously wavering and less firm in rejecting communication from Alliance diplomats, suddenly became closed off and refused all contact with the Alliance. This was evident as observations from outer space indicated that a city on the surface was holding some sort of celebration, prompting the furious Alliance Navy to fire a shot at them. Of course, it was intercepted, effectively creating a fireworks display in the night sky to their delight. The Alliance also thought of ways to deal with the Fury fleet. But multiple ambushes and lures ultimately did not have much effect. In one ambush encounter, the Alliance fleet took quite a bold action. After an unsuccessful ambush, 6 gathered giant ships launched a pursuit against the Fury fleet. Within the Fury fleet, the Retribution-class battleship moved slowly, but the Alliance also had a Retribution-class ship, dragging behind. In the chase and escape, both sides ended up several star systems away. At this point, the formation of the Alliance fleet became somewhat spread out. The Firebath Nova lagged behind, desperately trying to catch up. The Eagle Horse class barely kept pace, but there were few opportunities for engagement as the enemy avoided combat. The 4 battle cruisers could keep up but couldn't win the fight. If the pursuit continues like this, there should be some gains. There's no need for the battle cruisers to fight desperately. Just grind away at the smaller ships in the fleet, occasionally overtake and hunt them, and delay effectively. Emphasize a strategy of harassing the retreating enemy. Once the opponent's main battleships go mad and try to fight desperately, the battle cruisers can also choose to retreat, and the opponent won't catch up. Even if they don't want to retreat, and decide to engage a while, the relatively faster Eagle Horse will soon arrive at the battlefield. With a little more persistence, the Firebath Nova will also be there. As long as we continue pursuing a little longer, this situation is bound to happen. However, in the end, Admiral Yelicia, commanding the Alliance main fleet, ordered the pursuit to stop. They had already chased too far out, beyond the Alliance's control area, and pursued through several star systems. In these unfamiliar star systems, every star realm tunnel jump is a huge gamble. Even with a star speaker to explore the situation across the star realm tunnel beforehand, there are still methods to obscure their investigation. The risk is certainly there. Who knows if the next jump will lead to a thrilling chase or an ambush of 8 battleships waiting on the other side? Naval main fleets can't afford such bets. Even if the army suffers heavy losses, reinforcements can be pulled from the rear, and even if they're not well trained, arming them to maintain army size is possible, albeit with more severe casualties. But warships are too valuable, taking years to build even in bulk, and if destroyed now, there would simply be no ships to use at the moment. At this stage, the Alliance's main fleet opted to pull back conservatively. From this, many senior Alliance officers sensed a whiff of danger. The spread is getting larger. The deeper the penetration into enemy lines, the greater the risk. The simple truth is that the Fury fleet isn't strong enough, but their strategy of trading space for time and opportunities has indeed worked. In such circumstances, the Alliance convened several military meetings. Ultimately, it was Gu Hang who made the decision. For now, we cannot claim that the second phase of the war has ended. Although we anticipated gaining control over 2 star sectors and 29 worlds, thus reinforcing our influence in the Proud Claw cosmos, the expanded scale of battle has also exposed our slightly vulnerable flank. The second phase requires everyone to stay vigilant until we secure a definite victory. For this situation, we need a change in strategy. Shift from comprehensive control and full defense to focused area control. Many planets can remain under ground control only. Would Politos come back to reclaim these planets? It's pointless as we could easily take them back, and they risk capture in the process. He won't do such a foolish thing, but if he does, it's a good thing indeed. Conversely, for key worlds, like crucial transportation hubs or worlds with significant industrial output or shipbuilding capability, prioritize defense and fortify these worlds. Ensure they don't fall immediately under attack and can hold until our fleet reinforcements arrive. Our fleets should also escort our priority transport teams through star sectors. By reducing the key worlds needing construction and defense, our transport ships won't have to risk traveling to different locations, which also facilitates main fleet patrols and escort duties. After the defense layout was explained, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Currently, the Alliance occupies nearly 50 worlds in the Proud Claw cosmos. According to Gu Hang, they would abandon around 30, focusing on defending just under 20. While abandoning doesn't mean Flame will retake them, giving up 30 worlds in essence, even if it's a very correct decision. Since Mr. Gu is personally here, only Mr. Gu has the authority to make this decision. The others are unworthy. Still, how to defend is a matter for now, albeit not that critical. The Alliance remains the stronger side, surely capable of defending. What's most crucial is the question of the upcoming third phase of warfare. The Alliance will surely continue to advance. Otherwise, did they rally such a massive force just to capture 50 worlds in the Proud Claw cosmos? Clearly not. The alliance's war progress has slowed, and playing safe by consolidating has revived political pressure that was waning due to the alliance's deployment. Not as severe as before, but steadily increasing. Under these circumstances, the alliance's war pace cannot falter. But the larger the scope, the higher the risk. This is an undeniable fact. What approach should they take moving forward? Continued fighting in this manner. They've already stabilized the situation. What more could they do? Yet the further they advance, the more precarious the situation becomes. It still requires the commander, Ji Hang, to make the decision. Ji Hang evidently had thought this through. First, stabilize the second phase, fortifying key worlds' defenses and fortifications. Then take a different approach in the third phase. After 2 phases of offensives, we have secured a foothold in the Proud Claw cosmos, with solid positions and room to maneuver, allowing us to take some risks. We no longer need to control every star system in the offensive path, but rather adopt a focused offensive approach. The Command Central has set 3 key targets in the Proud Claw cosmos: Hewing 8, Mentis 2, and Proudfang. Everyone was slightly surprised. The latter 2 worlds were understandable, but for Hewing 8 to be one of the 3 main targets? It seems strange. Proudfang is the capital world of the Proud Claw cosmos, making it a reasonable primary attack target. Mentis 2 is an important hub world located in the central Mentis star sector of the Proud Claw cosmos. It not only features a large starport, but more critically, it has the rare distinction of having 11 star realm tunnels connecting to other worlds, making its position on the star map extremely important. Capturing it would be of significant strategic value. As for Hewing 8, that's a bit odd. It's a feudal world, under considerable control by the Alfonso mechanical sect. Distributed across the planet are numerous small feudal baronies, ruled by small knight families. They almost all have various types of knight mechas and are at the ready for ecclesiastical summons. When gathered, they form the Alfonso III Knight Order. The planet has excellent natural conditions, with very favorable agricultural conditions. The serfs under the feudal system not only support the knight families but also engage in extensive grain trade. The primary trade partner or tribute recipient is the Alfonso sect. Moreover, the planet is rich in mineral resources, including 3 precious adamantite veins, protected by the Knight Order, with the sect of mechanics placing protection army troops long-term in these mining areas. Such a world that combines Knight World, Resource World, and Agro World is central to the Alfonso sect's core interests. The Alfonso sect has always claimed to be aligned with the Empire. No matter how ambiguous their stance, they've not openly raised their flag. Rationally speaking, Hewing 8, being core to Alfonso's interests, could be ignored. To target it as one of the 3 main objectives? There's a deeper implication by Mr. Gu in this move. Ji Hang did not elaborate on this reasoning but continued. We won't pursue controlling every star in the offensive route as long as a star does not provide a hiding place for enemy ships, skipping over them and targeting our 3 planned main objectives. Once taken, we can immediately declare we've conquered the Proud Claw cosmos. From this perspective, we'll have achieved the most results among the 3 fronts in the south, west, and north. Ji Hang certainly wasn't talking nonsense. If, as he said, the Alliance really did conquer the Proud Claw star domain, and even pushed further into the Thistle Muster starfield, then never mind the battle report. That could be misleading. But the battle lines don't lie. They were indeed the force pushing the battle lines closest to the Princess Star domain. On the North Line battlefield, there were the Black Cross Army, the Infinite Warriors, and the Bats. All were well-known battle groups or even newly formed ones. In addition, there were newly added forces like the Extraplanar Tribunal and the Special Battle Group Silver Watch. On the West Line, there were the Phoenix, the Elite Heretic Tribunal and the massive Battle Nun Battalion, and the famous Star Realm Army, Death Legion. Both these lines are filled with famous generals and renowned legions, and what was the outcome? They were still stuck at the edges of several star domains bordering the Spiderweb domain. Not a single one had broken through. In fact, the West Line was even being pushed back at times. They couldn't establish a foothold within the Spiderweb domain and were being forced into the Western Magritte Cosmic domain. No matter if the Southern Front is the primary battlefield or not, the question is whether the battle line is closest to the enemy's core region. At this level, the Alliance could fully stand straight and face any political criticisms against it. Talk about me. Let's see how those other big shots performed first. As for capturing 3 key worlds, whether or not it counts as conquering the Proudclaw star domain. Even if it is considered conquering the Proudclaw star domain, whether the Alliance has any strength left to fight further. We'll see about that. We can't really expect the Alliance alone to handle everything, can we? If there were no major changes in the North and West Line battles, after capturing the 3 key worlds and declaring the conquest of Proudclaw, Gu Hang would no longer advance. He was also wary of provoking Iron Fury's mindset too much. If, by then, in their fury, they disregarded the West and North Line opponents and concentrated forces southward solely against him, that would be truly disastrous. In fact, that's also why Gu Hang intended to at least secure either the Shandong or Guangfeng stars. If it came to that scenario, Gu Hang would have no choice but to abandon all results and retreat with his main fleet to defend Shandong. With Shandong's comprehensive orbital defense system, the star fortress had been destroyed, but the Alliance was bringing new ones to replace them. Plus the Alliance's own 8 main warships, as long as Iron Fury didn't go all out, he could still hold the line. The second phase of the Alliance's war lasted several months. It only ended after solidifying 20 important worlds out of the 4 star sectors in the occupied zone, making them impregnable fortresses. During this period, the Fury fleet repeatedly attempted raids. But after the Alliance had shrunk its forces to this extent, they could gain no advantage. Recently, they also quieted down. Though the Fury Flame battle group calmed down, the Alliance had no intention to do the same. The third phase of Gu Hang's war plan began execution formally. The main fleet that the Alliance deployed was a 1+1+3 combination. 1 battleship, 1 carrier, and 3 battle cruisers. Additionally, there were 3 battle cruisers guarding the rear. If Fury Flame made a desperate counterattack into the Alliance's controlled zone, having 3 battle cruisers coordinating with the built-up space defense line wouldn't pose much of a problem, and they could even engage in tactical maneuvers using their mobility. The main force, on the other hand, had the power to crush Fury Flame directly. They made a direct assault on Mentis II, a crucial hub world. As a core hub world, Mentis II had rather superior defensive capabilities. Not on par with Guangfeng Star since it didn't have a void shield covering the whole planet, but not much worse than Shandong Star, with a simple, yet firm and useful defense system combining well-rounded ground artillery and orbital star fortresses. In theory, the Fury fleet could mount a strong defense here, with Mentis II's complete defensive conditions, against the Alliance main fleet. However, they still abandoned Mentis II and resolved not to engage the Alliance in a direct decisive battle. Since they abandoned Guangfeng Star, which had even more complete defenses, they wouldn't hold this comparatively lesser Mentis II either. Politos still hadn't been forced into a must-fight situation. In reality, within the Alliance's high-level military discussions, it was gradually understood that not just for the loss of a single city or territory, but even losing the entire Proudclaw star domain might not provoke the Fury Flame battle group into a confrontation with them. Adler Politos could be called cowardly, or that after the bloody death struggle years ago, his spine had been broken. However, one must admit, his rather indecisive and sticky combat approach was indeed annoying. The more practical threat was that Gu Hang felt time was on his side. With battleship technology extracted and the production capacity of Holy Grail class and Zug class being gradually expanded, along with purchasing Dragon Serpent class battle cruisers from the Mingyang sect, the Alliance would grow stronger over time. After all, although the war began, the Alliance's homeland never ceased its developmental stride. The external war might indeed have some dampening effects on domestic economic growth, especially on the everyday life standards of the populace, inevitably causing a decline due to war and material allocations. However, if military production capacity was also included, then undoubtedly, the war could strongly stimulate this aspect of production. The Alliance made efforts to expand its military production capacity, which would grow stronger over time. But the key point was, Politos didn't know this, or wasn't as clear about it. Just as many of the Alliance's senior generals believed time was on the Alliance's side, Politos might have thought the same. He traded space for time, willing to lose more territories to allow the Alliance's advance to endure more significant risks, and was also biding his time, waiting for Humphrey Paulo to allocate more warships to him. It didn't matter if these ships were allocated from the West or North Line battlefields, or new ships produced by Iron Fury's core shipbuilding industry. his fleet would become stronger subsequently. In comparison, it was really hard to say who had the correct understanding and couldn't be sure on whose side time was ultimately standing. Perhaps it stood on both sides. After all, the next batch of battle cruisers, carriers, battleships for the Alliance would generally take 6 to 8 years to build. By then, the number of main warships of the Alliance could nearly double. However, would the war drag on until then? The possibility remained relatively high, given such a war involving multiple cosmic domains and various major powers participating, fighting for a dozen years, or even decades, wasn't rare. However, what the war situation would evolve into 6 to 8 years from now was anyone's guess. Maybe by then, the Alliance might have suffered major defeats, or perhaps the war situation would have improved to the extent that there'd be no need to increase the number of warships. As for Politos, perhaps after a few months, 1 or 2 years, his fleet might receive reinforcement. Politos might consider finding a favorable location to engage the Alliance in a significant battle at that time. Clearly, he wouldn't do that now. For the Alliance fleet, however, Mentis II was a world no longer skipped. The Alliance didn't treat it like Guangfeng or Shandong by setting it aside but launched a strong attack on Mentis II. Against the star fortresses surrounding Mentis II, the Firebath Nova led a very aggressive assault as the main force. Under the cover of escort ships, relying on its formidable defensive capabilities, it endured orbital and ground assaults while fiercely pouring its firepower onto the star fortresses. It also provided solid cover for the 3 battle cruisers and Eagle Horse behind it. The significant role of the battleship was undoubtedly evident at such moments. They were the most resilient, most reliable space fortresses and the core of offense and defense. In the initial battle, the Alliance's result was destroying 4 space stations and causing some damage to the star fortresses. The price was losing a small ship, but multiple escort ships had their shields depleted, retreating to the rear, and most importantly, the shield on the Firebath Nova had also depleted to the brink of overload. At this point, the Alliance fleet withdrew. The Alliance certainly wouldn't trade inefficient losses with cheap space stations and star fortresses from the opposition. That would be highly uneconomical. A star fortress, in weight and firepower, was comparable to a battleship, only slightly weaker, but at a cost perhaps less than a 20th of a battleship's. Exchanging fire here was a fool's errand. Mobilizing a battleship meant holding the initiative in deciding whether to engage in battle. Utilizing the ships relative to the planetary defense system, the Alliance's ships engage in tactical tug-of-war maneuvers repeatedly. This is an effective strategy. As long as the fleet's strength, compared to the planetary defense system, isn't too disparate, this tactic becomes a legitimate means to take down a well-defended planet. Of course, it's no good if you can't withstand even 1 round of enemy fire without collapsing, and your fleet's firepower must be able to inflict definite damage on the defensive system's space stations and star fortresses during brief exchanges. In this way, the defense facilities in the planet's orbit can be gradually worn down. However, adopting this method means that while the fleet's losses are manageable, they are not insignificant. After all, in war, any unexpected events may occur. In the Alliance's first wave of attacks, they unexpectedly lost an escort ship that was hit continuously by the star fortress's main cannon. This is unavoidable. On the other hand, slowly grinding away like this is extremely time-consuming. According to the estimations by Navy staff officers, purely using this method to take down the outer orbit of Mentis II would take over a year. This doesn't even include the cleanup of the anti-orbital systems on the ground. Jiu Hang wasn't particularly pressed for time, but he also didn't want the time required to conquer a planet to be dragged out indefinitely. Many known and unknown changes could arise, and a too hasty attack would result in significant losses. The solution isn't just a fleet firepower showdown. 3 months later, through repeated erosion, the Alliance managed to take out about 20% of Mentis II's orbital defense facilities during this period and caused significant damage to one of the 3 star fortresses, forcing it to be pulled into a lower orbit for urgent repairs and maintenance. Seizing this opportunity, the Alliance suddenly launched a fierce offensive. Initially, the defenders of Mentis II did not feel anything unusual, thinking it was the same old battle of attrition over the past 3 months, aimed at depleting strength. But what startled everyone was that this time the Alliance fleet wasn't standing afar, forming lines for a firefight showdown. They accelerated and charged towards the orbital defenses of Mentis II. This was an absolutely resolute stance, like a giant hammer coming to crush the planetary orbital defense system to pieces, caring little that they might get smashed along the way. Fire! Fire! Fire with full force. Across the communication signals of the space stations, star fortresses, starport, and ground fortresses of Mentis II, various voices were vehemently expressing the same intention. They were ready to counter the attacking Alliance fleet with the most ferocious firepower. The defenders of Mentis II realized this time seemed different, yet they weren't sure if the planetary defenses could hold against the Alliance fleet's relentless assault. However, they had no other choice but to pour out all of their firepower. Simultaneously, the defense commanders felt puzzled. Why did the Alliance act this way? Are they really going to pit their precious naval warships against orbital defense facilities far less valuable? Regardless of winning or losing, it's a great loss. But soon enough, they understood why the Alliance was being so fierce. On the side of the planet's surface facing the oncoming Alliance fleet, all the deployed orbital cannons fired. However, the Alliance fleet hadn't entered the near-Earth orbit domain yet, and since it was still a bit far, the ground cannon group's deterrent force greatly exceeded their direct destructive power. Their hit rate couldn't be guaranteed. During this phase, reliance was mainly on the orbital defense facilities. However, among the most crucial starport fortress and 3 star fortresses, only the hastily deployed one with previous significant damage successfully fired. The starport and the other 2 star fortresses, which should have formed the core of the defense, were simultaneously silent. Upon witnessing this scene, the ground commanders anxiously observing the battle felt a chill in their hearts. What's happening? What's going on? Messages were sent up one after another. They urgently wanted to know why the orbital facilities, meant to exert maximum effect, did not respond. However, they received no response for a long time, only watching as the Alliance ships, with the Firebath Nova battleship at the core, swaggered to utterly destroy the already severely damaged yet isolated star fortress, simultaneously eliminating numerous armed space stations. The defense commanders closed their eyes in pain. The orbital defense system of Mentis II was finished. The Alliance fleet also paid a price, but it was far less than what they should have. The major warships were undamaged. At most, they lost a cruiser and damaged a few more. This loss was significant but well within acceptable limits for the Alliance. Until then, the ground command center finally received a reply from the starport. The enemy had infiltrated. The defensive preparations across Mentis II were quite adequate. However, they lacked a critical aspect: defense against spiritual energy. And this ability, when facing the Storm Mage Corps personally led by Gu Hang, demands extremely high standards.
What happens if the standards are not met? It is like Mentis II.
Directly tearing apart a star fortress or starport class space facility with spiritual energy is not impossible. If Gu Hang fully expands the Storm God Kingdom, elevating his spiritual energy to alpha level or even slightly higher, he could forcibly tear apart a star fortress. However, this requires him to be on a ship, getting closer. Otherwise, at the cosmic scale, with such vast distances, there's considerable attenuation in the projection of spiritual energy. In other words, although Gu Hang's spiritual energy is powerful, its range is nowhere near as far as a ship's cannon. Moreover, even if he takes the risk to get closer and tears apart a star fortress with spiritual energy, it's not worthwhile. Going all out would heavily deplete Gu Hang. After one such effort, he might not have enough strength for a second round. But the enemy still has at least 1 star fortress and an even larger starport fortress. Effortful, unnecessary. Is spiritual energy such an inconvenient thing? There's no need to be so violent, there's a smarter way to use it. For example, leading the Storm Mage Corps to stir up the waves of subspace, completely blocking the communication between the starport, star fortress, and the ground, and even severely disrupting the internal communications of the starport and star fortress themselves. Then, using spiritual energy teleportation, deploy the strong ground forces of the Alliance directly into these space facilities. Aerial drops and boarding operations are dangerous missions, with the most perilous stage being while still in space before reaching the destination. If a landing craft carrying dozens of interstellar warriors is intercepted midway by a shot, the loss would be enormous. Actually, spiritual energy teleportation is also quite dangerous. Transmissions over tens of thousands of kilometers can easily go awry. If something goes wrong or the other side's spiritual energy interference causes the transported to lose their way in subspace, it's fatal. But isn't it because the defenders of Mentis 2 have almost no adequate spiritual energy defense capability? Originally, they did have it, but earlier, it was requisitioned by the Fury Flame battle group to enhance their own anti-GU hang capabilities. The Fury fleet itself enhanced its spiritual energy resistance, but Mentis 2 was left suffering. They couldn't interfere with the Alliance's teleportation tactics at all. Couldn't even detect them. On those two intact Star Fortresses and Starport Fortress, preparations for firing were still being busily made. But in a blink of an eye, blue teleportation arrays appeared before them. Before they could react, often two red armored interstellar warriors would partner up and spring out. Such situations happened in many strategic points within the Star Fortresses and Starport. Control panels, communication centers, command hubs, heavy artillery platforms. Numerous teleportation arrays scattered and deployed numerous interstellar warriors. But after these teleportation arrays completed the teleportation of the Phoenix, they didn't stop working. Then, squad after squad of elite soldiers walked out from them. 3 light infantry skeleton divisions were specially mobilized and stayed on standby aboard the Firebath Nova. After the interstellar warriors had led the way, these 3 skeleton divisions were systematically teleported into the Starport and Star Fortress to assist the interstellar warriors in combat, simultaneously securing the key points taken over and freeing up the interstellar warriors for more critical missions. The so-called Light Infantry Skeleton Division is based on the regular Skeleton Division but has mostly removed heavy vehicles. Of course, it's not just a simple removal. Otherwise, aside from having more elite personnel, how would they differ from a regular large infantry division? The difference is that the removed heavy vehicles were replaced with many lighter armored units that can operate in narrow and complex spaces, such as more Sentinel mechas, more feedback-type power armor configurations, and some rapid assault vehicles like armed hoverbikes, hover rapid-fire self-propelled guns. It's equivalent to spending money on tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery, reallocating it to these smaller, more flexible armored units. In a frontal battlefield, this light skeleton division going against a proper skeleton division would be seeking death for sure. For the same investment value, a single Lion tank can easily defeat 5 or 6 Sentinel mechas. A Lion King tank can obliterate a Knight mecha. However, Lion King tanks cannot maneuver within environments like starports and star fortresses. A light skeleton division has its dedicated combat environment. When accompanying interstellar warriors in an assault, these troops, absolutely considered elite among mortal troops, played a critical role. The number of interstellar warriors is ultimately limited. The occupation of the entire starport and star fortress still requires more numerous ground forces or Navy Marine Corps. In short, the Marines deployed by the Alliance through spiritual energy teleportation quickly dismantled their armaments at the very beginning of the battle, before the 3 star fortresses and starport could deliver strikes against the Alliance's rampaging fleets. Then, the starports and star fortresses, having been fully occupied, began to turn their firepower towards other remaining armed space stations. However, during this phase, some unexpected events occurred. The ground defenders, upon receiving reports from the starport and seeing the starport and star fortresses begin attacking their remaining space stations, made a very decisive decision. The ground fortress artillery batteries began focusing fire on the starport and star fortresses. These units seized by the enemy, since they could no longer serve as the defenders' assets and instead became enemy strongholds, had to be eliminated at all costs as if cutting off a gangrenous limb. Moreover, the side of the starport and star fortresses facing the ground wasn't well defended, not to mention their proximity to the surface and lack of maneuverability, making them easy targets. Inside the starport and star fortresses, further damage inevitably happened due to the struggles and skirmishes with the Alliance's boarding forces. Due to these various circumstances, the 2 star fortresses and starport couldn't last long under the bombardment of the ground orbital artillery batteries and were soon destroyed. The Alliance lacked some means to respond to this. But fortunately, before the starport and star fortresses were destroyed, the Alliance urgently evacuated its landing troops. One after another, landing craft and small ships swiftly flew to the starport and star fortresses, rushing to bring the people back. Of course, retrieving people is definitely not as convenient as teleportation. Then, the starports and star fortresses, having been fully occupied, began to turn their firepower toward other remaining armed space stations. However, during this phase, some unexpected events occurred. The ground defenders, upon receiving reports from the starport and seeing the starport and star fortresses begin attacking their remaining space stations, made a very decisive decision. The ground fortress artillery batteries began focusing fire on the starport and star fortresses. These units seized by the enemy, since they could no longer serve as the defenders' assets and instead became enemy strongholds, had to be eliminated at all costs as if cutting off a gangrenous limb. Moreover, the side of the starport and star fortresses facing the ground wasn't well defended, not to mention their proximity to the surface and lack of maneuverability, making them easy targets. Inside the starport and star fortresses, further damage inevitably happened due to the struggles and skirmishes with the Alliance's boarding forces. Due to these various circumstances, the two star fortresses and starport couldn't last long under the bombardment of the ground orbital artillery batteries and were soon destroyed. The Alliance lacked some means to respond to this. But fortunately, before the starport and star fortresses were destroyed, the Alliance urgently evacuated its landing troops. One after another, landing craft and small ships swiftly flew to the starport and star fortresses, rushing to bring the people back. Of course, retrieving people is definitely not as convenient as teleportation. During the capture of the starport and star fortress, the Alliance's teleportation boarding troops did not suffer many casualties. Instead, when the enemy launched an orbital bombardment counterattack, striking the starport and star fortress and destroying them, the casualties were actually greater. 12 Phoenixes and over 10,000 soldiers failed to withdraw in time. Such losses were unexpected. After all, although the strategists had contingency plans before the war, mentioning the possible actions of the enemy, their decisiveness and speed in choosing to destroy the lost Star Fortress and Starport were somewhat beyond expectations. Coldly speaking, even with these unexpected casualties, it was still worth it. The sacrifices made by the Alliance, compared to the outcome of destroying the enemy's most important orbital defense facilities, were definitely worthwhile. Besides, this is just the beginning, isn't it? Since the start of the attack on Mentis II, the Alliance has lost a total of 9 warships. Among them were 4 escort ships, 2 patrol ships, 1 destroyer, and 1 cruiser. Not to mention the value of these ships, the personnel loss due to ship explosions has exceeded 150,000. Moreover, the current results of the Alliance are still limited to the planetary orbit. The rebels have not yet been defeated, they still have solid defenses on the planet. Of course, that being said, the capture of Mentis II is already a foregone conclusion. Later combat on the planet's surface will require significant forces. The rebels still have dense clusters of ground fortresses and cities, which can serve as areas for fierce urban combat, needing both sides to fight hard for control. The conglomerations of reinforced concrete can themselves be seen as giant fortresses, providing great geographical advantages for the defenders. But overall, the outcome of the ground battles won't have much suspense. After essentially clearing the orbital defense system of Mentis II, the Alliance fleet did not rush to take the next step. Instead, they temporarily withdrew to rest and regroup the fleet, restoring the Void Shield. The shield can be restored, the ships can be repaired, but the orbital defenses of Mentis II are gone for good. 2 weeks after the rest, the ground offensive finally began. First, under the achievements of ground artillery groups, with massive fire projection, the orbital bombardment destroyed 2 nearby fortress clusters. With this action, part of the area on the edge of the Arctic Circle of Mentis II was cleared. When the Alliance ships operated in the orbit corresponding to this area, due to angle issues, only a small part of the orbital firepower deployed elsewhere by the rebels could tilt at an angle to attack, making it inaccurate and sparse. After establishing a certain safe zone, the Alliance army began deploying troops to the ground through landing craft, transport planes, and drop pods. At this time, amidst the howling wind and snow, and the covered fortress ruins, many rebel forces emerged, launching a fierce attack on the landing Alliance army. This brought considerable trouble to the Alliance's landing operations. So far, Gu Hang believes that the rebel general tasked with defending Mentis II is quite skilled. Although his efforts cannot alter the outcome of Mentis II falling into the hands of the Alliance, it is hard to blame the general of Mentis II's defense forces. The gap between the strengths of the two sides is too large. When the Alliance is willing to pay a certain price, less concerned with casualty figures and ship losses, it is like a crushing battle. It is impossible to reverse such a vast disparity in strength merely with the commanding ability of a general. Nevertheless, the defenders still managed to cause as much trouble for the Alliance as possible. Whether it was the decisive destruction of the captured starport and star fortress, or at this moment, arranging a considerable number of troops to infiltrate and ambush amidst the ruins and snow amidst the orbital bombardment that flattened the fortress clusters, and inflicting substantial damage while the Alliance army was not yet fully established. He caused the Alliance significant trouble. However, as the Alliance ships began to provide strong orbital support, the rebels' anti-landing operations quickly collapsed. On one hand, the National Knights Regiment deployed several Titans along with a large number of Knight mechas. These elite troops transformed what was previously an unstable foothold into a very stable one. On the other hand, although the orbital Alliance ships were not convenient for conducting large-scale bombardment below, mainly because of their own landing troops, they did possess the ability for precision strikes. Mainly utilizing M-class and even S-class specifications firepower, emphasizing ground forces guidance. To avoid striking the wrong targets, ground force commanders could call in orbital fire via laser guidance and other means. It's on demand, with the permissions even lowered to the battalion level. Once the guidance beacon was launched, there would typically be a response within about a minute. Either a light spear would sweep down, or a heat hammer macro cannon would strike down, depending on the specific target situation. If enemy heavy tanks appeared, the light spear worked well, fast and accurate. If the enemy launched a group attack or held a stubborn defensive position, the heat hammer macro cannon would certainly crush it. The most common and frequently used were the scalpel missiles. Accurate, with a broad bombardment area and high power. Soon, the losses suffered at the start of the landing were over. The elite rebels who infiltrated were wiped out. They were annihilated, with hardly any units able to escape intact. After securing the foothold, the Alliance soldiers in the snowstorm began to move southward, directly targeting multiple fortress clusters. With artillery bombardment and armored units forming a steel flood, once the ground forces arrived, the Alliance's main fleet in orbit would follow immediately. Under the three-dimensional strike, one fortress cluster after another on Mentis II that seemed solid was resolutely and boldly devoured by the Alliance. Subsequently, the Alliance opened a second landing zone in the desert area of the planet's southern hemisphere and a third landing zone in the temperate region of the northern hemisphere. Fire and battle engulfed the globe in just a few months. In the 7th month after the Battle of Mentis began, the entire planet was declared to be under Alliance control. Although some guerrilla units were still hiding in the mountains and ruins, stubbornly resisting, the vast majority of the production foundation and population had fallen under Alliance control. The most stubborn traitors were at best a minor nuisance, no longer a major problem. The Battle of Mentis showcased the Alliance's clear offensive capability. In contrast to the Fury Flame battle group withdrawing and handing over key areas, and shocked by the Alliance's determination to conquer the heavily defended planet, nearly a dozen surrounding worlds simultaneously capitulated. As soon as the Alliance's envoys arrived, they switched allegiance. On the many worlds that have changed flags, there are still Princess's rebel armies stationed on their home planets. Moreover, the governors of these planets who have shown a willingness to surrender aren't necessarily wholeheartedly aligning with the Alliance. The main reason is the repeated retreats of the Fury Flame battle group in the Proud Claw cosmos, which has left the domain's governors and leaders quite dissatisfied. You have your grand strategy, but we bear the hardships. Once again drawing resources and troops, and as soon as the Alliance arrives, they retreat directly, yet demand that we resist to the end with the planetary defense force. Why? The lives of the defense army also matter. Faced with dozens of worlds as living examples, people couldn't help but waver. But is the Alliance really any better? In the regions they occupy, they don't hesitate to purge native forces, instilling fear. But thankfully, if you cooperate relatively well, it seems they don't treat you too harshly. They also compress their defensive line under Flame's harassment and attacks, abandoning peripheral worlds. By then, if Flame returns, how will they treat these surrendering governors? It's a dilemma on both sides, so they can only sway toward whoever comes. But even if they have a tendency to surrender to whoever comes, they can't be die-hard followers. The general attitude is, come if you must, I'll provide the resources you want, but if you want me to fight desperately, I'll just feign compliance. The most direct manifestation of this is that these planets, which have changed flags toward the Alliance, haven't even suppressed or eliminated the small contingent of loyal Princess Legion rebels originally stationed on the planet. The Alliance's high-level officials are essentially aware of this situation. Therefore, the Alliance hasn't pressured these places too much. The Alliance adheres firmly to its strategy, once determined, by executing it with resolve. For those sitting on the fence and wavering, the Alliance merely sends envoys to force them to declare allegiance, collect some resources and troops, and then issues orders to eliminate rebels and defend their homeland. Orders that probably won't be strictly followed, and then leaves them be. The Alliance's main force is nestled on Mentis II. Most of the troops are resting. The army is stationed, resting, on vacation, replenishing supplies, hosting some internal activities, in short, boosting morale. The fleet is docked near the repaired remnants of the starport, repairing ships. Of course, those that require major repairs need to be sent to the shipyard. Fortunately, there is a shipyard within the Alliance-controlled area of Proudclaw Cosmos that can undertake this work. The technical level of that shipyard is not great. It's a small facility, but there's no other choice. If not used, it would have to be sent back to the Alliance's mainland, with the nearest being the Granga shipyard in the Menga star domain. Outside of the resting troops, only a small portion of the army, in cooperation with some minor ship activities, purged any remaining rebel forces on the planet, but this wasn't the main focus on Mentis II. The rest period lasted for a month and a half before the Alliance's main force set out again. This time, they included 2 worlds as stops along the way, slightly fortified them, and then pounced on Proudtooth Star. As the Starfield capital, Proudtooth Star's defense level was also not bad, at least on par with Mentis II. However, under the complete abandonment by Fury Fleet, Proudtooth Star's fate was similar to that of Mentis II. Indeed, the facts confirmed this. 4 months later, Proudtooth Star was recaptured. This victory further shook the entire Proudclaw Cosmos. Presumably, as the Alliance proceeds to reclaim other worlds in the Proudclaw Cosmos, it will become much easier. Just as after taking Mentis II, they could secure nearby areas with just an announcement. Although the worlds aren't fully submissive, Gu Heng himself didn't have high expectations. As long as they don't cause trouble and can provide some resources, it's certainly much better than normal circumstances. So far, 2 out of the 3 major target worlds mentioned in the previous military council of the Alliance have been captured. With Mentis II and Proudtooth Star, the entire Proudclaw Cosmos is almost covered. The final remaining target is Hyang 8. This world is relatively isolated. Apart from having abundant resources, it doesn't have much strategic value. Unlike Mentis II and Proudtooth Star, bringing it down would cause surrounding star systems to waver and surrender. Capturing Hyang 8 doesn't have this effect. The abundant resources of the planet are, relatively speaking, if the Alliance only wanted resources, hundreds of worlds in the Proudclaw Cosmos are at their disposal, and there's no necessity to trouble Hyang 8. The Alliance's reason to trouble this planet is actually quite clear: to provoke the Alfonso sect behind it and see what their attitude really is. There was indeed opposition from the Alliance military leaders. "We've chased and made the enemy's Fury fleet flee, showing a significant strength gap, but weren't we always vigilant that Iron Fury's main force would march southward? Wasn't it agreed that time was on our side, and after taking the Proudclaw Cosmos, we would temporarily hold off? Then why trouble Hyang 8? Testing and determining the Alfonso sect's stance is important. Various diplomatic means have been countered by those slick politicians with all sorts of excuses. This direct threat to their core interests will have a more noticeable effect. But what if we truly push the Alfonso sect to Iron Fury's side? If we force them to enter the fray, what will we do?" Gu Heng criticized these arguments in the council. "Don't have such wishful thinking. Will the Alfonso sect be neutral? Will they stand on the Empire's side? It's impossible. Their binding with Iron Fury is so deep and steadfast. Without their strong support, how could Iron Fury have grown strong for so many years, even after the Iron Armor Battle Group explicitly turned? No matter how many excuses or explanations the Alfonso sect gives, their actions speak for themselves. Not only have they not stopped supplying weapons to Iron Armor, but they have even increased the supply. They are a typical enemy. At the moment, they haven't clearly raised their flag, but that's only because the pressure isn't there yet. We must recognize that from start to finish, Alfonso's goal will never be one we can strive for: They are a tangible enemy. Someone raised another thought. Since they haven't clearly raised the flag, and the pressure isn't there yet, why do we need to give them pressure and break this illusion? Jiu Heng immediately retorted, if we don't break it, will they not attack us? If we let Hyang 8, a planet with abundant resources, continuously supply blood to the Alfonso sect, and with a mighty Titan legion in preparation, and the existence of Alfonso's mechanical fleet, how many troops do we need to defend around Hyang 8? If we ignore this planet, then when we battle Fury Flame or even the main force of the southward Iron Armor, and they come out to attack from the side, what will we do? When a determined enemy appears on our flank and might cause us trouble, we cannot ignore it. Then no one spoke further. Jiu Heng's authority was upheld. However, as the Alliance's main force was about to reach Hyang 8, trouble struck from the rear. When the Alliance main fleet led by Jiu Heng pierced into the enemy's heart like a sharp sword, Adler Politos and Wang Mengsong, with their Fury fleet, were not idle. They abandoned one strategic stronghold after another, yet quietly launched their counterattack within the Alliance-controlled zone. They bypassed the Alliance's reconnaissance, moving like phantoms through the boundless darkness, entering areas controlled by the Alliance. Their target was the 3 battle cruisers left guarding the rear of the Alliance. They indeed couldn't withstand the spearhead of the Alliance's main forces and were unwilling to engage in a strategic showdown. However, after the main Alliance forces had left, relying on 2 combat barges and a Retribution-class battleship, they were fully capable of sneaking up from behind the Alliance. The additional combat barge was the flagship of the New World Torch, Torchlight. It had been under repair all along and had only recently returned to the battlefield. The 3 main ships had a substantial advantage in direct combat power over the 3 battle cruisers left behind by the Alliance. If they lined up for a direct broadside, a single Retribution class could topple the 3 battle cruisers, not to mention the 2 combat barges. However, the maneuver advantage of the battle cruisers still existed. The Alliance Navy would have to be incredibly foolish to choose direct confrontation with the Fury fleet. Relying on their mobility, the 3 battle cruisers wouldn't be easy to catch. Politos also knew that successfully luring and surrounding the 3 Alliance battle cruisers was by no means an easy task. But it could be attempted, and if successful, the rewards would be tremendous. A squadron composed of several smaller ships chose an Alliance transport fleet for harassment. This was a common tactic, and both sides had clashed over such attacks and counterattacks many times over the past few months. But this time, the Fury fleet decided to ramp up their efforts. Within the attacking squadron were 2 lunar-class cruisers, posing as though they knew the Alliance's escorting forces had strengthened, so they too increased their force allocation. The attacked Alliance transport fleet ran towards a heavily fortified planetary orbit on their route under the cover of the escort fleet and stood their ground. Generally speaking, at this point, the Fury fleet should have obediently withdrawn. The Alliance escort fleet was not that powerful, and the combat effectiveness of some armed merchant ships was poor, while the planetary orbit defense system hastily constructed over the past few months was quite imperfect. But still, it represented a complete set of defensive measures. It was difficult to gnaw through with just 2 lunar class as the main force, at least not quickly. Over time, there might be a chance, but before then, the Alliance's remaining battle cruisers would have arrived. If they delayed, the lunar class, which was not a high-speed cruiser or a light cruiser, would have a hard time escaping once caught by the battle cruisers. However, this time, the marauding fleet of the Fury showed some impatience, relentlessly attacking the deeply entrenched Alliance transport fleet. Until they detected that the battle cruisers were already transitioning through the Star Realm tunnel at this star system, they reluctantly gave up and turned tail to escape. But before they reached the jump point, 3 Alliance battle cruisers arrived and charged at them fiercely. The 2 lunar-class ships presented a highly attractive target for the resting Raving Crow, Winged Flight, and Coralia. This was a rare opportunity to eliminate part of the Fury fleet's strength and weaken its overall power. The lunar-class cruiser was also a valuable large ship. Destroying 2 would significantly harm the fleet's capabilities. However, this was only the first step of the Fury fleet's plan. The panicked 2 lunar classes, along with their squadron, hurriedly made their way to the jump point, barely managing to make it into the firing range of the 3 Chalice class before initiating their jump. In the process, several warships had already been shot down and destroyed. Then, the captains of the three chalices that reached the jump point held a brief exchange, and finally, Fleet Commander Major General Bai Kifan made a decision. Pursue. They had considered the possibility of a trap but quickly dismissed it. Their enemy's panicked retreat did not seem feigned. Moreover, if it were truly bait to lure them deep, there should be a trap on the other side. But the opposite side of this jump point was also within Alliance-controlled territory. They had received no reports of enemy fleet activity there and had conducted a stellar communication with the spatial station set on the opposite jump point without any reports of enemy presence. Under such circumstances, the risk of pursuit seemed low. Thus, the three battle cruisers and their smaller companions also initiated the jump. After about 3 Terra days, they had almost traversed the Star Realm tunnel, about to exit, returning to the real universe. However, at this moment, the psychics serving as navigators on the ships suddenly issued dense warnings. They detected enemy vessels at the jump point, including 3 massive ships. At this point, the captains of the 3 Chalice-class cruisers were all in panic. Had they stepped into a trap after all? But at this point, there was no turning back. If they had known this information a few or 10 hours earlier, they might have had time to abort the jump and retreat. But now, it was too late. There was no time to ask why the observatory towers of this star system had not detected the enemy main fleet's presence in this star system in advance, nor could they question why the jump point's warning space station had not relayed any information. These questions were significant before, but at this moment, they mattered little. What they had to consider was how to survive the trap. The only solace was that the Fury fleet did not want to alert the Alliance ships by coming out of ambush prematurely. They lifted their silence and showed up only when the Alliance ships were at a point of no return in their jump, then swiftly headed towards the jump point. Under these circumstances, the 3 Chalice classes of the Alliance wouldn't immediately face widespread cannon fire right after re-entering the real universe, before switching from jump engines to conventional ones, and having yet to activate their void shields in vulnerable stages. Yet, the situation remained extremely dire. Just as the Alliance ships completed their shield activation and engine startup, the enemy ships had already arrived. Should they immediately initiate a jump again to escape? They quickly dismissed this option. During the phase of jump initiation, under the firepower of 3 massive ships, at least 2 of the Chalice classes, with their fragile frames, would perish during the jump initiation process. This was unacceptable. If 2 battle cruisers were lost, whether or not Fleet Commander Bai Kifan died here, he would undoubtedly face a military tribunal afterwards. Forget about other small vessels, they could be sacrificed, but the large ships had to be preserved. The 3 Chalice classes began maneuvering at full power. The 3 strike cruisers at full throttle picked a direction to retreat. To be honest, their retreat looked quite embarrassing. The enemy's firepower was a bit too fierce. When they had not yet escaped the enemy's fire range, the firepower of the Retribution-class battleship and the 2 combat barges added up to about 2.5 times that of the 3 strike cruisers. After being fiercely attacked, 1 strike cruiser that was targeted, its void shield directly overloaded and shattered. The hull also took 2 shots from the Loyal Rage macro cannon. Fortunately, the strike cruiser class is fragile only in comparison with battleships. Compared to a typical lunar-class cruiser, its armor thickness is still superior, so it couldn't be destroyed by just 2 Loyal Rage shots. The hull was damaged, but not fatal. At least it didn't damage the propulsion system. This is crucial. Fighting is definitely out of the question, so now, the best they can rely on for survival and keeping the ship intact is the propulsion system. The fleeing Alliance fleet also employed a strategy of spreading out their forces. Several lunar-class cruisers along with some smaller ships chose many different directions to run. However, for these distractions, the Fury fleet simply ignored them. Despite having an overwhelming number of ships, they had no interest in splitting forces to hunt, their eyes fixed on the 3 battle cruisers of the Alliance. The biggest fish had already been lured out, so naturally, no one wanted to look at the small fry. Bai Kifan could only find some comfort in the thought that with a dozen or so ships running in different directions, some would definitely survive. As for the 3 battle cruisers directly under his command, they did not choose to scatter. If they split completely in 3 different directions, with the speed of the battle cruisers, it was indeed possible for 1 or 2 to escape. However, just as he did not immediately activate the warp drive sacrificing 1 or 2 to escape to the other side, Bai Kifan so far still sought to preserve all 3 warships. If they separated while fleeing, the lack of mutual cover might still result in losses. This was something Bai Qifan did not want to see. He did not deny stepping into a trap. He had to take responsibility. But precisely because of this, he had to personally lead the troops out of the trap. The three battle cruisers, gradually picking up speed, covering each other, broke out of the firing range of the Retribution-class battleship with the strongest firepower at the cost of one shattered shield. Once the Strike Cruiser class revs up speed, the Retribution class definitely couldn't catch up. However, the two flagship combat barges belonging to the two starfighter battle groups of Flame and New World's Torch were not slowpokes. Combat barges are rare ships within the human empire that only interstellar warriors use, serving generally as flagships for battle groups. They don't follow standard designs but are custom-made according to each group's needs from friendly and well-connected founding worlds. Some combat barges pursue speed and agility, similar to battle cruisers in this respect. Some pursue robust ship structure and heavy firepower, akin to typical battleships. Some have tendencies towards carrier design. Due to their custom build, many of the ship's performance attributes vary widely. Some powerful combat barges, ready to spend the money regardless of cost efficiency, can even achieve carrier projection capabilities, battleship-level firepower, with decent speed. Of course, to achieve this, first, the founding world accepting the custom order must have excellent technical capabilities. On the other hand, such piled-up performance on a single ship certainly has worse cost efficiency than using the same money and resources to build 2 or even 3 similar class ships. Moreover, combat barges, or all interstellar warrior exclusive ships including strike cruisers, have one feature: designated interstellar warrior crew positions. From firepower to ship management to communication command, there are dedicated roles allowing the interstellar warriors to connect directly, like using a genetic neural interface to handle black shell armor. This way, the ship's performance can be further enhanced beyond the original hardware baseline. In any case, human crew's manual level is definitely not as good as interstellar warriors' direct neural connections. Flame and New World's Torch's 2 combat barges were not taken to such extremes. Bai Qifan, through brief observation, roughly judged that the performance of these 2 combat barges was between that of a battlecruiser and a battleship. The firepower was a bit less than that of the Retribution class, but they also had 2 X-class colossal cannons. The speed was a bit slower than battle cruisers, but not by much. They could at least keep up. In space, this resulted in a long, seesaw chase. In the chase, Bai Qifan successfully led the 3 battle cruisers to another warp point and performed a warp towards the southern part of the star map. Just before they entered the warp state, the 2 combat barges arrived at the warp point with their destroyer groups. They couldn't catch up. After entering the Star Realm tunnel, Bai Qifan's heart, which had been tense for days, could finally relax slightly. Should be safe? But soon, the navigator conveyed a message. The enemy hadn't given up the pursuit. They followed right behind, also activating their warp drive, entering the same Star Realm tunnel. In the Star Realm tunnel, the 2 sides wouldn't fight. There's no space concept within the tunnel. The ships supposedly in the same tunnel actually cannot meet. However, this raised another issue. The time to complete the Star Realm warp no longer depends on the ship's normal speed or maneuverability but solely on the warp engine specifications and efficiency. The 3 Alliance-built strike cruiser classes used high-quality warp engines, but restricted by the power module of the battle cruisers themselves. Not as large as battleships, they had to make trade-offs in normal engines, firepower output, warp engines, energy shields, etc. In this situation, the material quality of the warp engine is good, but the specifications are somewhat limited. Generally speaking, the warp engine is important, but it is not the most important. With trade-offs, mono-purpose warp engines tend to have their specifications reduced, sacrificing some performance to save more energy supply for other systems. This was also done during the design of the strike cruiser class. So, the question becomes, did the 2 combat barges on the other side, and the Retribution class that would reach the warp point latest half a day later, also have reduced warp engine specs? They shouldn't complete the Star Realm warp before us despite our earlier start, should they? If that happens, it's all over. By then, the enemy, with their void shields on and firepower ready, will start scanning, locking, and firing the moment we appear in the real universe, to deliver the most severe blow to our fragile battle cruisers, before they can even raise their shields. Information searches and probes within the Star Realm tunnel are not easy. However, no matter how difficult the objective conditions are, under Bai Qifan's stern orders, the navigation psychics and star speech psychics on the three ships tried all they could to detect and explore the enemy's situation. During the approximately 2-day-long Star Realm warp, Bai Qifan's mood fluctuated greatly.
The main reason was the varying reports they received.
At one moment, the enemy's warp situation seemed problematic, estimated to arrive at the target point a day later than us. But before Bai Qifan could rejoice, the next updated information revised the estimation, showing the enemy's speed is faster than theirs, causing worry and tension again. Sometimes, star speakers and navigators would give different situation reports. Once the warp journey was about to end, the information gradually became unified. Both parties should arrive at the destination point almost simultaneously. Bai Qifan was not very satisfied with this answer. What does almost mean? How much time is almost? After the warp completion, the time is extremely precious. A difference of 5 to 10 minutes may not sound like much in normal times, but in this golden moment, it is the difference between life and death. Whoever arrives 10 minutes earlier will have the enemy fleet with shields raised by the time they exit. If it's 10 minutes earlier, not only could the shields be activated, but with the switch to normal engines, there would be 10 extra minutes to pick up speed, making it harder for the enemy fleet to catch up. However, the psychics really had no way to provide a definite time. Bai Qifan also couldn't continue to press them. What's the point of pressing? With a knife to their throat, forcing them to report a time would just lead to fabrication. Making decisions based on inaccurate information would lead to bigger problems. He could only prepare for the worst-case scenario. And at the moment the warp completed, and the ships entered the real universe, this worst-case scenario indeed unfolded. The enemy ships were right in front of them. The Fury fleet's 2 combat barges, along with their fleet group, arrived first. Seeing the figures of those 2 massive ships appearing on the observation screen in the bridge command center, Bai Qifan nearly faced a cardiac arrest. But in the next moment, he realized there was still hope. The enemy ships' shields were not up, only a few patrol ships had their shields activated. This means the enemy might have arrived only a short while before them. There's still a chance. Standing at the bridge's center, he clenched his fists tightly. He remained silent, not issuing any command at this moment. Because there was no need. Contingency plans were all set in the previous days. At the instant they enter the real universe, the shield system and engine system were already fully operational. Everyone on the ship knew what they had to do and understood it was a race against time between life and death. If the ship is destroyed, no one survives. At the critical moment, although the opponent hadn't activated their shields yet, their cannons fired first, launching a barrage towards the Alliance ships. The other side chose to prioritize firing systems first. Under the fierce firepower of 2 combat barges, 3 Alliance battle cruisers were hit again. Instead of prioritizing engines and shields, the enemy chose to first focus on powering up their weapon systems, completing target locks and concentrated fire, which is very impatient. However, it was also effective. In the damaged state, Bai Qifan, as the fleet commander, realized the situation had almost reached desperation. Although the 3 battle cruisers subsequently activated their engines and shields, the flying wing among them suffered significant damage in the previous strike. Moreover, unfortunately this time, the damage to the flying wing indeed affected its speed. After launching their engines, the 3 battle cruisers began to flee, while the 2 combat barges of the Fury fleet pursued closely, fiercely firing before the distance widened. Of course, the 3 battle cruisers were not just fleeing without fighting back. Weren't you taking risks by activating firepower and engines first, which delayed your shields? This was also a great time for a counterattack. The 2 combat barges also took several solid hits. However, the flagships of these 2 battle groups do not lag in armor compared to proper battleships. Even without shields, one endured 1 shot and the other 2 shots without any particularly apparent issues. Afterward, with the shields activated, it was even more so. This further proved Bai Qifan's previous judgment completely correct. Relying on 3 battle cruisers was not enough to confront the enemy head-on. But worse, in the subsequent chase and escape, the Alliance's damaged flying wing not only failed to resolve the issue but its damage situation became increasingly dire. According to the report, in the most recent shot, not only a power bay was damaged, But several regions where pipe repair crews were stationed were affected by internal explosions, with severe personnel casualties. The lack of available personnel made it impossible to control the ship's losses immediately, and with the intense operations of subsequent ships, they continued to spread wide. In the current situation, a very painful choice lay ahead of Bai Qifan. Should he abandon the flying wing? If the Fury Falcon he personally occupied and the Corellia next to him moved at full speed, they could escape the Fury fleet's pursuit. But doing so would surely doom the increasingly damaged flying wing left behind. But if they continued to cover for each other, the entire fleet severely impaired by reduced speed would be endlessly entangled by those two interstellar warriors' combat barges, all the way to the warp point, without any chance of shaking them off. Before the warp point, they might barely linger at the enemy's extreme range, making it so that the enemy's overall hit rate wasn't too high. But reaching the warp point and entering warp state, switching engines, would be the critical moment. If they couldn't escape the enemy, it could end with all three ships going down together. What to do? Abandon one ship to save the other two or risk taking all three together? Bai Qifan's anxiety made him feel somewhat numb all over his body. Then, an unfamiliar communication request came through. "Are you Alliance ships?" A somewhat strange, raspy voice rang out in the bridge center as the signal connected. Simultaneously, in front of Bai Qifan, the speaker's face appeared on a virtual screen. The quotes because the face was obscured by a helmet, yet the helmet itself was already very recognizable. It was the helmet of an interstellar warrior Mk.8, Sky Eagle-type power armor. However, this set of paint was something Bai Qifan had never seen before. The only interstellar warrior he ever encountered was Phoenix. Each of his 3 battle cruisers housed 100. At this moment, the head that appeared in front of him, with only part exposed, showed a silver-gray helmet with a streak of blood red at the forehead. The unfamiliar interstellar warrior, and its cold, emotionless words, made Bai Qifan, amid nervousness, feel hope from this peculiar change. He admitted, "Yes, we are the Alliance, may I ask?" Before he could finish his question, the other party interrupted, proposing the next question. "Are those pursuing you the traitor Fury Flame Battle Group and New World Torch Battle Group?" Upon hearing the word, traitor, Bai Qifan felt further at ease. He replied, "Yes, may I ask?" Yet again, before he could finish, the other side silently cut off the communication. Bai Qifan was bewildered. What was going on? He could infer from the term, traitor, that this group of unknown interstellar warriors must be on his side. But apart from that, he knew nothing about them. Who are they? Where did they come from? What's their purpose? How strong are they? Can they help him? All of this remained unknown, but the unknown can also have its benefits. In the current fleet's situation, any help was good. 5 minutes after the communication ended, the Star Speech Psychic transmitted information. A rapid fleet was suddenly detected appearing on the flank of both fleets. On these silver-gray painted ships, there's a large blood-red shark profile pattern. They don't have many ships, only 8, but almost no small ones. Leading the way is a ship truly like a giant shark cruising in space, which should be a battle barge. And the other 7 are all strike cruisers of the interstellar warriors. The Alliance also has some strike cruisers, belonging to the Phoenix Battle Group series, directly allocated for group use, but under the joint command of the Alliance Navy, so Bai Qifan recognized this type of ship. Strike cruisers are comprehensively superior to lunar-class cruisers in terms of firepower and maneuverability, and as exclusive ships for interstellar warriors, they are equipped with devices for neural connection that can only be used by genetically modified interstellar warriors. Apart from the armor thickness, which may be slightly inferior to that of the lunar class, strike cruisers are almost superior in all aspects. And this fleet, the moment it appeared, had a very clear target. It was heading straight for the Fury fleet behind. Bai Qifan was overjoyed. We're saved. But then, he fell into hesitation again. Even so, can we win? It's really hard to say, counting this way, excluding medium and small ships. Just looking at the main large ships, it's now 4 versus 2. Our 3 battle cruisers can take on 1 battle barge, and this new group of unknown interstellar warriors can swap 1 for 1 with the other. Looking at it this way, the strengths of both sides are roughly equal. However, the other side not only has more lunar class and strike cruisers but also brings more than 30 destroyers and fast escort ships. In confrontation, it's not just about comparing the main battleships, the overall fleet strength must also be considered. Our side is somewhat inferior. Moreover, Bai-Kifan has not forgotten that the enemy also has a battleship and an even larger fleet, but due to the slow speed, they are struggling behind. If the current battle drags on a little longer, with both sides tugging at each other, then perhaps it really is possible to delay until the enemy's battleship reaches the battlefield. By then, the battlefield situation will change in an instant again. If that's the case, looking at that unknown warship charging towards the enemy so relentlessly, should we sneak away first? In the previous communication, they neither reported their identity nor asked the Alliance fleet for any cooperation, right? So if we retreat, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Taking advantage of this unknown battle group engaging with the enemy, quickly take the fleet and escape, wouldn't that be safe? Wouldn't that achieve his previous goal of preserving the 3 battle cruisers? However, receiving assistance from others and then leading the team to flee without hesitation, betraying allies, really makes Bai-Kifan feel embarrassed. Although, as the saying goes for generals, a compassionate heart cannot command troops. Cutting off one's own arm is necessary, let alone this time it's cutting off an ally's arm, not their own. However, even from a purely interests perspective, doing so is not really appropriate. On one hand, there's the reputation of the Alliance. On the other hand, if he betrays this unidentified unit, which seems to be an ally, would the Alliance ships really be safe? If the Fury fleet, at a relatively low cost, eliminates or repels this unknown group, they might still pursue them later. With Fei already crippled, it's likely they would get caught anyway. Additionally, if he runs, and the unknown group sees that the Alliance has no moral backbone and stops fighting, what then? Furthermore, if these are allies, having an additional fleet with a battle barge at its core and an unknown number of interstellar warriors join the Alliance's camp to fight against the Fury Flame battle group would significantly aid in future battles. Helping brings benefits, not helping incurs losses. Helping has risks, not helping also has risks. After weighing all sides, Bai-Kifan eliminated the hesitation in his mind and made a decision. Damn it, of course, if they are going to do it, it's not about stupidly turning around and charging head-on. A strategy must be observed. Battle cruisers must leverage their own advantages, and engaging in a direct battle with the enemy, which obviously has superior frontal combat capabilities, is quite foolish. The 3 battle cruisers spread out and gradually increased their distance. The Coralia, guarding the damaged Fei, cruised along the edge of the battlefield, skirmishing and firing at extreme distances. As long as the enemy's target wasn't focused on them, they would abruptly close in to unleash more powerful firepower on the enemy, making it impossible to ignore their threat. But once the enemy's target shifted towards them, they would immediately pull back, leveraging maneuverability to evade the enemy's optimal range, thereby achieving greater survivability. This skirmishing tactic is a classic developed based on the characteristics of battle cruisers. This tactic has been sneeringly termed fly tactics by naval theorists based on the decisive battle doctrine. Not flattering, yet somewhat descriptive. Fly tactics are not exclusive to battle cruisers. Any ship or fleet with inadequate frontal combat power but excellent maneuverability can adopt this tactic. However, if battle cruisers act like flies, then this fly is a bit large, and if it bites, it's not as mild and harmless as flies or mosquitoes. As for another Alliance warship, the Fury Owl, under Bai-Kifan's personal command, detached from the previous formation and stuck to the rear of the Grey Fleet. This is another use of the battlecruiser. No matter the ship type, except for carriers, the closer the range, the stronger the firepower it can exert. After all, there's a time gap from firepower launch to hitting the target. It's not instant, even with light lances. The closer the range, the higher the firepower lock's accuracy, which also means less space to evade. Given that battle cruisers are relatively fragile and not loaded with strong firepower, how can they leverage firepower advantages? By getting closer. But once close, the room to maneuver becomes smaller, and the fragility issue is magnified, so what can be done? Find a bigger ship up front to take the hits. The best scenario is having a battleship up front taking hits so that the battlecruiser can unscrupulously output from behind, exerting half a battleship's firepower without taking hits. Otherwise, use a bunch of escort ships to take the hits up front. Though escort ships will be lost, they are cheaper compared to getting the battlecruiser hit. Now, this is exactly what Bai-Kifan intends to do. He took the battle barge of the Grey Fleet as a big protector. He wants to make the Fury Owl into a shadow, of the other, following its action to enhance firepower. The battle barge of the Grey Fleet targets something, and so will the Fury Owl, working in synchronization, rapidly aiming for enemy casualties. To achieve better coordination, Bai Qifan repeatedly attempted to establish contact with the Grey Fleet. If both sides can maintain continuous communication, their coordination would certainly improve. However, all his communication requests were almost entirely refused. Nevertheless, the Grey Fleet made no resistance to his arrival. There was an apparent attitude of, "Do whatever you want, don't expect any collaboration, just don't get in my way." Bai Qifan felt a bit helpless. This suddenly appearing unknown battle group is truly distinctive. Nonetheless, he doesn't have any other ways. Now, being in others' debt, he can only begrudgingly coordinate as much as possible. Do the best that he can do. The Fury Owl followed the battle barge of the Grey Fleet, concentrating its firepower on the Triumph of Fire, the flagship of the Fury Flame battle group. Additionally, the Quarrelia and Fei, engaging remotely with skirmishing tactics, were also targeting the Triumph of Fire. Though due to the fly tactics, their firepower wasn't concentrated and their hit rate wasn't high, as two battle cruisers, they surely still played a role. The flagship of the New World Torch battle group became chaotic and sluggish amid intense combat for a reason: they were subjected to boarding operations. This sounds a bit strange. A flagship from a fully equipped starfighter battle group subjected to boarding operations? Isn't it usually them who board others? If it's another starfighter battle group conducting the boarding operations, then it seems somewhat acceptable. Especially since this group is notoriously mad. Alliance Fleet Commander Bai Qifan couldn't recognize what this gray-coated battle group was. But the battle group leader of the New World Torch, Wang Mengsong, could recognize it. The Blood Shark battle group. 130 years ago, this battle group was unknown throughout the Empire. No one even knew such a battle group existed in the Empire. However, during the Great Violet Uprising of 130 years ago, the Blood Shark battle group made its debut and participated in the suppression action. At that time, the Blood Shark battle group sided with the Iron Fury Stone. When the political situation on Holy Terra changed and the three groups, Violet, Starbreaker Blade, and Phoenix, were judged guilty, at first, these three groups did not simply surrender. The three battle groups simultaneously resisted the Iron Fury Stone in the Thistle and Mustard Starfield, adjacent to the Princess Star Domain, which was the Violet's former stronghold, and also contacted friends everywhere in an attempt to alter the political landscape on Holy Terra. It can't be said they had no results. At least, the Phoenix Legion, as one of the founding battle groups, was quite sympathetic to the plight of their three brother subgroups. They couldn't directly intervene but were prepared to do so, actively operating within Holy Terra to exert their political influence, even securing a seat in a term of the Supreme Council. Back then, the seats did not include an interstellar warrior representative. It was the Phoenix Legion that managed to charm their way to unseat a High Lord and replace themselves. However, as these political maneuvers were progressing swiftly and matters started to improve, the battlefield situation in the Spiderweb domain suddenly changed drastically. The joint forces of the Violet, Starbreaker Blade, and Phoenix battle groups crumbled on the front line. Objectively speaking, this was inevitable. The Iron Fury Stone's three battle groups had overwhelming military strength over the Violet and others. But at that time, even the Iron Armor didn't dare to reveal their considerable numbers openly. They indeed didn't have as many as they would a century later. The advantage in forces was evident and substantial, yet the three Violet groups were aware of this. Since they hoped to hold on until the political climate changed, they firmly adhered to their relevant strategy, staying defensive and not recklessly engaging in open battles. In theory, employing flexible defense and focusing on a steadfast defense strategy, they had at least three standard battle groups. Even if they couldn't win, they shouldn't collapse too quickly. Initially, this was indeed the case, until the Blood Shark battle group appeared. They emerged from the gloomy darkness, claiming to be the Blood Shark battle group. They declared they had heard the call of the Central Empire to suppress the rebellion. The Iron Fury Stone initially questioned their identity. A previously unheard of battle group. More crucially, these people disliked interacting with the outside world. When meeting them, they seemed stern and even emitted a faint scent of blood that was hard to ignore. No matter how it was viewed, it seemed suspicious. However, they produced a series of documents concerning their group's establishment, authorization, and mission statement. This series of documents was very ancient. Such items are generally considered the sacred relics of a battle group's history, so they were preserved quite well. The Iron Armor Battle Group's think tank studied them and deemed the documents authentic. It's just that the Empire had lost the relevant records and couldn't verify them. This situation was also new to the Iron Armor. But clearly, Iron Armor wasn't some rigid, rule-abiding battle group. Someone coming to help fight a war. What's wrong with that? Not to mention a battle group with uncertain origins, yet genuine identity. Even if a group of defecting battle groups came to help, Iron Armor would probably also accept them. And soon, the Iron Armor Battle Group was pleasantly surprised by their decision. The combat strength and style demonstrated by the Blood Shark Battle Group were astonishing and efficient, to the point that even Iron Armor was impressed. Their style can be summarized as a rapid strike force. They hardly ever engage in any kind of prolonged battle, preferring instead to rely on extreme speed or stealth to approach their target, attacking the enemy in the most unpredictable manner possible. This approach held true whether in fleet operations or in the combat of interstellar warriors. Their ships possessed some lost special technology that allowed them a degree of invisibility, making them difficult to detect in advance. During attack operations, they would strive to quickly close in on the enemy, engaging in melee combat, or unleash their firepower at close range. Hence, besides their standard weapons, they would also carry somewhat excessive numbers of chainsaw axes and power axes, tearing enemies apart in close combat. Their combat style is extremely efficient but also extremely brutal. Their attacks are rapid and fierce, causing the maximum possible damage in the shortest time. If any enemies survive, they would merely hide and vanish, then attack again, persistently slaughtering the surviving enemy units until no resistance remained, facing destruction. Once the enemies before them were annihilated, they would unstoppably move to the next target, and repeat this process over and over until there were no living creatures left around them, only the wreckage of their slaughter. The interstellar warriors of the Blood Sharks are generally very reticent, cautious, and vigilant. However, in battle, they exhibit a noticeable transformation, displaying an extremely bloodthirsty violent outburst, madly cutting down or blowing up their enemies. The commanders issue orders through an encrypted and locked radio network, speaking neither to the enemy nor allies in battle, except under extreme necessity. This silence contrasts starkly with their frenzied style of hacking enemies apart, often dismembering and slashing bodies on the spot, with blood splattering everywhere. They even do this without any venting screams, just silently chopping away, axe by axe. A strange silence. With the help of this elusive and adept at surprise attacks battle group, the situation once maintained by the 3 Bougainvillea regiments was broken in an instant. The sudden attack stunned the 3 regiments. They had never encountered such a battle group and enemy, nor had they received intelligence about another regiment. In several surprise attacks, the Blood Sharks achieved significant results. Each time they punched a hole in the line, the Iron Rage Stone regiments would pour in with superior forces. After several similar battle situations, the 3 Bougainvillea regiments collapsed and inevitably surrendered. This also rendered the Phoenix Legion's political efforts futile. The target they wanted to rescue was beyond salvation. Overall, the main factor in collapsing the 3 Bougainvillea regiments on the frontal battlefield was certainly the absolute superiority in numbers of the Iron Rage Stone regiments. Their forces were almost more than 4 times that of the 3 Bougainvillea regiments. However, no one can ignore the special role played by the Blood Shark battle group in this. What particularly leaves an impression is their bloody and ruthless fighting style. Many battle groups are indifferent to the lives and deaths of mortals, be they enemies, allies, or civilians. But even among interstellar warriors, the Blood Sharks stand out in this aspect. In their pursuit of military objectives, they repeatedly show a thorough disregard for the casualties of civilians affected. They wouldn't even lend a hand to help effortlessly, and if wounded civilians lay on their path, they wouldn't slow their pace. Stepping on them was no big deal. This point is quite controversial. Later on, scholars on Holy Terra, after deeply researching some historical documents, found some references to the Blood Sharks from ancient war examples, stories resembling myths, epics, ancient operas, and fables. There's nothing with them as the protagonist, but in some story backdrops, it's mentioned that about 4,000 years ago, a battle group named Blood Sharks was formed. They were sent to a cosmos domain without a star realm tunnel connection. Unable to directly use star language to communicate, engaging in endless voyages, slaughtering enemies of mankind. They showed no mercy to traitors, aliens, and renegades, uprooting them from their own territories. Of course, there would occasionally be reports about them on the border star sectors of the empire, but none were significant, so the lords on Holy Terra overlooked them. Although the source of these documents lacks credibility, none are official historical records. Yet, in these nearly contemporaneous, isolated works, mentioning the same matter and giving consistent descriptions on certain details of imagery and battlegroup actions, for instance, all mentioning the man-eating shark battlegroup demonstrating a ferocious yet meticulously planned ruthless behavior, along with similar statements on their foundation and mission assignments. All these elements align with the Blood Shark battlegroup's performance in the Bougainvillea Rebellion, making the credibility reasonable from this perspective. Considering the span of thousands of years, missing a record or two isn't unusual for the Empire's lost historical records. Thus, the Empire later basically acknowledged the Blood Shark battle group. However, in the latter stages of the Bougainvillea Rebellion, when the war was nearly ended, conflicts erupted between the Blood Sharks and the Iron Armor battle group. The Blood Shark battle group, cruel, bloodthirsty, cold, but very poor. This is understandable, as a expeditionary battle group and a ship-based battle group, without a recruitment world, with no fixed income, wandering continuously in the known universe, beyond the Imperial territory, embarking on endless expeditions and voyages. How could they not be poor? Moreover, they are peculiarly poor. Evident in their lack of ordinary equipment, even ammunition supplies, and few servants in the group, mortal auxiliary army, but oddly equipped with quite a lot of advanced gear. Even their power armor models are a mess, some new, but mostly varied in ancient models, with extremely disunified styles. The battle group collects the necessary equipment through grade tax, or by exchanging technological relics found in the outer domain with the sect of mechanics or other industrial worlds for the needed equipment and ammunition. The battle group supplements manpower and mortal auxiliary army and servants through red tax, essentially drafting from planets. The group has consistently been rather poor, and their warriors' armor is always pieced together. After fighting for the Iron Armor battle group, the Blood Sharks naturally demanded grade tax and blood tax. Initially, Iron Armor was willing to give. Given their battle merits, why not just pay? However, the Blood Sharks have their own rules. They collect money based on the proportion of planets conquered. The numbers seemed a bit high, exceeding Iron Armor's expectations. Iron Armor attempted to negotiate, but the Blood Sharks did not understand what negotiation was. This wasn't compensation, nor a transaction, it was tax. Does collecting tax require negotiation? No need to hire anyone for tax collection, just do it yourself. Seizing equipment, looting spoils of war, grabbing people, directly conscripting a large population on some Iron Armor-valued planets, conducting new recruit selection activities with particularly high mortality rates. Iron Armor was infuriated, leading to clashes between both sides. Ultimately, the Blood Sharks retreated back to the darkness with a batch of tax collection that was unsatisfactory in amount to them. In the 130 years following the Bougainvillea Rebellion, the frequency of the Blood Shark battle group's appearances seemed to gradually increase. But it might also be due to their newfound fame drawing more attention and concern. They still operate at their own discretion, undertaking activities in outer domains, occasionally appearing within the Imperial territory, with unpredictable movements. They trade a little with different sect of mechanics, collect some blood tax in various worlds, all while causing trouble for their old foe Iron Armor.
After the Princess Rebellion erupted 6 years ago, the Iron Armor battle group has been on the alert, cautiously watching if this formidable, cruel enemy with whom they have grievances would emerge as a foe.
But over the past 6 years, they haven't made any moves. Until today. The unlucky one, however, was not Iron Armor but the Torch from the New World. The Torch Flame, boarded by Blood Sharks. As the flagship of the battle group, the ship carried 400 New World Torch warriors. Using some kind of unstoppable, even unpredicted psychic transmission technology, the boarding Blood Sharks swiftly assaulted multiple key parts of the ship. For a moment, Wang Mengsong couldn't even figure out how many boarding Blood Sharks there were on his ship. Before he could concentrate forces to besiege and exterminate these boarders, several firepower centers of the ship, artillery locations, and ship control nodes were attacked. Those places soon fell silent, either lost or blown up from within. This is precisely why the entire torch flame was half paralyzed shortly after the fight began. Nevertheless, the ship was not destroyed, and the main force of the torch warriors was still on board. However, as time passed, the situation gradually eased. Wang Mengsong urgently redeployed forces, with the auxiliary army and interstellar warriors on board besieging and intercepting. They roughly divided the boarding blood sharks into 5 or 6 areas. But then again, it's hard to say if the blood sharks were forcibly divided into 5 or 6 squads, or if this was their original organizational state. Especially concerning is a blood shark squad, isolated, near the core engine room, which poses a particular worry. If they carry some high-energy bombs and detonate them in the core engine room, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Mengsong personally led a team to eliminate them. The scene before him, much like a carnage ground, made Wang Mengsong feel uneasy. He personally gathered 200 interstellar warriors, divided them into 2 teams, and specifically targeted the blood sharks that had already approached the core engine area of the Torch of Light. According to the current reports, the estimated number of blood sharks in this area was between 50 and 100. With a force of 200, they should have a clear numerical advantage. Led by Wang Mengsong himself, 100 warriors tailed the enemy from behind. The other 100 were stationed on the necessary path to the core engine chamber, blocking the enemy. When the blood sharks were blocked by the stationed 100 torch warriors, Wang Mengsong's team would arrive shortly after, and with a pincer attack from both sides, wouldn't they surely annihilate the enemy? Wang Mengsong didn't see this as a problem, especially since the group of blood sharks charged directly towards the target without any sign of turning, meaning they were bound to be ignited by the torches and burned clean. He was already thinking about how to gather more forces and extinguish several other places after dealing with this group of blood sharks. However, when he actually arrived at the scene, his thoughts were quickly brought back by the overwhelming stench of blood and the gruesome sight. Although the new era Torch's interstellar warriors had just started to move, the battle had already erupted. The mortal auxiliary army stationed throughout the ship were the first units to engage with the blood sharks. The mortal auxiliary army of the battle group is not weak, at least they have the level of the Star Realm army, being the direct descendants trained by the interstellar warriors, possibly even stronger, reaching the level of well-known Star Realm army. There are more elite ones, for instance. During the interstellar warriors training process, the elimination rate is very high. Those eliminated, as former candidates for interstellar warriors, even if they didn't meet the requirements for interstellar warriors, are outstanding figures among mortals, 1 in a million. Moreover, many of them were eliminated not due to a lack of excellence, but often because their genetic seed compatibility was insufficient upon testing, or they had aged out while waiting for the seeds. They would not go to waste and would join the ranks of the mortal auxiliary army. In wealthier groups, they would even be equipped with feedback-type power armors. Not quite reaching the level of interstellar warriors, but they can be considered top-tier in regular troops. The new era Torch naturally has such personnel reserves, and with the support of iron armor, the new era Torch is neither a wealthy group nor a poor group, and the elites among these auxiliary army are not poorly equipped. These troops are especially abundant on the Torch of Light during this period. These elites, even if unable to withstand the impact of the blood sharks, should at least cause some trouble and delay. But it seems the effect in this regard is not significant. Worse still, the scattered corpses, mixed with armor and gushing blood on the ground, made one's heart tremble. Wang Mengsong immediately recalled the features of the blood sharks mentioned in the documents. Seeing is believing. Anyone who sees it finds their heart trembling. He couldn't help but ask himself if his own battle group could achieve what the blood sharks did. They probably could, right? It's just that their own battle group wouldn't make the scene so unsightly like the blood sharks. The new era Torch, with bloodline inheritance from the Infinite Core, is known for being straightforward and orthodox with nothing peculiar, and they have always prided themselves on this, although their maternal group is now on their way to beat them. Because of the bloody scene he witnessed, many chaotic thoughts emerged in his mind. These thoughts were interrupted again by the intense gunfire, explosions, and even the loud and tragic cries of the interstellar warriors before their deaths coming from a bit further away, dragging him back to reality. The battle had already begun. The 100-man battalion in front, blocking the blood sharks, should have already engaged with that group of blood sharks. Originally, Wang Mengsong was full of confidence in this. Even if the men he led hadn't arrived, relying solely on the blocking troops in front, they should be able to defeat the enemy, or at least hold off the Blood Shark's assault. Even though the Blood Shark battle group, in their last appearance to the world, achieved remarkable combat results, forcing Wang Mengsong to admit that the single combat ability of the Blood Shark battle group might indeed be slightly stronger than their new era torch. But after all, this group of Blood Sharks was only about 50 to 100 men in scale. The new era torch blocking them also had 100 men, most likely outnumbering the enemy. Not winning, but holding them off for a longer time shouldn't be an issue, right? But now, he still felt quite confident. As for urging the team to speed up, it was definitely not because he was nervous. The accelerating new era torch members were feeling somewhat anxious internally. Based on the sounds, it wasn't clear who had the upper hand, but the battle was at least very fierce. They were eager to reach the battlefield and support their fighting brothers. However, haste makes waste. Their overly eager mindset had made their formation somewhat loose. This sowed the seeds of disaster. When they passed through a rather narrow corridor, very close to the battlefield, the partition walls on both sides suddenly exploded. The anxious new era torch did not manage to detect the situation in advance. Of course, as interstellar warriors, their reactions were still very quick. In the case of simple explosive traps with insufficient power, causing severe casualties to them was not very realistic. However, at the moment their formation became even more scattered due to the explosion. More than a dozen blood sharks silently rushed into them with the blast. These silent warriors wearing silver-gray chest armor, leg armor, and helmets, with dark gray shoulders and a streak of blood on their helmets, painted with blood-colored shark patterns, some held double axes, some held giant axes. Among them were power weapons and chainsaw weapons. They seemed to have a special preference for axes. Among the dozen or so, most carried axes. Only a few were equipped with power swords or weapons like long-handled halberds. They were undoubtedly masters of close combat, ruthless butchers. In an instant, they caused terrifying casualties, unleashing a bloodbath among the new era torch crowd. Wang Mengsong saw with his own eyes, amidst the chaos of his ambushed team, severed limbs flying in an instant, and he even saw 3 heads soar into the air. This scene filled him with pain and anger. A blood shark, after severing a new era torch's arm, continued with a barrage of attacks like a storm, striking the opponent's chest armor, leg armor, and helmet multiple times in moments, almost ensuring the opponent could no longer resist, fatally wounded even if not dead. Yet the blood shark showed no signs of stopping, seemingly unwilling to spare any mutilated parts from being chopped down. Enough! With a fierce shout, Wang Mengsong charged rapidly to the blood shark's back. The blood shark turned its head, scarlet eyes staring at the torch's battle group leader, its double axes unhesitatingly slashing towards him. As the battle group leader, Wang Mengsong's strength was naturally not lacking. He wielded a flaming long-handled war hammer. This was the sacred relic of the new era torch, a weapon that only the battle group leader could wield. Upon contact, the heavy force overwhelmed the blood shark warrior, knocking him off balance. The suddenly expanding flames engulfed the blood shark in the next moment. After a deafening explosion, the flames gradually dispersed. The blood shark lay on the ground, while the flaming long-handled war hammer was pulled out from his crushed chest. In his fury, Wang Mengsong didn't pause, immediately rushing towards the next blood shark, and after 3 or 4 moves, hammered the second one to the ground as well. Next came the third one. The remaining blood sharks were soon all slain. On the ground lay a total of 29 bodies, 12 of which were blood sharks, and the remaining 17 incompletely formed ones belonged to the new era torch warriors in brass and orange armor. Looking at this ratio, it seemed the difference was not great, but the new era torch was the side that suffered the explosion and ambush. However, the manpower gap between the two sides was tenfold. The attacking blood sharks were only 12 people in total. Although none survived, before all perishing, they managed to topple more new era torches than their own numbers, even with a battle group champion like Wang Mengsong in place. This was more than enough to demonstrate their formidable combat capabilities. Moreover, these blood sharks achieved their objective as well. They managed to stall Wang Mengsong's team for a considerable amount of time. Wang Mengsong understood this point too. Without time for lament, he left a few men to care for the wounded and led the remaining 70 towards the not-so-distant battlefield. When he arrived at the scene, he found that the situation was already quite dire. The number of blood sharks did not exceed expectations. Wang Mengsong took a glance and roughly assessed that there were about 60 blood sharks in total, with about 40 still alive. But unfortunately, there were originally 100 members of the New Era Torch tasked with blocking them, now only 60 remained. Despite having superior numbers, they still suffered a 2-to-1 exchange ratio. It was difficult for Wang Mengsong to articulate whether he should be shocked and furious at the enemy's strength, or resentful of his own people's incompetence. The disparity in capabilities between the two sides was indeed apparent. But what troubled him was not just this. He also saw a squad of blood sharks leaving the blockade line. They had already disrupted the lines of the torch squads blocking them, with their main forces holding back the New Era torches, yet still managed to send out a squad for another mission. What were they going to do? There is no doubt that they intended to bomb the core engine room. Wang Mengsong immediately gave orders, deploying personnel to pursue them. But 2 blood sharks tried to obstruct the pursuers. The torch leader roared in rage and charged up, killing the 2 blocking blood sharks at the cost of receiving an axe blow. There were 3 blood sharks going to destroy the engine room, while the chase team of the New Era Torch consisted of 10 people, including a company commander and 2 company champions. They should be able to stop them, right? There was no time for further thought as he was already personally involved in the battle. With him and his 60 men entering the battlefield, the advantage in numbers was even more apparent. Eventually, they still secured victory, at the cost of about 20 casualties, killing nearly 30 blood sharks. After the battle, Wang Mengsong removed his helmet. Gasping for breath, his head was covered in blood. Throughout the battle, he alone had killed a total of 9 blood sharks. However, he also paid a considerable price. His helmet was chopped apart, with 2 deep wounds exposing the skull, constantly bleeding. His left hand was somewhat limp, due to having to resist a slash with his elbow. The bone was severed, and only a layer of skin and armor kept the left arm from falling off, hanging to the side. Had Wang Mengsong not personally charged into the blood shark group, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Each blood shark exhibited formidable individual capabilities, and among those he killed, there were even 2 reaching company champion level, and even a company commander level existence. Even if he was not at the forefront, victory might still be attainable, but the losses on his side could have been more than 20, maybe another 10 more. But he could not yet attend to his injuries or the casualties of his troops. Anxiously, he called through the communicator, summoning the squad that went to stop the bombing of the engine room. He hoped for good news. However, on the other side of the communicator, there was silence. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Yet, since there was no explosion, perhaps they were just fighting hard, unable to connect. Boom! The violent explosion interrupted Wang Mengsong's thoughts. He, and the New Era torches around him, were all blown away. The core engine room exploded. Hitting the ground hard, it took Wang Mengsong over 10 seconds to struggle back up. What greeted his eyes was a sea of flames. The explosion of the core engine room did not directly destroy the Torch of Light, nor did it kill all of Wang Mengsong and his 100+ warriors. However, this did not mean the Torch of Light could survive. After the core engine was destroyed, the entire warship's power dropped to a terrifyingly low level, almost to the point of immobility. Simultaneously, as the energy output sharply plummeted, the ship's void shield also suddenly disappeared. Granted, the Torch of Light had multiple auxiliary power engines. If there were no combat pressure, it could slowly retreat or be towed by other ships back to the factory for repairs, potentially saving it. But now, there was no chance for that. The Blood Shark fleet, originally focused on attacking the Flame of Triumph, suddenly turned their cannons towards the Torch of Light. Strike while the iron is hot, bring it down, it must be blown up. The Alliance ships also followed suit, changing targets to open fire. Ultimately, a ship equivalent to a battleship's level, the flagship of a battle group, the Torch of Light battle barge, exploded into a heap of space debris. Meanwhile, the Flame of Triumph also withdrew. This battle was no longer winnable. The abruptly appearing Blood Shark battle group was too fierce. Without even considering another boarding assault, even in naval combat, missing a battle barge, the scales of victory were no longer tipped in their favor. Politos decisively chose to retreat. Retreating while fighting, he somehow managed to hold on until rendezvousing with the battleship completing warp and arriving in this star system. The Alliance fleet and the Blood Shark fleet did not continue pursuit. However, Politos could sense a heavy scent of blood hanging close by his fleet. The man-eating sharks, who had smelled the scent, showed no intention of leaving. The threat facing the Fury fleet was far from being resolved. Wang Mengsong lay in the medical room, staring at the ceiling, allowing the pharmacist to work on his severed arm without uttering a word. "Commander, the examination is complete," the pharmacist said, standing up. "Although your arm has been successfully reattached, the injuries will inevitably have some effect. It is estimated that flexibility will decrease by 8% and strength by 6%. Wang Mengsong remained silent. The left arm was severed and then reattached. Even with advanced technology and the powerful regenerative abilities of the interstellar warrior, it could never quite compare to the original configuration. But what can be done about it? Just make do with it for now. If it really doesn't work, then learning from some groups that prefer it, completely transforming the left arm into a mechanical prosthesis is also not impossible. The related surgeries are quite mature as well." He wasn't overly concerned about the condition of his left hand. What he couldn't stop thinking about, however, was the battle from 5 days ago. Even though 5 days had passed, the scene of the blood sharks slaughtering his battle brothers, the ground littered with blood and severed limbs, persisted in his mind. What left an even deeper impression was witnessing the torchlight being blown to pieces and becoming a pile of space debris. He witnessed that scene from the small ship on the combat shuttle used to evacuate the battle. His heart was in agony. After the engine hub was destroyed, Wang Mengsong fully realized a fact: although the ship didn't disintegrate immediately, it wouldn't survive in a combat environment either. He had to make a painful decision: abandon the ship and evacuate. The destruction of the torchlight was a foregone conclusion. The people on board should not be buried with it. As for ordinary crew members, it was still acceptable. However, the entire ship was home to 400 new generation Torch interstellar warriors, which was a full one-third of the battle group. If it's possible to evacuate, then by all means, evacuate. Time was tight, and the number of ships available for evacuation was also limited. More importantly, as a giant ship, the combat shuttle had multiple layers extending several tens of kilometers, resembling a complex beehive. Initially, the new generation Torch warriors were fiercely entangled with the blood sharks, and now they were suddenly told to evacuate, which was not easy. However, it seemed those blood sharks had no intention of continuing the skirmish either. Their mission was complete, and they needed to evacuate. When neither side had the intention to continue fighting, although some red-eyed fighters continued their deadly combat, the large-scale substantial battle had already ended. The arrival of the blood sharks utilized a special teleportation technology that the Empire regarded as lost, and their evacuation used the same method. But the new generation Torch could only take ships. In the end, only 188 of the 400 new generation Torch warriors managed to evacuate their flagship. Not even half of the total number. The majority of the remaining more than half perished in the confrontation with the blood sharks, and a few were delayed by the combat and couldn't make it to the evacuation ships, ending up having to accompany tens of thousands of crew members and auxiliary army to become martyrs with this massive combat shuttle. On the escape ship, after verifying identity, Wang Mengsong led the survivors to land on the Triumph of Fire and met Adler Politos. The commander of the Fury Flame was too busy to say much. With the loss of the torchlight, the situation had turned extremely dire. Politos was busy issuing orders one by one, reviewing reports and documents sent to him, and making replies and instructions. The fleet continued to retreat, regrouping with the Retribution-class battleship, Starfire Wings, that warped in, temporarily fending off the Blood Shark's siege, and then initiating a warp to retreat. At this moment, Fury Fleet had just departed from the warp state, having entered real space not long ago. After entering the Triumph of Fire, Wang Mengsong only had a brief encounter with Politos, without time for much interaction, and then lay down in the medical room to treat his severed arm, until today. He had been pondering the battle, up until today. And not just a battle, but also pondering the future direction of the battle group's fate, feeling lost. Since relocating to the Spiderweb domain, the battle group had been flourishing. Initially destitute, after a century of development, according to the Star Warrior Codex, the new generation Torch's strength was fairly standard. The warriors were at full strength, even slightly exceeding by 200. He saw no problem with this. It's normal for a battle group to have a reserve of 200 ready to supplement regular losses, isn't it? The battle group's needed equipment was fully equipped, the fleet was fully built, and 20 years ago, the Torchlight combat shuttle was completed. For a battle group with such a short history, it seemed to be on the right track. With such strength, naturally, they wanted to strive for a more distant future. After careful consideration, between the Empire and the iron armor, he sided with the iron armor. To this day, he had no regrets. However, now that the battle group suffered heavy losses, he was unsure about what the future held. While ruminating, a torch warrior entered with a communicator in hand. "It's Commander Politos," he said. Wang Mengsong nodded slightly, took the communicator, and placed it to his ear. "It's me, Wang Mengsong," he said. "Commander Wang, from now on, the new generation torch needs to follow my orders more clearly. All levels of units, all levels of personnel, will directly follow my commands. Do you have any objections?" Adler Politos was direct and straightforward, without beating around the bush. Wang Mengsong was silent for a moment before replying, "All right, I have no objections." This was anticipated, and he couldn't prevent it. After all, Politos was the overall leader of the Southern Front, and now that the new generation torch was in dire straits, living on his flagship, what else could he say? Moreover, from the overall perspective, it's not the time for internal strife. Under immense pressure, unity is essential. As for whether Politos would use the new generation torch as cannon fodder later, probably not. If it really came to that, he wouldn't be without the power to resist. As a battle group leader, he's just had his arms severed and reattached, not dead yet. However, Politos seemed a bit surprised by his straightforwardness, not speaking immediately. After a moment, Politos said, "Then let's leave it at that. You rest first." "Hold on," Wang Mengsong said. "What's the plan going forward? The blood sharks won't give up, they'll relentlessly pursue us?" Politos thought for a moment and then provided Wang Mengsong with a brief explanation of his plan. Jiyu Hang put down the latest battle report he was holding and said with a smile, "Are they coming for us? Obviously not. They're hoping that the Alfonso religion can save them." The Blood Shark battle group suddenly appeared at the rear flank of the Proud Claw Cosmos, rescuing the 3 Alliance battleship cruisers at a critical moment. This was actually not an accident or coincidence but was within Jiyu Hang's expectations. Just like 130 years ago, when the Great Purple Flower Rebellion occurred, the Blood Shark battle group emerged from the darkness. They have come again this time. Upon hearing about a rebellion occurring in a familiar place, involving familiar people, how could the Blood Shark resist joining the fray? After all, they still had a score to settle with the Iron Armor battle group. Since the Iron Armor battle group had rebelled, wouldn't it be perfect to fight for the Empire, to be loyal to the Emperor while resolving old grudges? They appeared from the dark outer domain, showing up in the Menga star domain of the Eastern Cosmos domain. According to their original intention, they planned to directly enter the core control area of Iron Fury Stone for combat. They had no intention of engaging in a frontal battle with the Iron Armor battle group, for they had learned over 100 years ago what the Iron Armor battle group was like. In a direct battle, the Blood Shark, lacking enough supply even in abundance, would not withstand the prolonged consumption of a protracted fight. Going to the front battlefield, the assistance they could render was limited, and they couldn't fully utilize their expertise. If they could directly enter the core control area of the Iron Armor battle group, they could use the excellent mobility of their fleet and their adept rapid assault style to create chaos in Iron Armor's base through plundering and striking the enemy's rear. In doing so, the help they could provide to the main battlefield might be much greater than joining the direct frontline battle to fill the lines. However, navigating the dark outer domain is not easy, and most human ships dare not enter that vast space hiding unknown riches. Though there might be precious treasures to find, there's a higher chance of no return. Only a few skilled in external exploration, such as some merchant wanderers with exploration commands, dare risk such perilous outer domain navigation. The Blood Shark battle group is a typical group with very rich experience in outer domain navigation. After all, they've been in this business for thousands of years. However, no matter how rich the experience, the risk in outer domain navigation is real. Even with their rich experiences, they strayed off course through several star domains and ended up in the Menga star domain. Of course, generally speaking, this was not a big issue. They could completely operate covertly, using lost technology acquired from outer explorations to keep their fleet invisible as they head north along the star map until they reach the spiderweb domain, where they could start working. And that's exactly what they did. However, in the Menga star domain, their star language tower intercepted some intelligence related to the frontline battlefield. The encrypted star language communication of the Alliance military is not that easy to eavesdrop on, but they could intercept bits and pieces of communication between some commercial ships and civilian vessels. They developed some interest in this alliance. Could the Blood Sharks operate independently without engaging with anyone else? Of course, they could, and they were quite skilled at fighting that way. After all, in the dark outer domain where even the Star Realm tunnel is not connected, where would they find allies? Haven't they always fought alone? However, in the usual outer domain environment, their opponents are often isolated enemies. Upon returning to the Imperial territory, facing a colossus like the Iron Armor battle group, it's better not to be so isolated. The Blood Sharks battle group leader thought for a moment and decided to establish some tacit understanding and contact with the Alliance. At the very least, could you provide us with some supplies and support? After all, we are fighting against a common target. Once the information was connected, the various levels of the Alliance quickly realized the significance of this matter. They may not know how valuable the Blood Shark battle group was, but their involvement with the interstellar warriors was undeniable. The information decision level quickly escalated, soon reaching Ji Hang. At that moment, the three battle cruisers Fei, Fury Falcon, and Coralia were being ambushed and pursued. Ji Hang directly agreed to the Blood Sharks' request for supplies and resources, generously allocating a substantial amount of resources to the Blood Shark. Building on this foundation, he directly requested the Blood Shark to help resolve the pursuit problem facing the three battle cruisers. Without Blood Shark's involvement, Ji Hang was already prepared to suffer heavy losses. He had ordered Bai Qifan to return with the ships as far as possible to the heavily fortified planet Shangdong Star, holding out for as long as possible until his team returned. But the appearance of the Blood Shark settled this issue. The Blood Shark battle group did not refuse Ji Hang's request and even executed it quite beautifully. On the entire southern front, the Alliance was confronting the coalition of the Fury Flame battle group and the New World Torch battle group. In the previous battle, the unexpected emergence of the Blood Shark battle group basically incapacitated the New World Torch battle group. The loss of a combat barge like the Light of the Torch was, of course, the heaviest. Furthermore, the destroyed cruiser-class ships each carried varying numbers of interstellar warriors, sometimes a dozen, sometimes several tens. This loss, combined with those killed on the Light of the Torch, although Ji Hang hadn't received specific statistics, was not estimated to be less than 300. The figure wasn't far from the actual situation. Ji Hang was very pleased with this. He had heard of the Blood Shark battle group's previous notorious acts, not thinking much of mortals, something the Alliance found a bit unacceptable. After all, the Alliance was a political entity where ordinary people held power. Ji Hang himself was a mortal too. Simultaneously, Ji Hang harbored concerns about the Blood Sharks' blood tax and grade tax traditions. They come to fight for me, and I'm grateful. They need compensation, which I understand and am willing to pay. But the Blood Sharks' tradition states that the amount is non-negotiable, and the method of collection is for them to decide. However, focused on the goal of rescuing the three battle cruisers, Ji Hang couldn't afford to be concerned over such matters at the time. But afterward, the Blood Sharks turned out to be surprisingly agreeable. In his exchanges with the battle group leader named Yirma Yuyan, Ji Hang still sensed the other party's reluctance to speak more than necessary. Ji Hang set his sights on the Blood Shark. Even though he knew, turning the Blood Shark into something like the Phoenix was quite unrealistic. The situation with the Phoenix back then was no different from a complete annihilation, so that was easy enough. Now, while the Blood Shark may be poor, their long-term operations in the dark outer domain have yielded them a wealth of precious relic technology, making them quite affluent in that regard. They just can't bear to sell those treasures. Moreover, they are fully staffed, with 600 to 700 members, and their individual combat capabilities are exceptionally strong, almost ranking as the best among conventional legions. It was impossible to make them an integral part of the Alliance like the Phoenix. However, just like many starfighter battle groups with various forces supporting them, the Alliance could also become a supporter of the Blood Shark. There are hierarchies within this type of relationship. At a basic level, it's merely a trading relationship. A bit closer and it could elevate to an employment relationship. Even closer could lead to stable partnerships. Regardless of which level they reach, Ji Hang was willing to accept it. Even just a trading relationship would be fine, as the valuable items Blood Shark secured from aliens and lost worlds in the dark outer domain could be bought. There were two primary concerns in this matter. The first was the relationship between Blood Shark and Phoenix. But after a moment's thought, Ji Hang decided not to worry too much. Firstly, the past grievances between these two groups were not as significant as imagined. Certainly, some from Phoenix had died at the hands of Blood Shark. Yet, Blood Shark's role was simply that of a mercenary, a sword. The real enemy was still the Ironclad. The sword would naturally still bear some hatred, but it wasn't so severe. Besides, the Phoenix of today is not the same as it was, right? Not only have all current members been entirely replaced, but the present group has integrated deeply with the Alliance. Even if there are displeasures, Ji Hang has the confidence to soothe them. As for any future disagreements, that would be normal. Less interaction and cooperation would be the solution. In contrast, the second concern was more troublesome. Blood Shark's traditions of blood tax and grade tax. If they insisted on maintaining their past traditions, it might stir trouble even for current collaborations, let alone future ones. However, communication between Ji Hang and Yirma Yuyin was considered normal. The person was just a bit taciturn, that's all. Later, upon investigation, it turned out they had changed their battle group leader. 100 years ago, during the Great Rebellion of the Purple Hibiscus, their leader was named Salinas. Changing the battle group leader usually means the previous one died in battle. Given Blood Shark's activities in the outer domain's perilous conditions, it's not strange for them to change their leader within a century. They probably didn't just change one either. With changes in leadership, while keeping the overall style and culture of the group intact, slight differences in details are normal. 130 years ago, they suffered due to this aspect. Initially allies fighting side by side, but ended up becoming enemies with Ironclad because of the blood tax and grade tax. While the animosity might remain unchanged, they might have reconsidered their past actions over these 100 years, realizing some decisions were hasty and resolving to avoid similar mistakes in the future. In any case, for whatever reason, the current Blood Shark is open to negotiation regarding blood tax and grade tax. That's excellent. Ji Hang believes both sides had excellent conditions for cooperation. Regarding the so-called grade tax, that is, regular supplies, there is no doubt for the Alliance. Controlling 2-star domains. With over 1,000 worlds and strong domestic industrial capabilities, the Alliance can provide all the resources Blood Shark needs. Be it various armors, weapons, regular supplies, or different vehicles, the Alliance has them all and can manufacture them. There are plenty available. Even if it's starships needed, while the Alliance might not be able to produce combat barges, manufacturing strike cruisers poses no problem. Although expensive, it depends on whether Blood Shark can achieve enough merits to exchange for these things. As for the blood tax, that's even simpler. Don't they just need people? The Alliance can directly provide manpower, even trained mortal troops, to enter Blood Shark and become the Blood Shark's mortal auxiliary army. If Blood Shark wants them, Ji Hang would happily provide them. Even political commissars would be assigned to them. On the other hand, the larger meaning of blood tax lies in recruiting new soldiers for the battle group. This is right where Ji Hang is skilled. The Phoenix inherits the bloodline from the Phoenix Legion, which requires a high compatibility genetic seed, and the Phoenix's subgroup has always been small in number, unlike Infinite Core, Punisher Legion, or Golden Knight Legion, which have flourishing numbers. But even so, Ji Hang could significantly increase implantation success rates through almost cheat-like selection of the best candidates via the Army badge system. The Blood Shark battle group's bloodline was unclear, said to originate from a subgroup of the Bat Legion, which also has a small population. But precisely because of this, choosing candidates had to be more careful, or a single failure would waste a seed. For Ji Hang, genetic seeds were no longer considered valuable. Instead, interstellar warrior slots were more concerning for him. Yet for any regular battle group, genetic seeds are still precious materials crucial to their survival. If Ji Hang could consistently provide the best candidates, with the high success rate of implantation surgeries, despite Blood Shark's other considerations, it would be hard for them to resist the temptation of rapidly increasing their group's numbers. As for these candidates who grew up under the Alliance's system, having received the Alliance's education, even attending places like the Loyal Air Academy, what of it? It's merely about one's early life. For interstellar warriors, with their infinite lifespan, the memories of their mortal phase become compressed and ultimately replaced by the group's culture. Regarding Ji Hang's evaluation of this, he would say, exactly like this, by this calculation, Ji Hang indeed had a series of methods, whether long-term or quickly effective, to eventually lure Blood Shark aboard. However, plotting against the Blood Shark was a gradual endeavor. There was no need to rush for the moment, as they had already accepted Ji Hang's role as Southern Theater Command General, acknowledging that military operations in this area would require them to follow Ji Hang's orders to a certain degree. From this perspective, Blood Shark still showed loyalty to the Empire, willing to comply with its system. Now, they were also pursuing the Fury Fleet as per Ji Hang's instructions, continuously driving them toward Hyang 8. Meanwhile, the main fleet led by Ji Hang awaited them there. In anticipation of the Alfonso sect's reaction, when the Alliance showed signs of approaching Hector 8, the Alfonso sect's communications had already been established with the Alliance. To be honest, the Alliance and the Alfonso sect had always maintained contact. The Alliance had dispatched numerous diplomatic envoys to various places, including Iron Rage Rock, and Alfonso was no exception. However, until now, the interactions between the two sides have been mundane, never touching upon important, useful, or core matters. There wasn't much to discuss between the two sides anyway. Things changed when the Alliance began its offensive in the Proud Claw Cosmos, and the Alfonso sect's summoning of the Alliance ambassador became more frequent. Now, as the Alliance approached Hector 8, a principal sage of the Alfonso sect had even boarded a small vessel and blocked the path of the Alliance fleet. This principal sage, named Todd Bowelson, claimed he could represent the Alfonso sect in all matters within the Proud Claw Cosmos and expressed a sincere desire for an in-depth dialogue with the Alliance to resolve the conflict there. He spoke eloquently, and Ji Hang, considering his counterpart's status as a principal sage, an undoubtedly high-ranking member of the Alfonso sect, decided to grant him some face. However, stopping the Alliance fleet on his own was out of the question. Negotiations could happen while the fleet proceeded towards Hector 8. In fact, after Sage Bowelson boarded the Alliance vessel, he never got to see Ji Hang. He was always communicating with an Alliance diplomat. Bowelson kept emphasizing that the Alfonso sect and the Iron Armor Battle Group were not allies. The Alfonso sect always stood firm under the great banner of the God of all machines. The Alfonso sect and the Alliance were by no means adversaries. The Alliance did not oppose these statements. They didn't even bother to present the so-called evidence of the Alfonso sect's collusion with Iron Rage Rock before Bowelson. There was no point. Bowelson could claim them to be falsehoods with open eyes. Arguing right or wrong was meaningless. If you say you're loyal, then demonstrate genuine loyalty. The Alliance laid out the conditions clearly. Hector 8 must fully comply with the Alliance's arrangements. The armed forces on Hector 8 must be gathered to accept Alliance command and participate in this war. The ships remaining on Hector 8 bearing the Alfonso sect's insignia must all be conscripted into the Alliance fleet and follow orders. If these conditions were met, the Alliance would consider you loyal and acknowledge the Alfonso sect as an ally, comrades standing together on the anti-iron armor front. When it came to this, Bowelson hesitated. He could only emphasize that Hector 8 also needed defense arrangements, the core interests of the Alfonso sect, which lie beyond the Princess Star Domain and the Alfonso Star Domain, where over 400 worlds are swarming with Iron Armor Battle Group's auxiliary corps and naval stations, have the entire sect under threat of having an iron blade to their throat, wanting to slay the enemy but powerless to act. As the discussions dragged on, the Alliance lowered their demands. The Alliance even offered to accept that the Alfonso sect could withdraw all military forces from Hector 8 and relocate the fleet docked at the starport. The Alliance just wanted this planet to ensure that when they announced the full conquest of the Proud Claw Cosmos later, and needed to fortify against an enemy invasion from the south of Thistle Muster Starfield, there wouldn't be a massive explosion behind them. These were already quite sincere conditions. However, Bowelson kept evading the subject. He prattled about how Hector 8 was the Knight's homeland. The so-called armed forces, essentially the Knight Order, were actually local natives. How could the sect force their loyal followers, namely the Alfonso III Knight Order, or the Hyang Knights group, to relocate from their homeland? But for the Alliance, if it came to this point and they still didn't agree, then there would be war. The Alliance was resolute in capturing Hector 8. Bowelson, cornered, even resorted to threats. Do you really want to force the Alfonso sect into rebellion? Can your so-called alliance truly bear the responsibility for this? Upon hearing this, Ji Hang simply chuckled and had an alliance receptionist respond to Bowelson. Loyalty to the Divine Emperor is unconditional. Whether the Alfonso sect rebels or not is not for me or anyone else to decide, it is a matter of fact. After relaying Mr. Gu's opinion, the alliance diplomat reiterated the alliance's unwavering bottom line. Hector 8 must be relinquished by Alfonso. Bowelson couldn't agree and claimed he would leave to consult with the Hyang Knights group on Hector 8. The alliance didn't let him go. The Star language facility was on board, allowing him to communicate as needed. The next day, a servant discovered Sage Bowelson, dead, in his room. However, upon dismantling the body, it was found to be a completely mechanized dummy. Bowelson had never personally been there from the beginning, having prepared in advance. Even the ship carrying the dummy body, seized by the Alliance, contained no trace of Bowelson. According to Alliance technicians and advisors from the Mingyang sect who assisted in dissecting the corpse, it was concluded that Bowelson's real body might not even be in this star system. The dominant bishop from the Mingyang sect excitedly speculated that this was technology allowing one to control a mechanical body from an unknown number of light years away, an anomalous lost technology, and formally requested the Alliance. Subsequently, if they officially went to war with the Alfonso sect, all the equipment seized from the Alfonso sect, the captured personnel, and the acquired technology should be handed over to the Mingyang sect. The Mingyang sect wouldn't take them for free. Aren't we allies? All of these can be monetarily compensated. The technology analyzed by the Mingyang sect, if mass-producible, could provide products for the Alliance's use. This was the typical cooperation model between the sect of mechanics and other forces. Previously, the Mingyang sect wasn't keen on engaging in such collaborations with the Alliance. Frankly, they looked down on the Alliance a bit. However, ever since the Alliance produced the black box, things were different. The sect of mechanics is very pragmatic. When there's nothing to gain, they don't want to intervene. But when there's a benefit, they act greedily, rushing forward to get a share. And for the sect of mechanics, the biggest benefit is naturally technology. Especially technology from other sects. The relationships between different factions within the sect of mechanics aren't necessarily close. Sometimes, heretics can be more detestable than infidels. However, heretical technology is still very tempting. But at this stage, the Mingyang sect mostly just talks. When it comes to actual combat, they're still a bit hesitant and are only willing to deploy a small portion of their forces. After all, they haven't fully recovered from the Greenskins' disaster. The Titan Legion and the Protection Army might already have decent combat power, but the main problem is that the mechanical sect fleet isn't ready. The starship production capacity on Jindy Star has all been allocated to the Alliance, and they haven't accumulated many ships themselves. Moreover, although they've become more cooperative with the Alliance, they are still skeptical about whether the Alliance can truly defeat the ironclad forces and the Protection Army of such a powerful sect as Alfonso head-on. Despite the Alliance's current sweeping momentum, who knows what the situation will be like once the main forces arrive. Of course, Ji Hang wasn't impressed with the Mingyang sect's combat power either. The navy of the Mingyang sect is currently a mess and hasn't recovered yet. As for ground forces, the Protection Army and the Titan Legion are decent, but the Alliance doesn't lack ground forces. Honestly, focusing on production in the rear is a great contribution. If they truly achieve some victories, consideration can be given to leaving them a bit of the spoils. Borson's visit was just a minor episode and didn't disrupt the Alliance's marching pace. When the Fury fleet was forced by the Blood Shark fleet and 3 allied battle cruisers to act cautiously and made its way to Huyang 8, the main fleet of the Alliance had also arrived at the Huyang 8 star system. Upon arrival, the Alliance arrested those industrial ships mining in the surrounding asteroid belt on the spot. Subsequently, they quickly detained any Alfonso's ships operating outside the planet, and those that couldn't be detained were all cornered into Huyang VII's planetary orbit. Immediately after, the Alliance issued an ultimatum to Huyang 8. The terms were the same as those discussed with Todd Bowelson, the principal sage. Complete surrender. Following this, the Alliance would open a passageway, allowing the so-called Knight families on the ground to leave Huyang 8 with their equipment and a certain number of retainers, using a limited number of ships. The Alliance's stance was quite clear. The military operations targeting Huyang 8 were not intended to diminish the living forces, and the Alliance could, as Alfonso wished, temporarily not consider them as enemies. However, this planet must be vacated. The final deadline given by the Alliance was 3 days. And on the third day, Huyang 8 responded. They agreed to the Alliance's demands. However, they hoped the Alliance could grant them a bit more time. After all, countless knights scattered across the planet need to gather. Everyone has their possessions to move. Considering it involves an entire planet, so many people, and so much material, all must be transported via a few space elevators or a limited number of shuttle ferries. The time required is extensive. We can't agree today and ask us to leave by tomorrow, can we? That's not realistic. The Alliance fully understood this point and agreed to allow more time. Would 1 month be acceptable? The Surface quickly responded. No, could it be a bit longer? The Alliance generously doubled the time and thoughtfully suggested that in case moving was inconvenient, the Alliance could assist. For example, the Alliance could deploy a large number of troops to the surface immediately to assist the Knight families in moving. There's no need for the Knights to assemble, and the Alliance could also send transport ships into the planet's atmosphere to help with transportation. Furthermore, Alliance engineers could enter Huyang VII's starport to optimize the efficiency of the space elevator and help construct 1 or 2 temporary new space elevators. This proposal was once again refused by the ground. They proposed a new suggestion. There's no need to help with the relocation, and the starport cannot be taken over. They requested the Alliance to grant them 3 months, by which time they could resolve the issue themselves and hand over such a clean Huyang aid to the Alliance. Sounds nice. But, upon hearing the news, Yelicia immediately sought out Ji Yuhang. They're treating us like fools. The Admiral bluntly pointed out the issue. They have no sincerity, they're just stalling for time. It's possible that Alfonso's main fleet is already near Wenqi Star. She referred to Wenqi Star as a planet near the tunnel connecting the Alfonso star domain and Proudclaw cosmos, closer to the Alfonso side. Ji Yuhang let out a chuckle. I agree with your assessment. He gazed at the beautiful distant planet and said, so, we should take some action as well. Sage. The Alliance is attacking our starport without any warning. Got it, I can see that. On the rooftop, Borson, cloaked entirely in a red and black robe, lifted his head and looked at the starry sky. His body seemed hunched like an old man, yet compared to the soldier who came to report, he was vast like a small mountain. This is his real body, hidden beneath the red and black robe, a mechanical body that has long been transformed beyond recognition. At this moment, his scarlet eyes gazing up at the stars, were, of course, also modified. He didn't need any device to directly observe the current battle situation near Earth's orbit. The Alliance's attack came too suddenly. Just as the Alliance guessed, they were indeed buying time. Promising to relocate was purely to fool the Alliance. Of course, they also considered the possibility that the Alliance might not be deceived. Whether on the planet or the orbital starports and space stations, they maintained a loose exterior but tight interior, always ready for the Alliance to strike directly at any moment. However, the speed of this face slap was really a bit too fast. A moment ago, the Alliance's fleet was still at the periphery, quietly staying outside the range of the orbital defenses, just like the past few days. The next moment, all the ships suddenly started to move at full speed, rushing towards the orbital system. The orbital defense system of Huyang 8 was not bad, with a star fortress and a fortified starport. They had to pay a heavy price if they really wanted to attack forcefully. However, the star fortress and the starport could not fire immediately to stop the Alliance's ships. They were boarded. Through teleportation technology, the Phoenix jumped directly to these 2 places. The Alliance's teleportation technology truly exasperated Borson.
Normally, psychic teleportation needs a coordinate. For short distances, tens or hundreds of kilometers, it's fine, direct teleportation is not a big deal. But in interstellar warfare, teleporting thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers is a different story.
For such long-distance teleportation, ships usually need to shoot torpedoes carrying teleportation coordinates to the target location. Since it only needs to hit the target and not cause damage, teleportation torpedoes can be made particularly small, hard to intercept. But there still needed to be something of the sort. However, the Alliance's teleportation shamelessly needed none of these. A tear opened directly in the real world, and then the red armored Phoenix emerged from it. To achieve this, there are two ways. Either there is some advanced teleportation device that could skip this stage. Some rare devices, unearthed through archaeology, that cannot be mass-produced, can do it. It is said that the blood shark has this method. The other way is if the hosting psychic has a special talent, and their psychic strength is particularly high. Which type is the Alliance? Borson was pondering carefully. He didn't think about how the battle would go, that wasn't his concern. Starports and star fortresses were heavily guarded. The elite knights of the Hyang Knights group were present, with the strong support of Alfonso, a powerful faction within the sect of mechanics. The Hyang Knights group was not just a bunch of small junk pretending to be sentinel mechas. Those piloting sentinel mechas were all just squires, utterly unworthy of the knight title. Above the sentinel mechas, there were even the squire mechas, much smaller than conventional knight mechas but only a little smaller than the interstellar warriors' dreadnought mechs. Ranger knights were the main force, and there were quite a few. Above the rangers, there were vengeance class and dominator class, even higher level knights. These big guys are genuinely heavy units, yet because they are humanoid, unlike tank-like heavy armored vehicles that can't enter many complex terrains, they can maneuver in any terrain unless it's extremely tight. In Hyang VII's starports and star fortresses, designed to defend the Night World's homeland, many key places were built large, allowing night mechas to maneuver within. Even for interstellar warriors, dealing with them wouldn't be easy. Perhaps the Phoenix, using the Alliance's special teleportation methods, had thrown the Star Fortress and the starport into momentary chaos. But Borson believed that the number of interstellar warriors who could be teleported over was limited, right? Could just interstellar warriors wipe out all the knights stationed there? He didn't think so, not to mention that the surface had already reacted, and reinforcements were on the way. As long as Phoenix couldn't instantly eliminate the knights stationed in the Star Fortress and starport, then the reinforcements would keep coming. Borson continued to contemplate how the Alliance's teleportation methods were achieved, and calculate whether there were suitable countermeasures. The subsequent engagements with the Alliance were likely to be frequent. If a proper method isn't found, those interstellar warriors who could board quickly, safely, and unnoticed really are a difficult bunch. The sect of mechanics also has some powerful elite units to counter them, like knights, or the armed priesthood battalion comprised of members from the sect above the level of mechanical priests. After all, if a mechanical priest puts in the effort to extensively modify his body, given his technical skills and the resources at his disposal, he can be highly formidable in battle. It would be best if the technological source could be cut off. During his thoughts, the scene before him interrupted his thinking. Above him, Hyang VII's only star fortress exploded into a massive fireball in midair. The star fortress was destroyed. This was indeed a bit beyond Borson's expectations. His mechanical brain began to quickly calculate and simulate the potential outcomes of the war. From beneath his robe, a neural link extended and connected to a device in front of him. Without verbal instruction, commands converted into electric signals transmitted everywhere. Multiple ground-based orbital cannon batteries were also directly linked by him, his powerful computation ability directly controlling at least 100 cannons, launching an attack into the sky. With the blessing of this seasoned principal sage, the artillery seemed to come alive, significantly increasing in accuracy and coordination. The Star Fortress had already been destroyed, the remaining starport must be preserved. Under his efforts, the suddenly enhanced ground firepower inflicted greater damage on the Alliance. The loss of small ships aside, at least 3 cruisers had their void shields shattered and even the hulls damaged within this short time, forcing them to leave the orbital system and withdraw from the battle. However, originally calculated to resist the Alliance's fierce assault for more than 2 days, the starport lost its void shield protection in only the 3rd hour. That was evidently turned off from the inside. The starport, after losing protection, would be destroyed in at most 2 more hours. Borson's mechanical brain paused for a moment again. What to do about this? If it could hold for 2 days, then with the combined ground firepower, the cost for the Alliance would become significant, possibly even losing 2 battle cruisers or a battleship here. If the Alliance didn't want to incur such losses, they would have to withdraw, preserving the orbital defense system of Hyang 8. Trading the orbital system for a battleship would be profitable. Moreover, subsequent ground battles would drag the Alliance into a quagmire. But as it stands now, there's no way around it. Of course, Borson didn't seize his control over the ground-based orbital cannon. He invested more computational power to optimize trajectory calculations as much as possible. The time to give up hadn't come yet. Nevertheless, the Alliance retreated. Days later, the Alliance returned aggressively. This time, they destroyed all the space stations in orbit. Among the ships orbiting, those that couldn't land or couldn't make it in time, half were destroyed, and the other half were boarded, their control seized from within, becoming the Alliance's spoils. Afterward, the Alliance no longer deployed forces to the ground. Hyang 8, although not lost yet, lost all its orbital systems and ships, and so the Alliance could now leave grandiosely. This planet no longer had any capability for active assault. Borson remained silent. He truly didn't understand how his starport and star fortress were lost. Even if the Phoenix battle group emerged in full force, could 1,000 interstellar warriors, in just a few hours, break through the defenses of the knights stationed at starport and star fortress and turn off the void shields? Why could they? Even the Iron Armor battle group couldn't achieve that, could they? It would at least require 2,000, or even 3,000 interstellar warriors to accomplish this, wouldn't it? Borson was baffled. 1,000 interstellar warriors, trying to break through the Hyang Knights guarding the starport on Hyang 8 and the Star Fortress, and swiftly capture key areas, is indeed very challenging. But in reality, not even 1,000 interstellar warriors have taken action. The Phoenix has not launched a full-scale assault. After all, over on Bai Qifan's side with the detachment of 3 battle cruisers, there are still 300 Phoenix. And among the 700 Phoenix with Jiyu Hang, 200 remained on the ship and didn't perform a jump assault. Only 500 Phoenix actually went up to fight. However, among these 500 Phoenix, everyone is equivalent to the level of a sergeant major or higher elite, with half reaching the level of company champions. This cannot be viewed at the conventional regiment level. Especially among them, there are 120 company champions equipped with iron cavalry Terminator-powered armor, and 19 dreadnought mechs. These dreadnought mechs, each in size, may be just a bit smaller than the Ranger-type knight. Yet in terms of power, firepower, and armor, they are even superior. Moreover, to make up for the lack of numbers, among the forces performing the jump assault, there are quite a few additional personnel. Battle Nuns and the Alliance National Knights Regiment. The Battle Nuns, clad in the regular, servant god, power armor, in combat prowess, are not much different from the Alliance's Glory Guards. Perhaps slightly stronger, but actually limited. After all, the hardware conditions of both sides are similar. The power armor is all servant god type, unless the Glory Guards use the commander type, which might be a bit weaker. The warriors themselves, whether Battle Nuns or Glory Guards, have not transcended the level of mortals. It's true that Battle Nuns undergo rigorous training within the Sisterhood from a young age, but the Alliance's Glory Guards, too, are trained by the Army badge system, being those eliminated during the process of selecting interstellar warriors, and they aren't lacking in training. The distinction lies really in the fact that Battle Nuns, in their upbringing, are constantly engaged in learning the Emperor's scriptures, with daily prayers being essential. Faith is a source of power. These female warriors, who call themselves daughters of the Emperor, indeed possess some kind of supernatural power. In the eyes of a top psychic like Jiyu Hang, they have a mysterious force from subspace surrounding them at all times. They cannot actively utilize this power to form psychic spells like a psychic could. However, this power firmly resides within the Battle Nuns. The blessing from the Divine Emperor not only directly enhances the Battle Nun's strength, agility, mental resolve, and other basic attributes, but also provides at least 2 traits. Makes the Battle Nuns' luck better, harder to be hit, and easier to hit the opponent. Allows the Battle Nuns to passively expel any psychic energy around them that they deny, resulting in suppression in their vicinity. Considering all this, the Battle Nuns are indeed much stronger than the purely mortal Glory Guards lacking any extraordinary traits. On the unit of the most ordinary interstellar warrior, 10 glory guards combined might defeat one ordinary interstellar warrior. As for battle nuns, perhaps 6 or 7 of them could defeat one. Not to mention, Ji Yuhang previously acquired a piece of technology, the Valkyrie Terminator power armor. This is a type of Terminator power armor not used by interstellar warriors, which theoretically could be used by mortals after special training. Nonetheless, this armor has not been mass-produced by the Alliance. Only one production line was established to maintain the minimum level of production, with finished products directly produced internally, which already suffices for use. The reason for not mass-producing it is mostly due to its excessively high cost, 4 times the price of the Iron Cavalry power armor, with performance only slightly better than the Iron Cavalry type. Although supposedly usable by mortals, it's ineffective if worn by an ordinary mortal. It must be worn by battle nuns with very strong faith to fully harness the amazing components within the Valkyrie armor. Among the Sisters of the Holy Lily, only 72 are qualified. However, the combined effects of this are remarkably significant. With the perfect display of the Valkyrie's performance, plus the significantly enhanced Imperial Blessing, the combined combat power even surpasses that of regular interstellar warriors wearing Terminator power armor. Of course, still no match for the strength of Phoenix Company champions with Iron Cavalry Terminator. Besides the battle nuns, there's another strong aid, found in the Knight Mechas of the Alliance National Knights Regiment. The Alliance hasn't been particularly invested in the production of Knight Mechas, and hasn't expanded production lines notably. But over the years, they've accumulated quite a substantial stockpile. Interstellar warriors, battle nuns with Valkyrie, Knight Mechas, together form the main strike force of the Alliance's attack on the Starport and Star Fortress. And a large number of Glory Guards serve as supplementary forces. Before they began their attack, Hyang Vii's Starport and Star Fortress had already suffered a round of strikes. A group of ghosts suddenly descended upon key areas, severely disrupting the defense of the Hyang Knights group. Afterward, the Alliance's main landing forces manifested within the radiant glow of psychic teleportation. Indeed, they shattered the defenses on orbit around Hyang 8 in a very short amount of time. Of course, they couldn't have wiped out all the defenders on the Star Fortress and Starport within just a few hours. But as long as they captured the control center and key positions like the Void Shield, that was enough. Afterward, the firepower of the ships would be sufficient to destroy the Starport and Star Fortress. Naturally, the Alliance wouldn't let their elite landing troops perish with them. Before launching the attack, they'd already evacuated everyone via psychic teleportation. Alongside them, a squad from the Storm Mage Corps had also been teleported to the Starport. These psychics, also equipped with power armor, not only aided in battle but also served as a crucial core for the group's evacuation. Directly teleporting such a large number of people back to their starship from a long distance wasn't easy. However, initiating short-distance teleports to ferries or transport ships nearby was relatively easier. Once personnel were mostly evacuated, the bombs set within the Starport, combined with the fleet's prepared firepower, destroyed the unprotected and interception-less Starport. Hyang 8, devoid of its orbital defense forces, seemed as if it was facing the end of days. Both the Hyang Knights group and the upper echelon of the Alfonso sect were living in perpetual fear. They were wholeheartedly preparing for a final stand, with fortress cannons being prepped in full gear and various legions ready for combat, all waiting for the inevitable arrival of the Alliance Legion. Yet, the Alliance paid them no mind and turned away. A planet that had lost its orbital defense system drastically diminished in significance in interstellar naval warfare. Though they still had ground artillery, which could offer some cover if their ships came around. However, without a starport, ships couldn't resupply, maintain, or repair. Even minor cover would be of little use. And that's assuming they had their ships there. Without them, Hyang 8 was as good as dead. No matter how strong the Hyang Knights on the ground might be, they couldn't emerge. In truth, the ground forces had one main fear: that the Alliance might, at this moment, drop an extinction order weapon. That would mean no fight at all. A skyburn torpedo would end everything at once. This risk existed and was insoluble for Hyang Vii's defenders. If the Alliance truly wanted to do this, they would have no means, as their life and death rested solely in the Alliance's hand. But paradoxically, because of this, they were indifferent as to whether the Alliance would actually do it. What's the point of caring? That would stop nothing. With the entire orbital system gone, the Alliance only needed to find a place on the planet with the weakest air defenses for launching an extinction order. Clearing the neighborhood's anti-air firepower, a Skyburn torpedo detonated at a mere 2 to 3 kilometers altitude would obliterate this world. Being powerless, there was no need for excessive consideration. Moreover, they didn't believe the Alliance would go that far. The Alliance indeed had a history of releasing extinction order weapons, not once but multiple times. But those were directed at planets completely overrun by aliens. Releasing a world-exterminating weapon during a human civil war to annihilate the billions of civilian populace on Hyang 8? That would be heartless. They didn't quite believe the Alliance would do it. In reality, Ji Hang indeed had no such thoughts. The war hadn't reached that point. Ji Hang wouldn't engage in such cruel acts, not to mention the political and public pressure from such actions would be unprecedented. He might as well leave Hyang 8 as it is. Meanwhile, Borson, situated on the planet's surface, was observing the departing direction of the Alliance fleet with his modified mechanical eyes. After bypassing Hyang 8, where was the Alliance fleet headed? In fact, there were only two directions: Wookiee Star or the Fury Fleet. The former, along with Wenchi Star, formed the two ends of the gateway from Proud Claw Cosmos to Alfonso Star Domain. Wenchi was on Alfonso's side, while Wookiee was on Proud Claw's side. By launching such an aggressive attack on Hyang 8, completely ignoring their delaying tactics, Borson could be sure that the Alliance had attained clear intelligence, knowing that Alfonso's main fleet was already on its way. Even if the intelligence wasn't clear, there was at least a confident guess. In this case, quickly seizing Wookiee Star, and even Wenchi Star across the way, held immense strategic value. After all, there was only this one passage from Proud Claw Cosmos to Alfonso Star Domain. Once seized, the Alfonso sect would have to toil hard to recapture Wenchi and Wookiee. The other potential path was naturally to intercept the Fury fleet. Better to sever one finger than to injure five. Given the likelihood of a significant confrontation with Alfonso sect, it would be quite essential to deal with the rogue Fury fleet. Otherwise, apart from the potential chaos caused by the Fury fleet, merely keeping an eye on them would require dispatching 3 battle cruisers and a Bloodshark fleet, a considerable force. Eliminating them would free up these troops. Borson monitored the departing direction of the Alliance fleet closely. Soon, from the choice of warp point, he could basically determine that they were likely headed for the Fury. Of course, this could have been a misdirection by the Alliance. But regardless, relevant intelligence had to be sent out. Borson ventured to the base of his mechanical tower. There lay a massive apparatus resembling a life support pod. He lay down in it, and his consciousness instantly left his original body. The next moment, within the Fire of Triumph combat transport ship, a mechanical body opened its eyes. He exited the room to find several Alfonso sect personnel clad in red and black robes standing guard. Upon seeing him, they all bowed in greeting. He gestured with a wave, saying, "I need to see Politos." "Sage Borson, please come with me. Commander Politos has instructed that if you need to see him, you may do so without report, at the first opportunity." "Then let's go." Soon after, Borson met Politos. The leader of the Fury Flame battle group bore the typical stern, indifferent expression of the interstellar warriors on his face. Yet, Borson could clearly discern the fatigue on his face. Evidently, Politos was under tremendous pressure from the Bloodshark's pursuit. But Borson didn't have the time to concern himself with Politos' emotions. He quickly relayed his observations to Politos. Ji Hang was coming for him. Politos, however, wasn't focused on whether the Alliance main fleet was indeed deploying a feigned maneuver to block the critical passage of Wenchi and Wookiee. For him, if that were the case, that would be good, but if they were coming to intercept him, caught between the trailing Bloodshark fleet and the forward Alliance fleet, his battle group, along with the New World Torch battle group, might perish here. The New World Torch had left 50 people in their homeworld. The Fury left 100 in the rear. Admittedly, not all members of both battle groups were engaged in operations within the Proud Claw Cosmos, but a substantial portion of their core was here. If they were wiped out here, the battle group might never fully recover, though not entirely extinct, without knowing how long it'd take to return to its peak. Moreover, if they lost the war, the battle group might never receive another chance and would be directly removed from records, their bloodlines severed. But how to respond? Politos could barely think of a single solution that might save his battle group. Previously, they played hide and seek with the Alliance by utilizing their sheer strategic depth. Now, with numerous core areas in Proudclaw Cosmos seized by the Alliance, their operational areas were now compressed. Previously, the consequences of abandoning strategic importance one after another were surfacing. More crucially, the constant pursuit by the Blood Shark left no room for shifts from open to covert tactics. So what to do? The only way Politos could think of to save his battle group was just one. Politos' gaze fixed on Borson and asked, "How much longer until Alfonso's mechanical fleet arrives?" 2 months. No, it must be even sooner than that. No, it must be faster. Upon hearing this, Borson shook his head and said, "The actions of the mechanical arc fleet have their own will. Politos, the reason we are here is that we were entrusted by Commander Paulo. Originally, the sect did not plan to raise the rebel flag now. It's purely because your performance in the Proudclaw Cosmos was too terrible, so our sect had to come out to clean up the mess. Commander Paulo did indeed request us to try and save your 2 groups if possible. But if there's no opportunity, we cannot force it. Our primary mission is still to eliminate the main forces of the Alliance here, or at the very least, to prevent them from entering into the Thistle Muster Starfield and Alfonso Star Domain." Politos nodded and said, "I fully understand this, but I still ask Sage Borson to help." As he spoke, Politos's tall figure bowed deeply. "I request you. I implore you. Save my battle group. If you can help us, in the future, the Fury Flame battle group and the New World Torch battle group will spare no effort to repay you. Whether it's you personally or the Alfonso sect, no matter what you want in the future, we will fight for you." Politos's words were very sincere, and even Borson's mechanical heart beat twice because of it. Of course, the fundamental reason for his mechanical heart to beat was the promise of full support from the 2 battle groups. The Starfighter battle group, which is 2 groups, operating under the Iron Fury sanction, and able to propagate freely. Their friendship is of considerable value. The sect of mechanics often needs to attack a planet preserving ancient relics, handle exploratory missions, defend certain achievements, or hunt down certain traitors. The Starfighter battle group is a great hand at these tasks, much swifter than when the sect of mechanics sends personnel themselves. Having 2 battle groups available to help at any time is also quite a significant support for the Alfonso sect. Not to mention, for Borson personally, if there's some private job that needs execution, the Starfighter battle group is extremely handy. As for if they were defeated and both battle groups were wiped out, unable to fulfill future promises, there really wouldn't be any loss. These thoughts swirled in his mind, and Borson's voice became gentle. "Ah. Commander Politos, we are allies. I am very sympathetic to and concerned about your situation, since you put it this way. Commander Politos, I will do my utmost to persuade the Ark fleet to speed up and arrive as soon as possible." Saying this, Borson also hesitated. After a moment of hesitation, he added, "However, you also need to be prepared. Even if we speed up, it will take at least a month to reach the Proudclaw Cosmos. When I say reach, I mean via the Star Realm tunnel of Wenchi Star, arriving at Wookiee Star. To then make it to you and meet up depends specifically on the distance between us and the movements of the Alliance fleet, which nobody can guarantee. If that can be done, I am already immensely grateful." Borson replied, "Then you all must hold on and not be wiped out before we arrive. After all, I am personally very much looking forward to the day when we achieve victory, for you and the New World Torch you represent, to honor the promise you just made. I also look forward to that day." After having a conversation with Borson and obtaining the assurance from the Alfonso sect that the Ark fleet would accelerate, actions became more cautious. Just as Borson said in the end, Politos knew that external assistance was only one aspect. Ultimately, whether he could preserve his battle group depended on himself. On one hand, he dealt carefully with the Blood Sharks, absolutely not allowing any flaw for a rapid strike. This group, which came from the outer domain, barbarians, possessed combat strength that Politos had witnessed when fighting alongside them 130 years ago, and again when the New World Torch suffered a brutal defeat prior. Given the chance by these guys who are skilled in quick assaults, their fleet might indeed encounter big trouble before the main Alliance forces could arrive. But no matter what, there were still over 1,500 Blood Sharks. Even after the devastating loss, the New World Torch still had a number of 700. More than 2,000 interstellar warriors, concentrated and ready on the main ships at all times, were still not easily conquered. Politos had basically given up deploying interstellar warriors and warships below the cruiser level, instead concentrating all personnel on large vessels. However, stable transmission beacons were arranged on every warship. Both battle groups had think tanks with the capability of psychic transmission. However, theirs was just the plainest form of teleportation technology, neither akin to the Alliance, which had a powerful psychic mage core, or guided by top-level psychic Gu Heng himself, who could force teleportations with sheer strength. Nor like the Bloodsharks, who had access to lost technology from some unknown era or race. To utilize teleportation offensively, they must first fire a torpedo carrying a stable transmission beacon onto the target ship to ensure an error-free, ultra-long-distance teleportation. Alternatively, they must let the ship carrying interstellar warriors and the think tank approach within 1,000 kilometers of the enemy. This distance, in space combat, is practically face-to-face. In terms of defense, however, things were much more manageable. No need for transmission torpedoes. Stable transmission beacons installed on every ship would suffice. When those small ships suffered from the Bloodsharks' boarding tactics, they could react quickly. But frankly, if a small ship were lost, so be it. The core focus is to preserve ships above cruiser size, especially the Starfire Wings and Triumph Blaze, these two large ships. However, moving forward, the Bloodsharks did not frequently attempt boarding tactics anymore. They had achieved dazzling results with quick strikes against the Torch Light, at the cost of less than 100, eliminating more than 200 Torch Warriors, and destroying the Torch Light combat barge. Nevertheless, the cost of 100, though acceptable compared to their gains, reduced the Bloodsharks' numbers to under 1,000. Doing this a few more times, even the Bloodsharks could not withstand it.
Not to mention, with Fury Flame and New World Torch on strict defense, replicating previous results was not easy.
The Bloodshark fleet's approach seemed more like intimidation. Using special technology, they concealed their ships in the darkness. On the surface, only the Alliance's 3 battle cruisers were chasing. Yet from time to time, they would suddenly appear within the Fury fleet's detection range, often giving them a big fright. By scaring and driving them like this, all the accumulated fatigue on the Fury fleet was secondary. Most importantly, during the escape, they virtually lost the ability to freely choose their escape route. They were forced to act like a flock of sheep driven by sheepdogs. It felt wrong. A great unease loomed over Politos's heart. She's being herded. To where would the sheep be herded? To the slaughterhouse? The Fury fleet was like a flock of sheep, wanting to go to a place called Wookiee Star. The Bloodsharks didn't care much about the overall direction, but when it came to choosing a route, they were utterly intimidating. As long as the direction the Fury fleet wanted to take didn't align with the Bloodsharks' preferences, they would emerge, making a threatening stance, blocking the Fury fleet's path, forcing them to move in another direction. Being herded like sheep, this feeling was naturally very unpleasant. He also tried to change the situation, but it was difficult. Ignoring the intimidation and forcing a way through? Then it wouldn't just be intimidation, the Bloodsharks would truly attack. Then the question arose. Was the Bloodsharks' pressure the limit? Should they stand firm? Did the Fury fleet have the determination to fight to the end? Clearly, they did not. If Politos had the courage to decisively engage in battle, he wouldn't have reached this point. Couldn't they have fought on the Shandong-Guangfeng front line initially? The planet's defensive conditions there were so complete. In the Proudclaw Cosmos' 3 major worlds, Mentis 2, Pridefang Star, and Hyang 8, couldn't they have fought? The former is a core transportation hub, the middle one is the Starfield capital, and the latter is the sect of mechanics domain. They all had relatively good defense conditions and were all strategic points. When the Alliance attacked these places, he chose to abandon them, so how could he now decide to fight a decisive battle? But under immense anxiety, his distress was evident. He began to doubt whether the decisions he had made all along were correct. He even rarely started discussing this issue with Wang Mengsong, who had always disagreed with him. "You want to discuss this with me?" Wang Mengsong laughed bitterly. "With me? A failure who even lost the battle group?" Since the Torchlight combat barge was destroyed, Wang Mengsong had changed. He was no longer so flamboyant, no longer opposing Politos in every matter. He became taciturn, focused on the battle group's own affairs, directly complying with Politos' unified command and orders, and subsequently, carrying out every command from Politos without discount. But beyond that, he had no other initiative. Politos could still maintain a calm face. You are indeed a failure. But you haven't lost everything yet. You still have 700 warriors and a fleet without a flagship. And I am also a failure. I led the defeat in the Proud Claw Cosmos, led a failed war that lost you your flagship. And soon, the two of us will lose everything together. Wang Mengsong was silent for a moment before he said with difficulty, "Didn't you persuade Alfonso's group of oil brothers? They have already promised to speed up and come to rescue us, haven't they?" "Yes," Politos said, "but I am not sure if we can hold on until then. The movements of the Alliance fleet, I can't figure them out. I don't even know what they intend to do." In the past, Politos always said so. Every time Wang Mengsong heard Politos regard the Alliance as an unstoppable monster-like enemy, he felt genuinely displeased and angry. But now he no longer thought so. Although he was educated by the blood sharks, why did the blood sharks suddenly appear? In such a vast universe, was there such a coincidence? Very unlikely. He could also think that it was the work of Gu Hang from the Alliance. After thinking for a moment, Wang Mengsong could only give his answer with a bitter smile. "I can't figure it out either." "Then should we continue to retreat like this?" Polito's voice finally carried confusion. Wang Mengsong took a breath, shook his head. "I don't know, I really don't know. In the past, I looked down on your repeated retreats, thinking this battle could be fought, that one could also be fought. Although the probability of victory was limited, when has warfare ever had the principle of being 100% certain before fighting? Risks must be taken. Clearly this time, taking the initiative to attack, ambushing and encircling 3 Alliance battle cruisers with superior forces, was a battle with the highest probability and greatest advantage, with huge rewards. At that time, I even felt excited, thinking I could finally stop being a turtle and fight a good battle. I even laughed at you in my heart, thinking that you would only act in such an opportunity. But it was this proactive attack that brewed the bitter fruit we have today. During this time, I can't help but think, if before this, we were facing a more complete and stronger Alliance main fleet, if we fought according to my ideas, we might have lost even more miserably and thoroughly, right? Now, although the situation is very bad, at least we still have a glimmer of hope." At this point, Wang Mengsong sighed. He stood up and patted Politos on the shoulder. This gesture, in their past relationship, was impossible. When their relationship was at its worst, they were like water and fire. But in the current situation, Wang Mengsong couldn't help but want to do this. "You are the commander-in-chief, I'll follow your lead." After saying this, he turned around and left. The meaning behind this sentence, he also believed Politos could understand. "I can't help it anymore, it's up to you." Politos sat motionless for a while before letting out a bitter laugh. "I have no way either." He always felt that he was really incompetent.
In the past, he never thought he would become the battle group leader. In his view, Captain Urso was wise and powerful, not only the most outstanding warrior in the entire battle group but also highly charismatic. Under his leadership, the battle group flourished, peaking at nearly 3,000 warriors, firmly ranking second in the Iron Wrath Triangle.
When did the misfortune of the battle group begin? Platoon leader Cao Boyang was also extremely outstanding, the second in command of the battle group, and able to stand alone. There were many other elites with titles of leader and champion. But they all died. When did the battle group's misfortune begin? Precisely when heading to the Dragonhawk star domain, encountering the Alliance those years. Originally thought, it was just to fight a group of green-skinned aliens, expanding influence in the Dragonhawk star domain, just as they had done in the Menga star domain. But first, unexpectedly, the green-skinned strength exceeded imagination. Second, unexpectedly, the old Faux Phoenix battle group, which should have been almost extinct, was thriving again. Third, even more unexpectedly, from a place like Dragonhawk star domain, could emerge such a monstrosity as the Alliance. The flourishing battle group, in the war, lost hundreds of battle brothers, suddenly losing its leader, losing countless battle group elites in that nightmare-like battle to the death. Only he, who considered himself to be of average talent, was forced to take over the battle group. Since then, he had been walking on thin ice, fearful and cautious. The nightmare brought by the Alliance and the Phoenix lingered in his mind, becoming a deep shadow that never went away. When the war reignited, transitioning from a previous Cold War and political conflict to a full-scale war, he never dared to underestimate the Alliance. Every decision he made was so cautious and careful, willing to endure the colleagues' doubts. Even this proactive attack was discussed many times with the think tank and various advisors, cautiously believing the probability of success was truly large, that he went out for a battle. But why, having already regarded the alliance so strongly and treated them so cautiously, why did the situation still go as it is now? He fell into deep confusion. He couldn't see where the road ahead was. Politos is a capable person, Ji Yu Hang remarked wistfully. At the moment, he was chatting casually with his wife, Yelicia. Their marital relationship was naturally quite different from that of ordinary people. The two spent more time apart than together, with very little time to be with each other throughout the year. Ji Yu Hang was very busy, and Yelicia was also extremely busy. However, despite this, their relationship was not affected. Their union was not primarily driven by emotion but rather an inseparable union of interests. Initially, they may have simply appreciated each other, not averse to being together. But emotions can be cultivated, especially when goals align, aspirations converge, and many aspects are strongly bonded together. Emotions instead become more stable. And especially as the alliance, which Ji Yu Heng completely controlled, grew stronger, and he essentially became the foremost power figure in the entire Eastern Cosmos domain, Yelicia couldn't possibly part from Ji Yu Heng. At the same time, Yelicia, as an admiral, also helped Ji Yu Heng better control the naval forces crucial to a space power, and Ji Yu Heng couldn't really do without her either. So the emotions couldn't possibly be poor. For political interests, emotions stabilized. Conversely, it also stands true that stable emotions lead to stable interests. Initially, they might have been separate, but as time went on, they became inextricably intertwined. Or to put it another way, if the emotions were not good, Ji Yu Heng would never entrust the important navy to Yelicia's command. As high-ranking figures in human empire society, the two had considered creating a descendant together to leave behind a bloodline. It was just that, on one hand, they were busy, and on the other, the timing was fine. Although, by calculation, both of them were nearly 50 years old, however, with advanced human technology, Yelicia, who had long undergone life extension surgery, had a lifespan of at least several centuries and remained eternally youthful. Whereas Ji Yu Heng, who hadn't had the surgery, since becoming Rage Owl Star Governor years ago, for almost 30 years now, his appearance had hardly changed. He is already 50 years old, yet still looks in his prime. The power of spiritual energy played a significant role in it. High-level psychics actually don't extend their lifespan but may appear very short-lived due to the erosion of their bodies by this supernatural power. But Ji Yu Heng could completely control the spiritual energy with the help of the system. That is a completely different concept. His current life form is still that of a mortal, but his life essence, compared to a normal person, it's hard to say how similar they are. Both of them could be considered immortals. 5 or 6 decades of a life journey that for ordinary people have reached its end. For them, they had just taken a few steps in a long life. The perception of life differs greatly, and so does the perception of offspring. At present, it could be considered the interlude of war. It was at this time that they found the leisure to gather for mutual communication. What they exchanged wasn't important, it was the act of communication itself that mattered. The main force of the Alliance fleet, after the Haiyang battle, traveled to Bowang Star at a not-so-fast pace, maintaining silent mode. This planet itself wasn't much to talk about. A regular world with a development level of 1.5 to 6 billion people, with technology levels in the electrical era. It had no particularly notable resources, wasn't on any major trade routes, and had very average orbital defense capabilities. They even lacked adequate means to observe deep space conditions. The only reason for the Alliance's main force to be here was that, according to the information received from the front, the Fury fleet was traveling on a star path that would pass through Bowang, heading towards Wookiee Star. It's worth mentioning that Bowang is not the only possible route to Wookiee Star, just an option, and a rather lengthy detour at that. The reason why the Fury fleet chose this path was, of course, not by choice. They wished they could reach Wookiee Star sooner to take advantage of its comprehensive defense system as a crucial connecting channel between the two star domains to hold out until Alfonso fleet's arrival, ensuring much more safety. Being forced by the Blood Shark was purely the reason for this situation. And the Bowang system was the slaughterhouse Ji Yu Heng had prepared for them. While waiting for the sheep to come, there was some relative downtime, during which Ji Yu Heng finally found time for a rare exchange with his wife. So naturally, they talked about the target doomed to be slaughtered next, and also about Politos, the new leader of the Fury Flame battle group. Ji Yu Hang once again repeated his evaluation of Politos. Politos is a capable person. He's capable? Capable of being toyed with by you like this? You seem to take him lightly. Even for the upcoming war destined to happen here at Bowang, you don't really care. It's not critical, it's just a part of your plan. You don't regard him as anything, not even an opponent, yet you say he's quite capable? It's not contradictory. Ji Yu Hang waved his hand, smiling as he said, he did everything right, made every right choice, there's naturally praise in order. Did everything right and ended up in his current situation? Yes, Ji Yu Hang sighed, that's the disparity between our strengths. He couldn't possibly contend with us on any previous battlefield. Hold firm at Shangdong, Guangfeng. Defend Mentis 2, Aoya Star, Haiyang 8. His chances of success would never exceed 30%, and that's even without counting me in. As long as he loses, he will lose everything, and each time he made the right choice. Objectively speaking, as the weaker side, adopting the strategy of a fleet in being was correct. As long as his fleet existed, we had to find ways to deploy military forces to guard against it, thereby weakening our control over the entire Proud Claw cosmos and slowing down our offensive pace. He achieved that, and the trouble it brought us far exceeded the extent of losing if he fought a decisive battle and lost. He also successfully divided our fleet, making us deploy 3 war cruisers in the rear for defense. Furthermore, targeting the Flying Wing, Furious Owl, and Coralia was a smart choice. Tactically, he indeed successfully completed an ambush, almost defeating our precious war cruisers. To achieve this level, I already have some appreciation for him. He lost also due to the information disparity, the Blood Shark battle group. Very peculiar, even I am somewhat surprised by their elusive capabilities. Without prior intel on the Blood Shark, he certainly couldn't make the right decisions. At this point, Ji Yu Hang added, I think he's a bit more formidable than his predecessor, the former leader of the Flame, Urso, and a bit more difficult to deal with. Yelicia laughed. But in the end, he still lost. Are you praising your opponent to highlight your own superiority? Not at all, I'm just objectively evaluating him. Ji Yu Hang said, of course, he could have done better. For example, if you were in his place, what would you do? Yelicia asked curiously. If possible, I would continue with the strategic retreat, not only abandoning Proudclaw but also Thistle Muster Starfield. The Alliance's strength is rapidly expanding. Controlling 1 star domain was already the limit. If they dared to pursue into Thistle Muster Starfield, the chance of tearing the Alliance apart afterward becomes even greater. But there could be political factors preventing him from doing so, Yelicia pointed out. Military actions can never be isolated from politics, just like us initiating an offensive at this time isn't necessarily the best choice. Exactly, every commander wants to purely focus on how to defeat their enemy, but that's often not realistic. If retreating and defending isn't possible, what would you do? Final battle. Ji Yu Hang stated. Yelicia said in surprise. Don't you believe that adhering to a strategic retreat is the best option? The victory rate of the final battle is not even 30%. After some thought, Ji Yu Hang said. As the weaker side, to turn the tide, to create a miracle, one must take a difficult path and then find something in that difficulty, to turn the impossible into possible. Yelicia gazed at Ji Yu Hang's face. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing, it just seems. When someone else says that, it sounds boastful, but when you say it, somehow it makes a bit of sense. Haha. A Terra Standard month passed quickly. Alfonso's Ark fleet arrived at the Proudclaw cosmos. This was news that shocked all around. The entire Proudclaw cosmos was filled with apprehension. Worlds that had already joined the Alliance feared that Alfonso's Ark fleet's arrival would bring reckoning. Those that hadn't joined were elated. This marked the official entry of the Alfonso sect into the war, and the news quickly spread to Holy Terra. The immense internal conflict involving multiple cosmos domains and over 20,000 interstellar warriors at the Imperial's eastern frontier was drawing significant attention from the elders on Holy Terra. Most people understood that the Alfonso sect was certainly an enemy, and there should be no illusions about them. But since they hadn't officially entered the war, everyone seemed to be able to be the ostrich burying its head in the sand. And now, this illusion was thoroughly shattered, and undue panic began to spread. Especially when further reports came in, revealing the specific strength of Alfonso's Ark fleet, leaving people astonished. 2 Retribution-class battleships, 1 Zhezh-class carrier, 9 Dragon Snake-class battleship cruisers, This was already a very powerful configuration, surpassing the combined naval forces in a conventional Empire cosmos domain. Moreover, these are all considered conventional ships. In this ARC fleet, there are two ships that make one quiver just by hearing their names. Firstly, there's the mechanical ARC itself. According to information from the front lines, it's not an ordinary mechanical ARC. Although the combat capability of the mechanical sect ARC is strong, its primary role is as a mobile base during space voyages, integrating many production, industrial, research, and other functions, akin to a mobile founding world of the sect of mechanics. However, this ARC can be referred to as a war ARC, specially designed for wartime specialization. Its combat power is certainly above that of a normal battleship. The Alfonso sect is quite wealthy, and the configuration of this war ARC they built is likely to be terrifyingly high. The other is also a battleship, an Emperor-class battleship. This is the most powerful battleship model in the human empire. If the Retribution class is ordinary, for such a fleet configuration, even on the North Line or West Line, it would be a significant factor capable of changing the situation. Moreover, the strength controlled by the Alliance on the Southern Line is actually weaker than on the North Line and West Line. Now, public opinion has turned instantly. Previously, there were voices in Holy Terra questioning why the Alliance wasn't advancing quickly, why they weren't destroying the Flame fleet sooner, and why they hadn't pushed the front lines deeper into the Iron Armor battle group's territory to threaten them more extensively. Now, new voices have emerged, questioning why the Alliance was so reckless, why they provoked the Alfonso sect into action, why they didn't just defend and ensure the South wouldn't collapse. Now with reckless warfare provoking Alfonso. Well now, if the Alliance's main forces are destroyed, not only would they have to give back the Proud Claw Cosmos, but Alfonso's ARC fleet might take this power and pierce all the way south through the eastern cosmos domain. Some people were deeply worried, some were filled with fear, and naturally, some were overjoyed. Without a doubt, the most delighted were the Fury fleet. Although they had been herded like sheep, which made them very uneasy, the much-anticipated strong reinforcement had finally arrived as promised. They were unaware of the cost of this request and the direction it might take the battle group in the future, but there was nevertheless a greater hope to save the fate of the battle group at present. They eagerly established contact with the ARC fleet, which had traversed the Wenchi-Wookiee corridor and entered the Proud Claw Cosmos through Borson, the Sage, as their intermediary. Based on the current location of the Fury fleet, they calculated a rendezvous point. Then, they set out on a two-way journey. However, Bloodshark, like a villain determined to separate them, appeared with 3 Alliance battlecruisers, constantly interfering. Politos frequently demonstrated great determination, believing that one must act according to one's goals. Yet, at the final moment, he would still compromise. The closer they got to the moment of hope, with hope seemingly rushing toward them, the less courage they had for a desperate fight. Clearly, they were about to unite smoothly. Fury and the ARC fleet combined would not only greatly surpass the Alliance in fleet strength but also bring together 2,500 interstellar warriors from both battle groups, allowing them to maximize their potential. Together, they could not only defend the Proud Claw Cosmos but even launch a massive counterattack, creating a third front for Iron Fury against the Empire. And perhaps this front would be the most fruitful. As dawn was approaching, how could one fall at the last moment before dawn? They decisively admitted defeat, choosing another route if obstructed. At the same time, they would relay this information to the ARC fleet of the sect of mechanics, allowing the mechanical fleet to adjust their route at any time to ensure a swift rendezvous. Throughout the entire process, the Fury fleet was fully prepared. Politos did not overlook a significant concern. The main fleet of the Alliance had vanished since clearing the orbital defense system of Hyong 8. According to the information Borson provided, it was predicted at the time that the main fleet of the Alliance was coming to find them. This was, in fact, Politos' longest-standing fear. Logically, the Alliance main fleet should have arrived long ago. Coming from Hyong 8 to find them, with Bloodshark chasing from behind, there should be no problem locating them. The Alliance fleet's main force shouldn't have any difficulty coming to attack them, and it would definitely be faster than the sect of mechanics. After all, according to what was said at that time, the mechanical fleet needed a month to reach the Proud Claw Cosmos, and it was uncertain how long the subsequent rendezvous would take. Before this, the Alliance fleet would definitely be able to find the Fury fleet, which would be the most dangerous moment indeed. Politos made many preparations, all aimed at surviving an attack from the Alliance's main fleet. He had even considered the worst-case scenario. In times of necessity, both the Triumph Flame and the Starfire Wings mega ships could be sacrificed. Not out of willingness, but necessity, he had some plans. For instance, finding a planet with a relatively good defense system so the Fury fleet could take advantage of that planet's orbital defense system to hold their ground. Or immediately dispersing upon encountering the Alliance's main fleet, as the two mega ships would surely be the most closely watched and thus given to the Alliance. As long as they could resist fiercely for a while, they could delay as much as possible. The surviving forces of the two battle groups could be scattered in small ships, quickly escaping, attempting to evade the Alliance's pursuit, and subsequently reconvening with the sect of mechanics. Both options had their own problems. The former involved finding a place with a complete defense system, which was not easy, and even if found, they may not hold out until reinforcements from the Alfonso sect arrived. Once the defense failed, it would spell total disaster. The latter involved certain loss of the two flagships, and scattered ships might not evade pursuit entirely. Bloodshark was a highly skilled hunter, and the Alliance likely had plenty of relevant means. Moreover, with the Alliance main fleet's number plus Bloodshark, they held an absolute advantage in ship numbers, and splitting up might not allow many to escape. If too few surviving forces manage to escape, it's no different from the battle group being entirely annihilated. As for leaving a legacy, the battle group still had people in their homeworld and the Princess Star domain, ensuring their lineage would not be extinguished. Torn between the options, Politos decided to try both tactics. He would lead the fleet around the star or choose to traverse hazardous areas like asteroid belts, hoping to temporarily escape Bloodshark's surveillance, and then rapidly send out one or two small ships to stealthily slip away. But the results were quite poor. Such connections usually lasted only a few days before the ship suddenly lost all contact. Was it a communication failure? Politos did not think so. These independently operating ships likely met an unfortunate fate. He had to consider the first option more carefully. When the feeling of unease in his heart intensified to the point of extreme anxiety, he made a decision to advance no further. Just then, they were passing through a star system called Phantom Moon, which seemed quite a suitable place. The main habitable world here is not a standalone planet but rather a satellite orbiting the largest gas giant of the star system, named Phantom Moon. Firstly, Phantom Moon is a fairly developed place, with decent industrial capacity and a relatively complete orbital defense system established around it. Moreover, with the gas giant blocking one side, the attacking options for the aggressor become fairly limited. Overall, Phantom Moon is a fairly decent defensive location that the Fury fleet has found on their journey. Politos decided to stay here with the entire fleet, not moving forward. Meanwhile, he also contacted the Ark fleet of the sect of mechanics, informing them of his decision and hoping that the Ark fleet would join them soon. The Alfonso fleet quickly responded. "All right, remain on defense. We are about to reach the Bowang star system, estimated to be 6 jumps away from your location. Expected to arrive in 21 days. No problem, we will definitely hold out for 21 days. Then, the Alfonso Ark fleet sent their last communication signal to the Fury fleet. Good luck to you all. After Borson confirmed sending out the last message, he left the communication cabin and returned to the conference room. 7 principal sages gathered on the mechanical Ark, Alfonso II. At this moment, Borson's true self was here. Once the Ark fleet entered the Proud Claw Cosmos, a sub-fleet headed to Hyang 8. They not only retrieved Borson, the principal sage, but also took along a significant portion of the Hyang Knights from Hyang 8. These knights, whose homeland's orbital defense systems were dismantled by the Alliance, harbored a certain animosity towards the Alliance. Having suffered, they hoped to personally give the Alliance a painful lesson in the coming war. Upon seeing Borson return, Sage Anton Dubo, the leader among the sages, spoke. "Have you appeased that battle group?" "Yes. Hee, good." Dubo said, "Soon, we will reap a deep friendship with 2 battle groups. War, too, has its advantages. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, how could it be so easy to make those proud angels lower their heads?" "Indeed, sir," Borson replied respectfully. Though he and Anton Dubo are both principal sages, there are hierarchies even among principal sages. He is about to be promoted to a true great sage level soon. There are 36 principal sages in the Alfonso sect and one great sage. Great Sage Martin Valak is the sect leader. Below him are the three founding generals who each control one of the Alfonso founding worlds. Though they are just principal sages, their status is considerably high. Apart from these four, the leading figure among the remaining principal sages is Anton Dubo. He is the absolute hawk faction within the Alfonso sect, always being the most active in the cooperation between Alfonso and the Iron Armor battle group, and a strong advocate for the sect's participation in the Iron Armor War. He succeeded, and his status in the sect has risen as a result. With the support of Humphrey Paulo, his status now seems to slightly surpass those of the three founding generals. This time, as the Alfonso sect formally enters the war, Dubo personally leads a powerful Ark fleet southward to open up a new battlefield. If he succeeds in annihilating the Alliance fleet and taking control of the entire Proud Claw cosmos, he could extend the sect's sphere of influence further south to the Eastern Cosmos domain, and he will surely be able to leap into the ranks of a Great Sage. Even though this so-called Great Sage certainly wouldn't be recognized by the Mars headquarters of the sect of mechanics. But what difference does it make? In the future, it's uncertain whether the main religion of the sect of mechanics will still be Mars. Borson has already decided to cling tightly to this influential figure. Although he is also a principal sage, his ranking among the 36 is quite low. If Dubo can soar to new heights, he could gain significant benefits from it as well. Cautiously and earnestly reporting on matters concerning the Fury fleet, he quietly took his seat to listen to the other sages' reports. After the Ark fleet arrived in the Proud Claw cosmos and joined forces with the Fury fleet, incorporating the two battle groups was only the first step. Important, but not crucial. The most critical objective is to annihilate the Alliance main fleet. But where is the Alliance main fleet? Initially, it was presumed that they would seize the opportunity, before the Ark fleet's arrival, to seek and destroy Fury, preventing the two from merging and strengthening. However, this presumed event hadn't occurred at all. The Alliance didn't even go to attack Fury. At least, apart from the Blood Shark perpetually trailing behind Fury, there were no signals from any Alliance ships. Where did they go? The Ark fleet has been tirelessly employing various means to gather intelligence on the Alliance fleet. Expanding detection systems to several nearby star systems, constantly on guard. Dispatched reconnaissance fleets explored multiple star sectors in the Proud Claw cosmos over the past month, yet found no trace of the Alliance. The Star Language Tower aboard the starship contacted over 100 worlds still on their side, inquiring if there were any sightings of the Alliance fleet movements, but obtained no valuable information either. It seemed as if the Alliance main fleet had turned into ghosts after leaving Hyang 8. This instilled a slight sense of unease, but not a strong one. Because, there's another hypothesis. Could the Alliance have fled? Seeing the formidable formation of his fleet, knowing they absolutely stood no chance against them in the Proud Claw cosmos, they might have simply abandoned the star domain which was never theirs and retreated southward. This isn't impossible. Rather, it's quite a rational decision. After all, if they fled southward to the Shangdong star in the Menga star domain, relying on Shangdong's fairly solid planetary defense system, blocking the sole passage from Proud Claw into the Eastern Cosmos domain would be quite advantageous. But where is the Alliance main fleet? Initially, it was presumed that they would seize the opportunity, before the Ark fleet's arrival, to seek and destroy Fury, preventing the two from merging and strengthening. However, this presumed event hadn't occurred at all. The Alliance didn't even go to attack Fury. At least, apart from the Blood Shark perpetually trailing behind Fury, there were no signals from any Alliance ships. Where did they go? The Ark fleet has been tirelessly employing various means to gather intelligence on the Alliance fleet. Expanding detection systems to several nearby star systems, constantly on guard. Dispatched reconnaissance fleets explored multiple star sectors in the Proud Claw cosmos over the past month, yet found no trace of the Alliance. The Star Language Tower aboard the starship contacted over 100 worlds still on their side, inquiring if there were any sightings of the Alliance fleet movements, but obtained no valuable information either. It seemed as if the Alliance main fleet had turned into ghosts after leaving Hyang 8. This instilled a slight sense of unease, but not a strong one. Because, there's another hypothesis. Could the Alliance have fled? Seeing the formidable formation of his fleet, knowing they absolutely stood no chance against them in the Proud Claw cosmos, They might have simply abandoned the star domain, which was never theirs, and retreated southward. This isn't impossible. Rather, it's quite a rational decision. After all, if they fled southward to the Shandong star in the Menga star domain, relying on Shandong's fairly solid planetary defense system, blocking the sole passage from Proud Claw into the eastern cosmos domain would be quite advantageous. On the Alfonso II war arc, the sages' meeting ended abruptly. There was completely no need to continue. The core theme of their meeting was to consolidate information, attempting to determine the location of the Alliance main fleet. But now, it was unnecessary. The Alliance main fleet had already appeared before them and launched a strong attack against them. In the grand conference hall where the sages were located, the surrounding screens immediately lit up, receiving signals that observed the outside of the starship scene by scene. Some of these were processed images, while others were pure data streams. These data streams, on conventional human ships, would require specialized technical experts to access the information, processing and translating it before reporting to the captain, commander. But in the fleet of the sect of mechanics, that was unnecessary. The sages were both commanders and highly skilled technicians. With the information accessing the brain's core processor, they could completely and swiftly understand what was happening. They had been ambushed, and it was the Alliance main fleet. Of the 8 giant ships mentioned in the intelligence, 7 were present. Only the Flying Wing, which had previously suffered an attack by Flame and was significantly damaged, seemed to be missing. However, in the absence of the Flying Wing, a Ghost Shark combat barge was added, which is the flagship of the Blood Shark battle group, a combat barge specialized for rapid strikes. Overall combat power certainly increased. But in any case, the strength of the Ark fleet far surpassed that of the Alliance. This made the 7 mechanical sages on Alfonso II feel an incredible astonishment. How dare they? This was not only what they thought in their hearts. One sage even uttered it aloud. No matter how they thought, they couldn't understand. An ambush? This was indeed an ambush. After entering the Bowang star system, they had contacted the local planets. As of now, Bowang star should still be neutral, not siding with the Alliance, and they said they hadn't observed any traces of the Alliance fleet. Now it seems that it might have been a deception, or perhaps the Alliance used some means to mask their whereabouts, preventing even Bowang star from observing the Alliance's actions in space. The latter seems more likely because before the Alliance fleet revealed themselves to attack, the Ark fleet also couldn't detect them and naturally couldn't blame the people of Bowang star. Of course, that's not important anymore. The Alliance had already appeared, and investigating the cause is not what needs to be done right now. An ambush naturally has advantages for the attacker. But in interstellar naval warfare, the advantages that an ambush can bring are quite limited. It's not like being accurately ambushed at a warp point, where the void shield and weapon systems need to be rebooted. During normal navigation, although ships would not fully engage the void shield, the defensive systems must still operate at minimal levels for safe navigation. Upon the first strike, they can immediately increase operational power and enter combat status. The weapon systems are the same. The Alliance ships opened fire, and simultaneously, the fleet of the sect of mechanics could use the fire control systems to target the Alliance ships and retaliate quickly. The Alliance only gained an initial preemptive advantage through the ambush. It's indeed useful. The mechanical sect fleet suffered a wave of fire during the initial surprise attack while the shields weren't fully activated. Then, even with full shield activation, they took another round of volleys before they started to retaliate. Overall, the damage wasn't significant. The Alliance launching the attack without the mechanical Ark fleet detecting them was already quite extreme. No matter how sophisticated the stealth methods, it's impossible to get very close to the Ark fleet without being discovered. The starting engagement distance between both sides was quite far. The farther the distance, the lower the accuracy of various weapons. Apart from missile-type weapons, the power of the colossal cannon and light spear would also slightly diminish. This way, the threat posed by the 2 rounds of firepower the Alliance managed to quickly unleash was actually relatively limited. The Ark fleet endured some damage, but it was primarily focused on some smaller ships. Their destruction had minimal impact on the overall fleet's strength. When the Ark fleet launched their counterattack, the Alliance naturally suffered damage as well, with some smaller ships being destroyed. Overall, the Ark fleet certainly suffered more losses. But it was still within an acceptable range. Next was the showdown as both sides deployed their formations for a frontal engagement. At this stage, the initial advantage gained by the Alliance through the ambush had already been expended, and ultimately, it was down to a contest of fleet raw power. In this regard, the Alliance fleet would not have any advantage. So, why did the Alliance fleet choose to fight this battle proactively? Originally, it was believed that such a well-hidden alliance must have some grand conspiracy. The sages had held more than 1 or 2 meetings over this. But this is it? That Ji Hang, has he gone mad? The sages of Alfonso indeed couldn't comprehend this question? It's not a bad thing. At least now we know exactly where the Alliance main fleet is, right? They are right in front of us. Destroy them, victory belongs to Alfonso. From this moment on, the largest naval battle to occur within the proud Claw cosmos in hundreds of years erupted. The combined number of battle cruisers and above-class ships from both sides participating in the battle has reached a total of 22 ships. Altogether, that may be worth over $1 trillion currency in value. The outcome of this war will directly determine the course of the entire Southern Line battlefield. In an instant, the fleets from both sides, engaged in a decisive battle, started bombarding each other frantically. Countless beams of light, colossal cannons, and missiles scorched the sky, covering this vast expanse of space. In the starry sky, the firelight and explosions interwove into a magnificent war scene. The colossal cannons and beams of the Alfonso fleet bombarded the Alliance ships, each cannon blast causing the space to tremble, as if it were about to tear the void apart. Although the Alliance fleet fought back vigorously, they were clearly at a disadvantage in firepower. The shields of their ships gradually depleted under the continuous attacks, and some had already started to show cracks. The sages of the Alfonso fleet exchanged battlefield information through the internal communication network. Our firepower is superior. Continue the suppression. A sage's voice echoed in the network, and his words immediately gained the approval of others. In this contest of strength, the Alfonso fleet was determined to crush the opponent in one fell swoop.
The Ark fleet's Dragon Snake-class battleship cruiser, Iron Will, was at the forefront of the battle line.
Its main cannon, like a deadly scythe, repeatedly harvested the lives of enemy ships. Its captain, a dominant bishop who was almost one with the ship's command module on the bridge, comprehended the battlefield situation through countless information directly transmitted to his mind. Simultaneously, countless commands emerged from his mind, transformed into actions to mobilize the ship's various function units with the aid of numerous servo skulls and the engine profits. The overall strength of the Alliance fleet still needed to be acknowledged. 8 giant ships, no matter what, were a formidable force to be reckoned with. However, in the current frontal confrontation, the Ark fleet, with an absolute advantage in firepower, still quickly suppressed the opponent. Especially that Emperor-class battleship in War Ark. The two were like massive Star Wars core firepower platforms, one much stronger than 3. Under their cover, Iron Will maneuvered effortlessly in the battlefield, destroying multiple Alliance ships. At this moment, it set its sights on a lunar-class cruiser of the Alliance. The ship's shields had already turned red and were being forced into a dire situation by various barrages, moving within the Alliance fleet's formation to retreat to the rear in an attempt to buy time to restore its void shield. However, Iron Will had no intention of giving it that chance. The lunar class did not realize it was being targeted, and Iron Will needed only to fire a shot from its X-class main cannon, destruction verdict, at this moment to have a good chance of destroying it. A lunar class was definitely not one of those 8 giant ships of the Alliance, but it was by no means insignificant. Taking down one would decrease the firepower of the Alliance fleet by a notch. Victory is accumulated little by little in this manner. However, right at this moment, Iron Will's void shield suddenly experienced anomalies, the shield surface fluctuating erratically as if torn by some unknown force. On the bridge, alarms suddenly blared, and the captain immediately gave the order. Stabilize the void shield with all efforts, adjust the course to avoid the primary firepower zone. But it was too late for everything. In the next instant, Iron Will's void shield completely collapsed. Immediately, as if anticipated, a series of missiles and beams from the Alliance fleet hit the unshielded hull. The battlecruiser's armor was not a strong suit. Without the void shield, the speed advantage couldn't be fully utilized in this kind of battleship duel environment. The survival ability of the battlecruiser, focused on by concentrated fire, wasn't much better than that of the lunar-class cruiser they had just targeted. In the intense barrage, massive explosions tore the once mighty battlecruiser into pieces, debris and flames scattering through space. This scene was captured by other Alfonso ships, immediately causing a commotion. The loss of Iron Will was a significant blow to the Alfonso fleet, not just in terms of strength, but also a severe hit to morale. The sages quickly adjusted tactics, trying to fill this sudden gap. Identify the cause immediately. We can't let this happen again. The sages' voices spread tensely and swiftly through the communication network. The battlefield situation changed in an instant. Due to this unexpected circumstance, the Alfonso fleet's offensive seemed slightly disorganized, and the scales of war seemed to start swaying at this moment. Yet they still possessed powerful firepower and unbreakable will. The sages of the Alfonso fleet knew that victory in this battle was still in their grasp. However, the loss of a battlecruiser was indeed painful. Grand as Alfonso may be, such giant battle cruisers numbered only 9 in their fleet. Moreover, the way Iron Will perished was rather uncanny. The cause must be identified, and further, a solution must be found, or the trouble will be enormous. The cause was quickly confirmed by them: spiritual energy. It was the power of spiritual energy that tore apart Iron Will's Void Shield, Jiyu Hang, and the Alliance's Storm Mage Corps. The spiritual energy they wield is more powerful than mentioned in the intelligence reports. Dubo made this judgment. Borson spoke up. Sage Dubo, we cannot let Jiyu Hang continue like this. Otherwise, even if we achieve final victory, the losses will become unacceptable. Now, only you have the ability to counter his spiritual energy. You don't need to tell me. Sage Dubo left this line and then left the bridge. His body, with the aid of mechanical structures, floated at high speed through the corridors inside the ship, reaching a secret chamber. Here, there was a giant machine. Its surface was covered with complex patterns and symbols, emitting a faint blue glow, as if whispering the oldest secrets of the universe. At the center of the machine was a sphere composed of an energy field, imprisoning a huge and strange creature. Its appearance was intimidating, resembling a long worm. The body was dark purple, covered with wriggling veins and tendons, looking twisted and disgusting. Its head was exceptionally large, encased in a chitinous shell. Between the gaps in the shell, there were numerous dense eyes, each of them glowing with a faint green light, revealing its spiritual energy. Its tentacles constantly stroked inside the energy field, making an unsettling buzzing sound. Those with in-depth knowledge of the void insect species could quickly determine that this was a very rare specimen among them. A neuron progeny, or one could also call it a brain bug tyrant. The brain bug might be a newly evolved type of void bug beast, as the sparse historical records with the void insect species from 1,000 years ago did not contain such creatures. The earliest reports occurred a millennium ago. Especially in the last few centuries, they have become more frequent. Some reports suggest that this is a result of the void insect species successfully deciphering and transforming the genes of certain psychics, or even a powerful psychic race, creating a new war machine. They are powerful psychics, capable of using the spiritual energy gathered by the hive mind. These beings have evolved to the extreme. Their shriveled bodies and swollen heads rely entirely on spiritual energy as power. They can only float themselves into the air using spiritual energy, hovering above the battlefield, launching psychic assaults on the enemies below or conveying commands from the hive mind to the smaller tyrannid bug race. And tyrant is a term for some powerful individuals within the void insect species. The combination of the two, called the brain bug tyrant of the neuron progeny, implies unimaginable power.
And this one, even among those brain bug tyrants recorded in the Empire, had an especially colossal size. Sage Dubo extended both hands. From his arms, from his back, numerous neural cords probed and linked into the device in front of him. With his operation, the brain bug's eyes began to flicker more frequently, and its tentacles accelerated their stroking rhythm. Suddenly, a strong psychic wave was released from the brain bug's body, penetrating the energy field and spreading out into space. It was like a giant net, capturing the spiritual energy that was rampaging in space under Jiyu Hang's control. These forces, which originally ran rampant under Jiyu Hang's manipulation, now encountered an unprecedented adversary. In the void of space, two streams of spiritual energy began a fierce confrontation. Spiritual energy was originally shapeless and formless, but when the two collided, they emitted substantive light waves. The clashes between spiritual energy storms released a deafening roar, a sound that was not transmitted through vibrating sound waves but instead seemed to resonate directly in the minds of every living creature. Visible light waves intertwined with the storms, sometimes the brain bug's psychic wave dominating, suppressing the storm, sometimes the storm counterattacked, tearing the light wave apart. This silent battle played out among the stars, like two invisible titans struggling, each collision causing the surrounding space to warp, directly affecting all the starships present. Inter-ship communication, even within the starships themselves, was greatly disrupted. Even with interference suppression equipment maxed out, it could not be completely shielded. The decisive battle between both sides' ships had thus become chaotic and undisciplined. Ji Hang, on his own bridge, had eyes radiating a sapphire brilliance more dazzling than ever. Countless psychics of the Storm Mage Corps had their power intertwined with his. Yet, in the recent confrontation, several Storm Mages could not withstand it. In better condition, they were bleeding from their noses and mouths, looking languid, barely able to disconnect from the psychic link and crawl aside to rest. In worse condition, their brains directly exploded into a mist of blood. Ji Hang's brow furrowed tightly. The spiritual energy that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield was a strength he hadn't anticipated. Ji Hang wouldn't naively think that Alfonso's Ark fleet, with such a vast scale, wouldn't have means to counter spiritual energy. But generally speaking, the mechanical sect wasn't a force adept at utilizing spiritual energy. They might possess some peculiar technology to ensure defense, but to actively use spiritual energy for something was uncommon. Yet, the current situation exceeded his estimation. If it were said that Alfonso also had powerful psychics, it wasn't impossible. However, the scale of psychic strength present on the battlefield seemed a bit excessive. This was absolutely at the level of an alpha-class psychic. Which meant, this was not a power mortals could wield. Where did Alfonso manage to find a stable alpha class to serve them? Even stranger, Ji Hang could sense that the spiritual energy opposing him had a very peculiar flavor. It didn't resemble a human psychic, nor did it seem like the spiritual energy used by the abyssal demons he had encountered many times. What in the world is this? Ji Hang quickly understood the power with which he was engaged in spiritual energy confrontation, and what made it particularly strange. The manifestation in subspace was different. Human psychics are essentially souls that become a link between the real universe and subspace. Demons that come to the real world are nothing more than projections of subspace power into the real world. The difference in power between the two lies in that the former, as a human soul, can filter and shape the raw power of subspace after training, manifesting relatively safe, controllable, and precise energy, according to the psychic's own traits and thoughts. The latter, on the other hand, strongly expresses the characteristics of a demon as a singular subspace demon, an extreme and polluted power. Scholars distinguish between the two. The former is called spiritual energy, while the latter is called demonic energy. But essentially, both are expressions of the infinite and omnipotent power within subspace, the expression methods are just different. This current situation is the same. The difference lies in its method of expression, which made Ji Hang find it very strange. Under its motivation, the power of subspace wasn't simply applied but was more like, stolen, suppressed, and forcefully utilized. This surprised Ji Hang a lot. He wasn't able to determine what this power originated from. Was it some specific technology possessed by the Alfonso sect? Quite impressive. The powers of both sides collided in space. The strange subspace power mastered by the Alfonso sect mainly worked continuously to prevent Ji Hang from using his own spiritual energy to directly affect their ships. Ji Hang was indeed tangled up and quite annoyed, with no time to easily tear apart the enemy ship's void shields. Whenever he tried to break free, this tamed subspace power would quickly snap back on him. Its power didn't attempt to attack the Alliance ships. This behavior also confirmed one of Ji Hang's suspicions. After realizing the special nature of the spiritual energy opposing him, Ji Hang felt that this relatively primitive method of using spiritual energy wasn't suitable for striking void shields. Raw subspace power can only crudely and directly impact vehicle shields and void shields with energy surges. It's not infeasible, not completely ineffective, but very limited, yielding little effect for the effort. Ji Hang intentionally held back, pretending that his spiritual energy was slightly overpowered, and temporarily extinguished his own spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the brain bug tyrant, controlled by Sage Dubo, hesitated in space for a moment, unable to find its defensive target. A thought flashed through his mind: is that all Ji Hang's got? The intensity was quite high, but the endurance seemed lacking. Could there be some conspiracy? But he couldn't care too much. The spiritual energy of the brain bug tyrant had already been projected out, and he couldn't retract it just because he couldn't sense Ji Hang's movements. Thus, he tried to urge the power, just as Ji Hang had torn apart the iron will, projecting the brain bug tyrant's strength onto the Alliance ships. He targeted a cruiser, and the subspace power surged up, but after a long while, it couldn't pierce the shield. It took 2 shots from the accompanying heavy cannons to turn the Moon-class void shield red. It was a bit awkward. Ji Hang realized that while this taming and enslavement of subspace power could control powerful energy, it had almost no skills and could not spawn necessary changes. Ripping apart a void shield isn't as simple as just surging energy against it. This strange power was doing just that. But if done this way, it equates to using spiritual energy like a cannonball, transforming it into specific energy in the real world to bombard the void shield. But in that case, why bother with spiritual energy? Just use colossal cannons or light spears to bombard it. Of course, even if it's such a primitive and straightforward use of spiritual energy, it's quite threatening. After all, there's no need to worry about accuracy with spiritual energy. Give it some more time, and it could achieve decent results. However, after achieving what he wanted, Ji Hang no longer hesitated and took action immediately. Seizing the opportunity while the brain bug tyrant was contending with the Moon-class void shield of the Alliance, Ji Hang materialized his spiritual energy again, targeting a cruiser and 2 escort ships of the Ark fleet. His spiritual energy, with a special oscillating frequency, directly affected their void shields and energy shields internally, disrupting their efficiency and quickly tearing apart the void and energy shields. Yelisia's coordination with Ji Hang had become quite seamless. When she received Ji Hang's notice, she coordinated several battleships, readying them. Once the void shield was broken, firepower immediately followed up, quickly turning them into space debris. Simultaneously, Ji Hang locked onto his next target, the second largest ship among the enemies, the Ascension Machine Spirit, Emperor-class battleship. By this time, the spiritual energy of the brain bug tyrant controlled by Dubo turned back around to entangle with Ji Hang's spiritual energy once again. This demonstrated once more the differences in flexibility and technicality of the spiritual energy mastered by the Alfonso sect. Of course, Dubo wasn't realizing just now. He had noticed as soon as Ji Hang's spiritual energy reappeared on the battlefield, attempting to redirect his power to counter it. He knew that the efficiency with which he handled the Alliance ship shields was no match to Ji Hang. Exchanging blows this way would surely mean his side would be at a loss. But if it were a direct collision of spiritual energies, technique and flexibility did play a role, but Dubo could rely on brute strength to entangle with Ji Hang. Causing chaos wasn't possible, but ruining plans was still manageable. On the contrary, Ji Hang was absolutely unwilling to engage in a spiritual energy confrontation and entanglement with this inexplicable power. It was very intense, and during confrontation, it was inevitable that storm mages would be sacrificed. Sacrifices could happen, and whether Ji Hang could win in a head-on collision, whether he could win or not, it was certainly labor-intensive and time-consuming. Even without spiritual energy support, the Alfonso fleet inherently held a strength advantage, but the Alliance fleet, clearly at a disadvantage in conventional fleet strength, had victory hinging on Ji Hang's potential, or rather, his spiritual power. If just limited like this, then the Alliance fleet truly came seeking death. But, since Ji Hang didn't give the order to retreat after discovering something was amiss, and continued the battle, it naturally meant that he had found a way to crack it. Let me see what exactly you are. Alright, found it. Located on the War Ark, Alfonso II, Ji Hang saw Sage Dubo, and also saw a huge brain bug tyrant imprisoned inside a machine. Ji Hang certainly knew what a brain bug was. Although, until now, the Alliance had not encountered the void insect species, but quite a bit of research information has already been widespread about these latest formidable foes encountered by the Empire. It must be noted that in this universe, all sorts of intelligent races and civilizations emerge one after another. However, the vast majority that the Empire encounters are negligible. The worst are those that haven't even ventured into space, still developing on their home planets. The stronger ones are just active across a few star systems, at most multiple star sectors. People refer to civilizations of this level as pocket empires. Compared to the enormously massive human empire, these civilizations indeed resemble pockets. In the imperial historical records, there have been encounters with alien civilizations much more powerful than pocket empires. But the vast majority of them were annihilated in the founding war personally led by the emperor while he was still alive on Terra. Nowadays, the alien civilizations that can be encountered are all pockets to the empire and can be exterminated with little effort. When expanding territories, encountering such entities at most counts as a minor issue. By the way, during the solar expedition, most of the Sun Lord's targets for expansion were actually such enemies. However, among the numerous new enemies discovered by the human empire, the void insect species alone is the most terrifying. No one knows where they come from. They are the locusts of the universe, devouring one lively planet after another. They are the ultimate predators, with human records of them always revolving around words like plunder, devour, and evolve. They can not only tear enemies apart with their claws but also use biochemical firearms for ranged attacks, having biochemical artillery and biochemical terra bugs. The biological warship clusters rampaging through space are the doom of the Imperial Navy. And they are not solely enemies of humans. Other space forces have all suffered from the ferocious and merciless attacks of these creatures. The void insect species represents the pinnacle of biological evolution, existing for one simple purpose: reproduction, unending reproduction. By digesting and absorbing the organics of entire planets, these creatures proliferate more and more, continuously assimilating genes to remodel themselves into even more lethal killing machines. Only fools would mistake the tyrannid bug race's bloodthirsty savagery as a sign of their lack of intelligence. The hive will exercise its cold and precise control over all activities of the insect race clusters to ensure the survival of the entire species. The hive will is an abstract existence without an actual entity, a super-information conceptual aggregate formed by the convergence of insect race swarms in the real world and subspace, possessing extremely powerful energy. As a high-dimensional life form, the hive will's operational commands are transmitted through nodes and can even interfere with the brains of nearby organisms, causing them fear and unease and amplifying the fear of psychics. In Ji Heng's view, the swarm shadow, or subspace shadow, that accompanies the arrival of the swarm is a kind of reverse influence of real-world organisms on subspace. Subspace is a non-material world, an ocean of souls. The void insect species may seem like soulless, emotionless monsters. However, they do exist in the real universe, and although individual bugs may not possess personal will, the hive will formed by the merged insect race swarms is immense. It naturally mirrors in subspace, becoming a ruthless subspace monster. When the swarm passes through, a portion of the hive will descends with it, suppressing the subspace in the corresponding area. Or rather, it is the cold trait of the swarm. The hive will is cold, emotionless, with only survival, plunder, devour, and reproduction. Once it dominates subspace, all spiritual activities in the area are naturally suppressed. Human psychics fare a little better, only suffering headaches, and can just sever their connection to subspace. Demons and chaos cultists are more affected. In the few times the Empire has observed wars between the void insect species and chaos demons, the latter rarely gained any advantage. Furthermore, when the void insect species devours certain races adept at using spiritual energy, such as the space spirit race or chaos demons, they not only gain more proficiency in using subspace shadows to suppress spiritual reactions but also evolve brain bugs within their swarms. The neuron progeny, the monarch among brain bugs, is an extremely advanced psychic control unit. It is generally believed the neuron progeny possesses the strength of an alpha-class psychic. The Alfonso sect is truly audacious to attempt to enslave such a level of entity. The key is, did they actually succeed? However, the huge hidden dangers involved certainly still exist. When Ji Heng learned that the northern front of the spiderweb domain, under the joint leadership of the Infinite Core, Bat Core, and Extraplanar Tribunal, had been blocked by the void insect species, he had strong suspicions that the Iron Armor battle group might have some unclear relations with the insect race. Otherwise, it was too coincidental that a swarm broke out on the advance route just when the Iron Armor was unable to hold the northern front. Therefore, Ji Hang specifically conducted research on the psychological energy of the void insect species as a precaution to avoid being helpless when encountering such enemies. The current opponent didn't seem to match the expectations, but some of the methods Ji Hang prepared could still be used. But before using those methods, Ji Hang thought there might be a simpler, more direct, and more destructive way to try first. Since this spiritual energy wasn't of the Alfonso sect themselves, then, could it be made to lose control? If a neuron progeny with alpha-class spiritual energy lost control and ran rampant inside the enemy's war arc, what would be the result? Could the few principal sages on that ship suppress it? Ji Hang wasn't sure. The sect of mechanics also had abilities and shouldn't be underestimated. But even if they could, the massive chaos within the ship was inevitable. This would almost render the strongest war arc among the enemy forces useless. As Ji Hang pondered this, his actions never ceased. His psychic energy continued to entangle with the neuron progeny's spiritual energy, though very nonchalantly. Dubo felt that Ji Hang's spiritual energy became easier to deal with. Despite his doubts, it was good news. After all, he had given up on the idea of using the neuron progeny's spiritual energy to strike the Alliance ships. As long as Ji Hang's spiritual energy couldn't damage their own ships, the firepower of the mechanical sect fleet would be enough to destroy the Alliance fleet. Dubo had no doubts about this. But in the next moment, Ji Hang's spiritual energy suddenly gathered into a highly resilient and extremely penetrative force, piercing a large hole through the neuron progeny's subspace primal energy mass. Dubo wasn't a psychic, but it didn't hinder him from using machines to clearly see, from a higher dimensional perspective, that the power of the neuron progeny he controlled was being penetrated. Honestly, seeing the psionic mass he represented as being in control pierced through, leading directly to the Alfonso II, he was aboard, made his mechanical heart tremble fiercely. The more one studies psionic energy, the more one feels reverence for it. It has too many capabilities and is too terrifying. In an instant, he issued a series of commands. The ship's void shields needed to be ready for impact, the maintenance team had to be on standby at all times, the secondary backup void shields had to be ready to activate immediately if the current void shield system failed. This series of orders were all made out of fear that any danger might occur, causing issues with the fleet's most important core vessel. However, everything he worried about did not happen. The void shield of the Alfonso II was perfectly fine, not feeling any pressure at all. The computing unit in his mind rapidly analyzed the situation, intercepting information from the psionic clash between both sides, trying to figure out what Ji Hang was up to. Ji Hang's attack was not aimed at the void shield. Then, where was it aimed at? Boom. Just as his calculations were about to conclude, an explosion sounded. His calculations were rendered meaningless. The consequence had already occurred. We have been invaded. An information report came through. Dubo didn't issue any special orders. The ship had a complete set of mature response mechanisms for combating boarding and enemy invasions. He needed to see with his own eyes what the situation was like. Then, he was a bit dumbfounded. The enemy, they were indeed enemies, but the type of enemy genuinely surprised him. Even something he had never encountered before. They had light blue, semi-transparent forms, each resembling a person in various military uniforms, such as regular soldiers, plastic steel combat armor and some power armor. However, these outfits should only be appearance, having no real significance in actual combat. Their essence was still entities composed of energy. In this nature, they were somewhat similar to chaos demons, both were entities condensed by subspace energy in the real world. For a moment, Dubo thought he was dealing with some kind of chaos cultist power. Even you, Ji Hang, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, became a traitor. Just with a different allegiance. But soon, he felt the difference. Those spirits displayed power that wasn't as extreme as the abyss demons. This wasn't to say their power wasn't strong. In fact, the power these spirits used wasn't diverse, revolving around storms, gales, and thunder. But in another aspect, they didn't have overly extreme emotional expressions like those abyss demons. Which had its pros and cons. Based on the Alfonso sect's past experiences with abyss demons, they were truly troublesome opponents. If demons invaded a ship, even machines could become possessed by the subspace forces represented by these extreme emotions. Machines can become possessed too. But these spirits didn't have these traits. They seemed rational, almost like living people, or rather, they seemed to possess a living person's soul. No matter what, them not having the ability to possess machines was good news. They were far more disciplined compared to the typical Chaos Abyss demons, which was bad news for the ship's defenders. Dubo felt utterly frustrated. Quote, When the war ends, I must expose Gu Heng's wrongdoings. Calling us traitors. He's a traitor too. He can even summon demons. Even though Dubo knew these spirits were not the same as demons, they were still creatures formed by pure subspace energy, not a power humans should normally wield, not even the most powerful spiritual master could.
Even if it wasn't relying on the power of the most powerful four evil gods in subspace, it was finding strength in the lesser subspace evil gods. Still a taboo, but he quickly realized he needed to lead his fleet to survive first. Otherwise, if everyone on this ship perished in space, there wouldn't be a chance to criticize Gu Heng later. On the war arc, the elite protection army had already taken action. The appearing spirits were being swiftly eliminated. These spirits were formidable, very elite, but according to the information sent back by Sage Borson, who led the protection army, their combat power was roughly equivalent to the top warriors of the Imperial Star Realm army. Strong? Certainly, that's formidable combat strength. However, the troops stationed as the protection army on the Alfonso II were undoubtedly the absolute elite of the sect's armed forces. The large Knight mecha was not suited for combat operations within the ship, but some of its smaller units were very troublesome adversaries. Not just things like Sentinel mechas, but more like some Squire-level Knight mechas. They were much smaller than the standard Ranger-class Knight mechas, but still slightly larger than Sentinel mechas. Their firepower didn't surpass Sentinel mechas by much, given their size limited the heavy firepower they'd carry. However, their agility, armor, and a small shield generator made their actual combat ability far surpass that of Sentinel mechas. Besides the Squire Knights from various Knight orders, the ship's automated warriors were even more robust. To those who didn't know the detailed differences, these automated warriors might resemble intelligent Iron Men, but their actual cores were completely different. Intelligent Iron Men were purely machines with no soul or flesh brain whatsoever, solely relying on one or more core machine chips working together to drive the machine bodies to fight. But the automatic warriors of the mechanical protective forces were different. Although termed automatic, in essence, these things are still people? Or rather, serf machines. Individuals who underwent organ-cutting surgery, with a part of their brains removed, boosted their hardware configurations to the maximum during body modifications, thus becoming the automatic warriors. They were an important force in the protection army. Some had extremely comprehensive configurations, with superior ones handcrafted by high-ranking members of the sect of mechanics, being absurdly elite. When both the protection army and the Knight Order were mobilized, the spirits invading the ship were naturally eradicated. No one was much weaker than the other, but the spirits simultaneously appearing at the same location within the ship were still at a disadvantage. However, before Sage Borson, responsible for ship security, could breathe a sigh of relief, new reports surfaced. Large numbers of spirits appeared in another dozen areas of the ship. Borson and several other summoned, team-leading sages formed a command structure together, orchestrating teams to extinguish fires all over the ship. The spirits seemed endless. After eliminating all station spirits in one area, spirits continued to emerge from subspace rifts. After praying to the god of all machines and using blessed machines to close the subspace rifts, 2 new areas opened subspace cracks and needed firefighting again. The Alfonso II was enormous, akin to a nest capital in space, boasting a structure larger than a Retribution-class battleship and stretching 40 kilometers in length, with hundreds of layers of sections. Even with over 1.5 million sect of mechanics units operating inside, covering every spot proved challenging. Overall, the sect of mechanics guarded the entire ship quite well. The key areas were given priority protection and had remained issue-free constantly. But one had to append qualifiers to this, issue-free, temporarily and in important areas. In some non-crucial areas, the protection level wasn't as adequate. For instance, a subspace rift emerging in the lower deck cabin zone. There were originally few sect of mechanics units active in this area, which wasn't critical, merely the slave quarters. The appearing spirits quickly slaughtered the few slave units active here and cut off information transmission to the outside. While the upper areas were in chaos, They quietly expanded the subspace rift larger, leading more and more spirits to walk out from the rift, from within the storm god kingdom. Very soon, here, under the radar of the sect, a division, then another division, organized by these spirits, stood in formation. Until the number of spirits assembled here topped 160,000, structured into 4 major infantry divisions according to Alliance military formation. They needed to continuously expand occupied zones to accommodate the growing numbers. It was at this point that a patrol squad they annihilated managed to relay the information due to their strong blockade being breached, sending the message out. Discovery was already a fact, so they ceased hiding. Under the leadership of commanders and officers, these spirits, who had sacrificed themselves for the Alliance on countless battlefields and now resided in Ji Hang's divine realm, awakened once more to fight for the Alliance. They actually enjoyed it very much. They had long been eager to do so. The frenzied spirits rushed out, swiftly scattering the protection army who hadn't expected such significant disturbance in the lower deck area. From the ship's perspective, the protection army undoubtedly held an absolute numerical advantage, but locally, the protection army, unable to mobilize in time, instead became the numerically inferior party in the fight. Furthermore, there appeared to be some issues in their command. Due to underestimating the number of spirits, they were too eager to eliminate them. They erroneously launched repeated proactive offensives, and the protection army units drawn from neighboring areas often charged into the most intense battles following the signals and requests for support from their frontline comrades, without regrouping with other allied units. This resulted in piecemeal reinforcement tactics. In the lower deck area, the tactics of the ethereal entities were rather sinister. They deliberately spared a batch of protection army soldiers, letting them continuously transmit messages, saying they were holding strong, saying they were about to fail. Then, the reinforcements continuously sent by the protection army were relentlessly added in. They couldn't even reach the inner sector where the previous position was held, as they would be ambushed and raided by ethereal forces far outnumbering them on the way, and swiftly annihilated. After destroying a considerable number of protectorate forces here, almost clearing the surrounding areas, the ethereal entities did not continue with this tactic of besieging to aid reinforcements. Instead, they decisively wiped out the remaining enemies at the original position and then advanced boldly. The ethereal entities did not forget the order from the Alliance governor they worshipped. The aim of striking the enemy's living forces was to conquer the mission target. Otherwise, truly wanting to kill all the 15 million protection army troops on board would be extremely difficult. Ji Hang supporting so many ethereal entities in constant battle also required power consumption, not to mention in space, during the battle formation between the ships. His spiritual energy was still entangled with that neuron progeny's power. The most crucial thing is, even if Ji Hang did this, wanting to rely solely on ethereal entities to kill all 15 million elite protectorate army troops on board, it would take an indefinite amount of time. It's simply impossible to kill them all. It's still necessary to go to the place where Dubo had imprisoned and was controlling that neuron progeny. Fighting from the lower deck area to there is quite far. However, after the already scarce defending forces around were cleared by the ethereal entities using the besiege tactic, a considerable distance became smooth to pass through. At one point, they even reached a place just 15 kilometers away in a straight line from Dubo. Even though they still needed to climb over 10 floors upwards and navigate the complicated internal routes of the ship, this nonetheless made Dubo feel somewhat anxious. He connected with Borson, who was in charge of the starship's internal defense, and scolded him fiercely. With Borson scolded into a sorry state, he personally led a team to block the breach. The previous reinforcement tactic was no longer executed. He initially planned to let these ethereal entities rush further in, simultaneously mobilizing more abundant forces before making a move. But now, with Dubo's scolding, he had to block earlier. The forces were somewhat insufficient, so what to do? Rely on enough elite troops then. Being a fully modified sage himself, need not say much. At the same time, he also brought along a combat group solely consisting of the most elite top-level automaton soldiers. Once he led his team to the scene, the effect was immediate. The momentum of the ethereal entities' continued assault was quickly blocked. They attempted to find other pathways to expand the scope and depth of the battlefield. On a multi-story, 10-kilometer-wide multi-dimensional battlefield within the ship, due to the ship's unique terrain, it was divided into small, localized, but interlinked and mutually influencing battlefields. This brought great pressure to Borson, but at the same time, it also stimulated the abilities of this sage. The computational units in his mind managed the complex situation of the entire battlefield, deploying one unit after another to the most needed places, firmly blocking the ethereal entity's assault with relatively scarce troops. And, as time passed, the issue of insufficient forces was rapidly being alleviated. After all, the manpower on Alfonso II was still very abundant. The continuously gathered forces alleviated the force scarcity problem every moment. Even though those ethereal entities, after occupying the lower deck area, opened larger subspace rifts, with more ethereal entities emerging, the Protection Army still gradually leveled the numbers on the battlefield, even slightly exceeding them. Here, both sides formed a major battlefield, with the unfolding battle resembling a brutal street fight aimed at a small-scale nest capital on the surface. Moreover, it was a street fight where neither side could use heavy weaponry. In comparison, although some subspace rifts would open elsewhere in the ship, with other sages filling gaps and the large reserve forces left behind, they were still able to extinguish any ethereal entities before they could establish a presence in a subspace rift or open a second battlefield. Dubo continuously contacted several sages, while also watching scene after scene of the ship's internal warfare through the information flow input, roughly grasping the overall situation. For now, things seemed relatively stable, although the entire interior of the starship appeared to be boiling, with battles erupting everywhere. So far, none of the ship's critical areas were at risk of being conquered. At the same time, he could also feel that the spiritual energy from Ji Yu Hang, which had been contending with him in space, had weakened significantly. Although this could be Ji Yu Hang pretending, considering he had previously done so, faking dispersal and then conducting a sneak attack. But this time, Dubo judged it to be genuine. Seizing the opportunity while he is weak, he intensified the encirclement of Ji Yu Hang's spiritual energy. The goal was to exert greater pressure on Ji Yu Hang, not only preventing him from attacking their starship again but also drawing more of Ji Yu Hang's focus away, thereby reducing the input of ethereal entities inside the war arc. Dubo's strategy was correct. Ji Yu Hang indeed felt considerable pressure now. This was the strongest opponent Ji Yu Hang had faced since the Unclean One Gawaga. The difference was that the battle with Gawaga took place within the Storm God Kingdom, his home turf, where his power could be greatly amplified. Currently, although he was much stronger than when he had fought Gawaga, he lacked the home advantage and had to fight on the opponent's turf, supporting so many heroic spirit warriors simultaneously. The pressure was indeed immense. The most direct manifestation was that nearly 8,000 out of tens of thousands of psychics in the Alliance's Storm Mage Corps had been lost by now. A 7% casualty rate had already made a significant impact. Although not everyone died, only 300 to 400 were shot in the head. The remaining 600 suffered injuries that could heal in the future. But this was still painful to bear. The Storm Mage Corps wasn't cheap either. It's one of the family assets that Ji Yu Hang painstakingly accumulated over the years. Quite a portion of the personnel were cultivated by Ji Yu Hang using gift points. One psychic costs 100 gift points, enough to get a genetic seed. Of course, the major investment in cultivating an interstellar warrior is in the preliminary selection and later training. The cultivation of a psychic mage is pretty much a one-time deal, and subsequent upgrades generally don't cost Ji Yu Hang any more gift points. Regardless, the loss of over 300 lives meant 30,000 gift points were gone. Not to mention, people with psychic talent are rare, requiring a large population base and a long time to screen to assemble this 10,000-strong mage corps. It's not easy. Moreover, personnel losses wouldn't affect the overall strength significantly. After all, the core provider of power in the psychic confrontation is Ji Yu Hang. However, the pressure and consumption during the confrontation require a myriad of psychics to share the burden with him. As the number of his Storm Mage Corps reduced, the time Ji Yu Hang could support so many heroic units fighting within enemy ships while withstanding the power of the Neuron progeny in space would be shortened. Currently, it's not obvious, but once the Mage Corps is reduced by 20%, 30%, the pressure on each remaining Storm Mage would significantly increase to an unbearable point. This could trigger a chain reaction, potentially causing the whole situation to collapse. Without the entire Mage Corps as a backup, Ji Yu Hang's sustainability would be sharply reduced. At that point, it would almost be equivalent to Ji Yu Hang's failure. By then, he would likely have to think about how to retreat with his ships rather than how to defeat Alfonso's mechanical fleet. Of course, it's not that dire yet. Though the heroic spirits manifested within the enemy ships were locked in a stalemate, it didn't mean Ji Hang had exhausted all his means. What would break the deadlock? Naturally, it wasn't possible to directly teleport a skyborne torpedo over. If he could, Ji Hang certainly would want to do so. Forget the skyborne torpedo. Even sending in dozens of missiles like the scorching east wind would have devastating effects when detonated within the ship. Unfortunately, psychic teleportation couldn't achieve that. Currently, the heroic spirits fighting within enemy ships were essentially all manifestations of Ji Hang's spiritual power, a reflection of subspace energy from the Storm God Kingdom. They appeared to wield firearms and wear power armor, but in reality, these things were just appearances. Whether it's bullets fired or slashes from power swords, essentially all were exhibitions of Storm Divine power. The heroic spirits were just visual manifestations, a way to present the concept of Storm Divine power in the physical universe. They weren't material. Unless he personally boarded the enemy ship, spending a few days establishing a stable exit, like those secret research institutes he built on Rage Owl Star for transferring black box creations. But that's clearly impossible. A temporarily torn subspace rift couldn't transfer physical matter. And the capability of psychic teleportation also won't work. Essentially, psychic teleportation involves a soul resonance with the target to send the soul and the life form it represents to the desired location. This means that psychic teleportation only allows living beings with souls to pass through. Each living being's personal equipment and weapons are fundamentally responsibilities of the individual, relatively limited in weight but emphasizing the binding of the machine soul with the life form. As transcendent life forms, interstellar warriors possess extremely strong life force in both soul and body, allowing them to carry more, stronger, and larger equipment. However, transporting a dreadnought mech with full combat munitions almost maxes out the capacity. However, any highly destructive weapon, like a scorching east wind missile, has a larger and heavier warhead, lacking the machine soul of armor or firearms, and the long-term binding effect with the user, making it impossible to be transmitted together. While Ji Hang couldn't directly teleport bombs inside the enemy ships, he still had interstellar warriors who could be teleported. Boarding actions by interstellar warriors were an excellent method for resolving such issues. The carefully nurtured Phoenix battle group was meant to play a crucial role at such moments. Currently, Ji Hang had another option: the Blood Sharks. As a parsimonious warlord, if he could avoid sacrificing his forces and let the Blood Sharks, not yet part of his battle group, undertake difficult tasks, it seemed like quite a favorable situation. Especially since the Blood Sharks were highly capable in combat. However, after careful consideration, Ji Hang decided against it. Firstly, the extent to which the Blood Sharks were willing to commit their forces was uncertain. Would they really throw their entire battle group into an enemy ship at Ji Hang's command? The Phoenix could. Secondly, the heroic spirits fighting within the enemy ships were sensitive. It's hard to predict how the Blood Sharks would react if they witnessed them. Thirdly, and most importantly, while the Blood Sharks were strong and adept at rapid assault, they still weren't as capable in battle as the Phoenix, who Ji Hang personally nurtured. After all, he had elevated 1/3 of the Phoenix to be championship-level squads, with the remaining 2/3 all of Sergeant Major grade elites. This disparity in individual soldier quality was something no regular battle group could make up for. The conditions for psychic teleportation had already been met. But Ji Hang considered the defensive forces on the top battleship Alfonso II must be formidable, so he didn't immediately deploy the interstellar warriors, instead waiting for the right moment. At present, Ji Hang believed the time had come. Before initiating the teleportation, Ji Hang sent a query to Maddens. "Are you ready?" "No problem." "Alright, then go." A flash of light crossed, revealing a distorted and surreal scene constantly twisting before Solace Martin's eyes. At the same time, he felt a violent tugging, as if his body was being torn apart. But these feelings had become somewhat familiar. Even though for some reason it was more intense this time, it was still within tolerable limits. These sensations seemed to last long, but it was merely an illusion during psychic teleportation. In reality, everything was completed in an instant. After feeling a push from behind, he took a step forward. The next moment, the battle group leader, clad in expertly crafted Iron Mount-type Terminator armor, placed a heavy step on the steel floor. With a thud, he completed the teleportation, and the sound of power boots contacting the floor followed in rapid succession. Without orders from Maddens, the sergeant majors of each squad and tactical group began headcounts. Moments later, captains reported, all 8 companies of the Phoenix battle group have arrived. During the assembly process, Madden scanned his surroundings, analyzing the environment he was in. The location they were in seemed like a dining area, and at this moment, there were certainly no enemies here. Beside him, many spiritual bodies formed by Storm Divine Power were wearing Alliance Army uniforms, looking at him with reverence. When his gaze swept past, many heroic spirits would spontaneously salute him with the Alliance salute. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he nodded in response. A heroic spirit officer came up and reported that the estimated straight-line distance to the mission target was 11 kilometers. Of course, this is a straight-line distance, calculated by Gu Hang after using spiritual energy to observe the location of the neuron progeny. In between, they might have to ascend 7 levels, and the path would wind through uncertain distances. Gu Hang provided the Phoenix a specific route through the heroic spirit officer. However, it would only serve as a reference, as Gu Hang couldn't manage to obtain a complete internal structure map of the Alfonso II with all the pressures at hand. Not to mention that it also involved the enemy's troop composition. The enemy's troop deployment was constantly changing with the frontline battle situation. The following matters had to be resolved by the 8 companies of the Phoenix battle group on their own. But there was a piece of good news. Heroic Spirit Officer Edward Leville assured Maddens that his squad would accompany the Interstellar Warriors in their actions. Of course, this action was not referring to combat engagements. Understandably, with 800 interstellar warriors here, any combat wouldn't really require assistance from just a dozen heroic spirits. Their main task was to serve as information relays, providing intelligence support. This intelligence wasn't solely reliant on themselves. In reality, Gu Hang would allocate some of his spiritual energy to handle these tasks. These heroic spirits were essentially manifestations of Gu Hang's spiritual energy, equivalent to small spiritual energy nodes. The power extended through them could use these heroic spirits to scout a relatively large area, providing real-time map drawing, navigation, and enemy unit detection for the interstellar warriors. However, most of Gu Hang's power was still confronting the neuron progeny and supporting hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits in the main battlefield on the ship, entangled with the protection army. He didn't have adequate energy to finally manage battlefield perception. Moreover, allocating too much power might easily be detected by Sage Dubo. Therefore, the intelligence support that Gu Hang could provide was not very extensive, with limited scouting range and constrained enemy foresight capabilities. But Maddens expressed that this was already very surprising. 800 interstellar warriors formally commenced their operation. They split into many independent action groups, which were also tightly interconnected, advancing swiftly towards the target in the complex terrain of the ship. Maddens felt a very familiar sensation returning. Throughout his past military career, especially during the century-long Crusade of Atonement, they had handled similar situations countless times. Plunging deep alone, raiding key targets, isn't this what they have done most often? Moreover, they weren't truly isolated in their advance this time. Heroic Spirit Officer Lavale's voice often resonated, guiding their actions. As they moved, the surrounding situation became increasingly clear and comprehensible. This was not a focal battlefield, and it was a certain distance from the core areas heavily guarded by the protection army. As long as they didn't stray onto the routes where enemy reinforcements moved to the front line, they wouldn't encounter large enemy forces. The worst case would be encountering small patrol teams. If they could be avoided, they would be remitted. If avoidance was impossible, action would be taken. The think tanks and technical sergeants within the battle group would be the first to act. With spiritual energy or the interference devices carried by the technical sergeants, they would temporarily block the communication facilities of the patrol squads. Simultaneously, the fiery angels would charge out from behind, the sides, or even corners that were visual blind spots, in an unstoppable manner. Often, these patrol squads couldn't even fire a shot before the Phoenixes were upon them. In these moments, power swords and combat blades became weapons of absolute lethality. With numerical advantage, conducting a close-range raid, the attack protection army patrol squads truly couldn't even send out messages before being wiped out. Any attempts to send alerts to other team members would be intercepted by the battle group think tanks or technical sergeants through various means. Overall, the action progress of the interstellar warriors was very rapid. With Ji Hang sparing time for navigation amidst his overwhelming tasks, they didn't take any detours and advanced a considerable distance in a short time. Of course, it couldn't be all smooth sailing along the way. To not mention anything else, the disappearance of a large number of patrol teams was itself an extremely dangerous signal that couldn't be overlooked casually. In this regard, Ji Hang also made some preparations. The coordinates left in that officer dining area were not wasted. Ji Hang's spiritual energy emanated from there, deploying a group of heroic spirit warriors. After the interstellar warriors of the Phoenix left this area, they began acting, deliberately exposing themselves to the patrol teams, making it appear as though the previously missing patrol teams were all killed by these newly emerged heroic spirits opening another battlefield. The protection army on the ship quickly reacted, starting to eradicate the heroic spirits here. They certainly couldn't hold on for long, but when Alfonso's protection army set their sights on them and took action, their goal was actually already achieved. However, the commanders of the protection army were no fools. They would soon realize that the heroic spirits they eradicated were insufficient in combat strength and numbers to annihilate those patrols, not allowing a single survivor or any information to be transmitted. Furthermore, the Phoenix's actions hadn't stopped, and in areas far from here, there were still patrols that needed resolving. Their disappearance would further alert the enemy. The protection army would sooner or later become suspicious and speculate that a formidable force had arrived, using the increased area of patrol disappearance to roughly judge what this force intended to do. However, they couldn't stop acting just because the enemy would eventually find out. Any delay in discovery was worthwhile. And in fact, the protection army's commander wouldn't solve the problem of patrol disappearance before the Phoenix were discovered. Before that, the Phoenix faced a problem that required them to reveal themselves. The heroic spirit officer Leville reported to Matins that the staircase in front of them was the only road to the next level. To reach the floor named Protozoa Room, which was their mission's target, this way was the fastest. If they didn't take this route, detouring would take a long time with unknown risks. After all, they were getting increasingly closer to the Protozoa Room. This was a massive and grand staircase, about 40 meters wide. It stood over 30 meters high, adorned with numerous sculptures, and at its end had 3 arched gates with various reliefs, very imposing. This place was an important node crossing multiple areas, and on the ship likely had a religious, ceremonial significance. Recesses in the stone of the archway held braziers. Both sides of the stairway had steel columns about a meter high, also with braziers. These braziers seemed to burn some type of special incense with an oily smell. Ordinary people wouldn't find it pleasant, but those who like machinery probably would. Here, the enemy had heavily stationed troops. No matter what happened in other areas, the guards at this archway were not redeployed. The numbers stationed weren't particularly large. Behind the archway, on the stairs, and the small plaza before the stairs seemed expansive but was ultimately a singular area, with about 200 guards. But all of them were elite mecha soldiers. Each stood over 2.5 meters tall, painted in the traditional Alfonso sect black and red colors. These so-called dead slave mecha soldiers should not be underestimated. According to design standards, their automated machinery strength was developed to match the interstellar warrior-powered armor. Although mass production might not reach the original level, and inside they were controlled by only half-brained spine cyber servants, they indeed functioned similarly to interstellar warriors, driving machines by mind and instinct. At the very least, they possessed the equivalent strength of the Alliance Army's Glory Guard Corps. This was not something to be treated lightly. Moreover, among the dead slave mecha soldiers were some big players. For example, upgraded versions of dead slave mecha, Iron Male mecha, designed against the Terminator power armor. The 4-meter-tall, slender, Dragon Cavalry, whose operators were elite protection army warriors wielding laser lances powerful enough to shatter power armor with a single blow. Most outrageous were the 20 Serpent mecha soldiers, with skull-like mechanical heads and their bodies resembling giant steel serpents half-raised. Each of the 7 or 8 arms emanating from the torso was equipped with different weapons. The first platoon to arrive didn't act rashly. hiding around a distant corridor corner, awaiting the arrival of a platoon personally led by Maddens. Seeing the situation through Levile, Maddens decided there was no need to wait further. Gathering more forces would take time, and even with more troops, the battlefield environment was limited, making deployment difficult. So they moved directly. First up were the intelligence and technical sergeants. They attempted information blockade, but this time, they failed. Behind those three arched gates seemed to have a high-powered signal device. When the Phoenix acted, it was disrupted, unstable but enough to alert the guards. Several mechanical priests immediately began repairs, reporting the situation outside. Meanwhile, the entire guard unit became vigilant. The Phoenix's intelligence director, Henrik Larsson, somewhat embarrassingly reported to Maddens that they needed at most 1 minute to cut off communication with the outside. But Maddens decided not to wait even this minute, it was meaningless. The enemy was already on alert, and had even reported the abnormal situation. Waiting longer would likely invite enemy reinforcements. Strike early. With an order, the Phoenix charged from their hidden corner. Of course, not all 200 charged at once. In a narrow environment, a dense assault would be inviting disaster. The first wave consisted only of 12 iron cavalry terminators. They charged in pairs, spaced over 6 meters apart, with the first 3 rows equipped not only with mini-shield generators but also carrying 2-meter-high heavy giant shields. A hole was left in the upper right of the shields for the muzzle of an explosive gun. An observation window allowed them to see the situation ahead while protecting their heads. 6 Terminator warriors charged with giant shields, drawing the guards' attention and coming under concentrated fire. The enemy's firepower was fierce, particularly the beams from the Dragon Cavalry's laser lances and lightning shots from the Serpent Mecha, posing great threats. Not to mention, the Dead Slave Mecha's explosive guns weren't weak. Without cover, unable to dodge, they relied on giant shields and energy shields to withstand such intense concentrated fire. Even the most heavily armored interstellar warriors with the heaviest shields and energy shields couldn't withstand. 3 heavy shield warriors fell in quick succession. But during this time, the 3 rows behind, Phoenix warriors shouldering rocket pods, fired all their rocket reserves, aiming not for hit rates but coverage, enveloping the enemy. The rocket cover wasn't enough to eliminate the enemy, not even injure particularly many. But it slightly disrupted the enemy's concentrated fire, allowing the remaining 3 heavy shield warriors to crash into the enemy ranks. The heavy shield warriors threw down their explosive guns, wielded a one-handed powered warhammer and smashed forward. Under their cover, the 6 Terminators who dropped their rocket pods joined the melee with powered swords. Then the next moment, Maddens, as a battlegroup leader, is not the type who commands from the back. At crucial moments, he naturally leads by example, charging to the front lines, even undertaking the most arduous offensive tasks. At present, he is one of the dozen or so Terminators transported into the enemy lines. The sword light, glowing with a green hue, flickers amidst the enemy ranks. No unit of the sect of mechanics could withstand even a single clash against him. As a battlegroup leader who had already reached the level of a battlegroup champion, Maddens had further enhanced his prowess after experiencing a life-and-death duel with the Rageflame Battalion commander, Urso. Moreover, not only is his personal skill level formidable, but his equipment has also been elevated to the extreme, utilizing almost all of the Alliance's cutting-edge technologies. He sidestepped and dodged a point-blank laser lance critical hit from a Dragoon, swiped his green glow greatsword horizontally, severing the Dragoon's long legs at the knees, and stomped down, killing the operator on the ground. In the process, his phase sword moved incessantly, clashing several times with the chainsaw axe and power sword held in multiple arms by a Serpent Mecha soldier, manufactured to high standards by the Alfonso mechanical cult alike, and quickly severed these weapons. He also incidentally cut off the barrels of 2 guns that the opponent attempted to aim at his face, and then forcefully plunged his sword into the Serpent Mecha soldier's head. The serpent twitched a few times before going completely down without movement. Without a doubt, Maddens himself is the most efficient one among these Phoenix killing machines. He possesses not only unparalleled strength and experience in the group, but also his phase sword, gleaming with a green light, plays an indispensable role. Phase weapons, among many technologies capable of making melee weapons extracted by Gu Hang, are the most advanced. Its origin could possibly be outside human technology. Since Gu Heng extracted such weapon technology, the Alliance has not succeeded in mass-producing such equipment. They can only depend on complete black boxes for very slow production. Furthermore, the energy and material required are unexpectedly high. To date, the Alliance has only managed less than 50 pieces of phase weapons. Most are equipped within the Phoenix battle group. The effect it displays in the hands of a champion expert like Maddens is amazing. This isn't the first time Maddens has used this weapon, but it is his first time applying it in actual combat. Its usability is beyond expectations. With such a lethal weapon in hand, his killing intent becomes irrepressible. Sword after sword, he slaughters every enemy before him. When both armies are entangled in close combat melee, there is no need for command itself. The best Maddens can do is to showcase his strength as much as possible, killing off enemies quickly and abundantly. By the time he killed the 24th enemy, the battle was over. The elite of the protection army guarding the Triple Arch has been completely wiped out. Even the enemies who tried to flee in the end were hunted and destroyed by the Phoenix. Yet, the Phoenix paid a considerable price for this. Among the 200 warriors participating in battle, over 20 were casualties. This number is not insignificant. To date, no one can hope that the road ahead will be smooth sailing. Their whereabouts should have been discovered, and they will undoubtedly be blocked by the protection army assembling fully ahead. They can hardly even choose a more stable combat strategy, otherwise, they might reduce casualties in a single battle, but the offensive pressure is evident. If there's any delay in time, the number of opponents they'll face later could increase several-fold, hindering the entire action plan and possibly leading to complete failure. This forces the Phoenix to inevitably opt for a high-risk quick assault strategy, ensuring subsequent casualties will undoubtedly occur. But if they continue fighting at such a rate, with a loss of 20 men in one battle, how many battles will they fight ahead? Can they endure such casualties? How many will successfully reach the mission destination? This is the shadow looming over Maddens' heart, but things could also be seen from a positive angle. First, these casualties of over 20 for the Phoenix are not all deaths, and not all lost action ability either. The interstellar warrior's ability to withstand damage is far superior to that of mortals. The same deep chest or abdominal puncture wounds, or even important organ punctures, would certainly be lethal to normal mortals. Even if not immediately fatal, they require medical intervention. But for interstellar warriors, not only do they not lose action capability, but following simple treatment by a pharmacist, they can catch up with the unit and continue to fight, with only slight combat power compromises. Such individuals account for half of the casualty ratio. The remaining half, about 10, are genuine losses, 6 dead, 5 severely injured and unable to move. However, even with such a casualty rate, it's uncertain how things will unfold towards the end. For the severely wounded, neither the Alliance nor Phoenix has the habit of executing severely injured teammates. To alleviate pain and reduce the burden on the team, especially in such an independent assault operation by Phoenix, they should not be carrying dead weight. Yet they still brought them along. At least, Maddens judged that the situation hasn't deteriorated to that extent. Among their ranks, a pharmacist can swiftly address and stabilize injuries. There's equipment for dragging and carrying severely injured immobilized personnel. A small team is arranged specifically for this task. The facts seemed to corroborate Maddens' judgment. The protection army that had just defended the Triple Arch was already among their elite. Whether it's the smallest dead slave mecha soldier or the most expensive serpent mecha soldier, numbers overall are still limited. Though the path of Phoenix has been discovered, and enemies begin appearing continuously to block them, those mobilized in haste can only come from the nearest, not the strongest. Even Phoenix's assault speed greatly exceeded expectations. Many temporarily dispatched garrison forces couldn't even construct positions in time, often directly confronting Phoenix assaults in narrow corridors or spacious compartments. No cover, no vehicles, lacking heavy firepower. Such defense is tantamount to being non-existent for interstellar warriors. They move smoothly like level ground, using multiple Terminator squads as penetrating arrowheads, piercing through the enemy lines. Maddens always fights on the front line. The strength he demonstrates is one of the biggest reasons Phoenix can advance unwaveringly. The number of various protection army elites slain by Maddens' phase sword is countless. Leading the team, they have successfully fought their way to the mission target destination. The Zyder chamber is right in front. We are still, 1,000 meters, straight distance from the neuron chamber. Levile, who had been following Maddens, spoke with a halting voice. Just withdrawn from the front line of battle, Maddens stared at this heroic spirit officer. Faced with his gaze, a hint of anxiety appeared on Levile's face. We are being interfered with. The governor's communication must act swiftly. At this moment, he convulsed as if electrified. A few seconds later, he returned to normal and gave Maddens a bitter smile. Disconnected, unable to receive information anymore, sorry. I understand. Maddens nodded slightly, his gaze turned back to the front. His battle brothers had just slaughtered another group of enemies that actively attacked them. And this had become a long-standing routine. The number of enemies the battle group had wiped out on the way was countless. But the enemies came in tides, impossible to kill them all, and they only grew in number. And they were becoming increasingly elite. After passing through the three arches, the initial blockers were merely elite protection army and modified machine servant units. But as they got closer to the neuron chamber, the forces blocking the Phoenix grew in both number and elite ratio. Up to the most recent wave, the quality of the forces not only matched the level of the battle at the three arches but also were much more numerous, with a lot of regular units coordinated, making it quite arduous for the Phoenix. So far, out of the 800 warriors who participated, fewer than 600 remained. And among them, there were nearly 100 who were severely wounded and unable to move. This was not a small burden, but they still persisted. 50 fighting brothers were specially assigned to protect and transport the severely wounded through the flying bullets using small, automatic troop carriers. But no matter what, they had reached the mission location. The neuron chamber was only 1,000 meters away in a straight line, and they were on the same level. They could even see that tightly sealed steel door from afar. However, standing in their way was also a most elite unit. Sage Dubo, as the leader of the entire Ark fleet, was undoubtedly meticulous about his own safety. Not to mention, this compartment housing the neuron progeny was a critical part of the ship. Both factors combined meant the protection army on the ship would inevitably do their utmost to defend this place. The site was not large enough to pack tens of thousands of troops. When numbers couldn't be piled up, quality was. Here, even the Serpent mecha soldier was a fragile small role. The most conspicuous were more than a dozen Colossus mechas arranged around the neuron chamber. Each of them was roughly as large as an interstellar warrior's dreadnought mech, wielding a thunderhammer and a large shield, their combat abilities not to be underestimated. Under such powerful mechanical strength, even the Terminator heavy shield warriors of the interstellar warriors might not withstand a heavy strike from a Colossus. And these Colossus mechas were only prominent because of their size. In this defensive cluster, the most formidable were instead those smaller in size. Combat priests, lightning priests, handcrafted ultra-elite Iron Hero mechas. Upon arriving at this place, led by Maddens, the enemies launched an attack on them. No probing, no doubts or hesitation, they went in with absolute power in a hard clash. Fancy tactics didn't work at this time. The space was narrow, the mission urgent, it was a strategic issue. No matter how powerful and fierce the weaponry carried by the interstellar warriors was, it couldn't surpass the top-of-the-line equipment of those grease monkeys. In a long-range duel they would certainly lose. Only by enduring the casualties first and closing the combat distance to hand-to-hand range could the desired effect be achieved. The Phoenix hoped to use spiritual energy teleportation, just as in the battle at the Three Arches earlier, to send the most elite Terminators directly into the enemy formation. But this time, the spiritual energy teleportation failed. It was not unexpected. The spiritual energy communication between heroic spirit officer Levile and Gu Hang had been blocked, so the interference with spiritual energy teleportation was only natural. They had no choice but to force their way in. The price was grievous. Even Maddens himself only made it to the enemy formation after his small shield generator was shattered. However, once the distance was closed, the battle finally tipped in favor of the interstellar warriors. The collective charge of several hundred interstellar warriors, especially the absolute elites among them, still disrupted the defenders' positions. Most of the ranged firepower couldn't be effective. Those mass-produced Iron Hero mechas were just for show and were thrashed in a real fight. The finely crafted ones at best could contend with regular Terminator interstellar warriors. But what they were up against were by no means ordinary interstellar warriors. The entirely elite Phoenix slaughtered these Iron Hero mechas with remarkable speed. And the Colossus mechas that could pose a threat of absolute destruction to the Phoenix could not shake off the inherent lack of flexibility. On the battlefield, multiple Colossus mechas were already lying on the ground. The ones that fell the fastest were those targeted by the Phoenix wielding phase swords. Their incredibly heavy armor was like nothing under the phase swords. Only the combat priests were more troublesome. Combat priests were mechanical sect high-level members at least above mechanical priests and even at the level of engine sages, who through all their technical prowess, had transformed their bodies completely towards combat direction. This group of genuine grease monkeys, none of them was mass-produced, not even existing in template form, each extremely personalized with abilities that varied widely. Some have modified their bodies to full firepower, recklessly bombarding at close range without concern for their safety or friendly fire. Some have turned themselves nearly into a pure energy entity, high energy arcs flashing fiercely. Some have transformed themselves into super close combat killing machines, compensating for lack of skill with technology, their 8 legs allowing flexible movement in any direction, surrounded by multiple cutting and hammering weapons, requiring no skills, just getting close enough to inflict damage. Some even possess multiple abilities simultaneously. It just so happens that energy shields in close combat do not provide much effect, otherwise, they wouldn't lack it either. To be honest, these things were indeed the biggest hassle. The Phoenix were in a bitter fight. But Mattins, the battle group leader, couldn't care about the overall battle situation anymore. A small elite team, led by him, charged directly toward the steel door. The enemy was both elite and numerous, with reinforcements arriving continuously. It was unrealistic to kill all the gatekeepers and then attempt to enter the progeny chamber. Mattins decided that while the Battle Brothers engaged the enemy, he would personally lead the most elite squad straight inside to complete the mission. It wasn't that no one noticed the actions of this squad. However, once numerous interstellar warriors had infiltrated, there were not many who could come to stop them. Not to mention, the squad personally led by Mattins was incredibly powerful. It wasn't just him. The Warband's intelligence director Larson and chaplain priest Rizzo were also present. Additionally, the remaining personnel were all at the level of company champions. When they charged, they were truly unstoppable. With several phase swords swinging continuously, all who tried to block them perished. Not until 2 Colossus machines blocked their path did any disturbances arise. In themselves, they weren't much. The hammers they wielded seemed as slow as snails to the top experts of the interstellar warriors. Those large shields couldn't stop their swords. Their heavy armor would be easily sliced open. Previously, Colossi had also tried to block the way, only to be personally dealt with by Mattins. Yet, at this moment, an orange-red beam shot out from behind the 2 Colossi. A company champion was caught off guard and hit. The shield generator instantly overloaded, and the thick shoulder armor of the Iron Cavalry Terminator was melted with a hole, leaving the arm of the Phoenix entirely disabled. The power of this shot was enough to draw even Mattins's attention. But this was only the beginning. A barrage of fire furiously erupted from behind them. While not every shot was as powerful, the precise and plentiful barrage still sought to suppress the advance of the interstellar warriors. Amidst the barrage, Mattins saw an ostentatious, massive figure. It was draped in the red and black robes symbolic of the Alfonso sect, styled like a dominant bishop. This rank already counted as a high-ranking figure within the sect of mechanics. A step higher would be the sage. To have a dominant bishop personally guarding the gate, indeed, it was quite formidable. But this was still just a minor setback. On Mattins's left and right, 2 senior warband members also began exerting their powers. Priest Rizzo raised his staff, and a surging force erupted from it. The gravity scepter spread out a force field not too large, but enough to cover the entire front of their group. Barrages entering the field, even energy beams, were twisted and deflected. The gravity field's power was released from Rizzo's staff, which according to logic, was just an equipment ability. But relying solely on equipment abilities couldn't possibly intercept the entire firepower of a combat-oriented dominant bishop. In terms of equipment value, how could this old staff used for an unknown number of years compare with the equipment a dominant bishop could fit onto his modified body, utilizing all resources at his disposal within the sect? Probably not even a single hair's worth. Yet in Rizzo's hands, he made it happen. According to the priests, this was the power of faith, the divine emperor's blessing. No matter how unscientific, that was the reality. And on Maddens's other side, Henrik Larsson was also using his powers. The psionic staff in his hand, custom made from the Mingyang sect, had its precious gem at the tip glow with a brilliant blue light. A blue light formed in the void, piercing through the ceiling, and struck the dominant bishop like a bolt of lightning. Henrik Larsson could almost be considered the first new blood cultivated by the Phoenix upon joining the alliance, discovered by Governor Gu in the process of building a psychic team. In the warband, like him, there were about a dozen individuals with psychic abilities. Together, they formed the Phoenix's intelligence team. Initially, the position of intelligence director was vacant within the Phoenix, and there was competition among the intelligence members. As the most senior, Larsson became the natural choice to fill the intelligence director position after he became the first, and only, member to ascend to an A-level psychic purely through his psychic power, becoming the leader of the intelligence members. As an A-level psychic, crucially also being an interstellar warrior, his physical and spiritual fortitude far surpassed ordinary humans, significantly enhancing his psychic power. Under the interference of the neuron progeny, he couldn't accurately perform psychic teleportation, forcing it might result in losing half the team in a failed teleport, which was too costly to bear. But if it was solely using psychic power for attack, as an A-level psychic interstellar warrior, he wasn't suppressed to the point where he couldn't manifest any psychic power at all. This lightning strike charred the dominant bishop inside and out. It didn't kill him on the spot, but multiple weapons on him were damaged, causing neural signal transmission disruption. His internal self-repair mechanisms were urgently operating, likely completing preliminary repairs in seconds. But Maddens wouldn't give him that chance. Knowing that the burst guns in his hands were ineffective against an enemy of the dominant bishop's caliber, Maddens simply abandoned his ranged weapon. He wielded his phase sword, springing forward the instant the lightning struck, charging straight at the dominant bishop. The two Colossus machine soldiers, serving as bodyguards like guardians, reacted immediately. One stood in front of the dominant bishop, raising its large shield. The other swung its massive hammer in a sweeping blow at Maddens. Wearing the heavy iron cavalry Terminator armor, Maddens nevertheless managed to dodge the hammer with an almost nimble leap. With a sweep of his phase sword, he severed the hammer-wielding hand of the Colossus cleanly at the wrist. Without pausing his steps, he leapt high, surpassing the Colossus's height by half a stature, evading the shield and vertically driving the phase sword through its head. Using his momentum, he knocked the lifeless Colossus back, stood upright, withdrew his sword, and locked gaze with the now recovered dominant bishop. Those emotionless red mechanical eyes likely belied his panic. Multiple weapons on him glowed, ready to unleash a barrage to engulf Maddens. But before that scene could unfold, the ghostly green phase sword slashed diagonally, bisecting the entire form of the dominant bishop. Through the bifurcated body, Maddens finally faced the steel gate. Four company champions turned around and, along with Rizzo and Larsson, formed a small defensive line, preventing other enemies from approaching. Another technical sergeant of the warband quickly stepped forward. For such a heavy pure alloy gate ahead, a special method was necessary. They had come prepared. Prepare for detonation. Open. The sound of the door to the progeny chamber being breached was heard by Sage Dubo. Despite always being meticulous about security and guards, he never expected that someone could actually make it to his doorstep. Clearly, there were tens of millions of elite Protectorate army aboard the ship. The most elite core units were stationed outside, and he even directly had a dominant bishop guarding the door. Yet they still broke through. Why? Just because they're interstellar warriors? Sage Dubo had seen many interstellar warriors before. So what if there were 800 of them? Could 800 interstellar warriors breach his mechanical arc? That was impossible. No battlegroup could achieve that. There were countless spiritual warriors opening a frontal battlefield to divert the Protection Army's attention, and it still didn't help. The forces he left behind for defense could withstand a full-scale board and jump assault from an entire battlegroup without a problem. In fact, it should be more than enough. However, the reality was, they overcame all the barriers Sage Dubo had set up and forcibly made it to his front door. And now, the sound of the door being breached came from those interstellar warriors. The door to the progeny chamber was crafted from a high-strength alloy and was incredibly heavy, making it extremely difficult to open. A door in a completely locked state couldn't be opened by technical means in a short time. Even brute-forced, the craftsman who built the door promised that even if the entire war ark were destroyed, this door would survive intact. Though it might become space debris, at least the door would remain whole. Bah! It's just talk. Having come this far, would they really be stopped by a useless door? That was indeed the case. From the sound of the explosion outside, Sage Dubo could tell they were using the most primitive method. Thermite bombs. Why does everyone use this method? Isn't it because it works well? A single thermite bomb wouldn't burn through his alloy door, but what about 2, 3? By burning one spot, the characteristic of melting heat alone would be enough to breach the door. As for the boastful craftsman's claims, just listen with a grain of salt. It's not about boasting or harsh critiques, but rather, no matter what the data indicators are, they aren't placed there for people to casually burn through. Everything can eventually be breached. If those interstellar warriors couldn't be eliminated or driven away, no matter how solid the door, it was inevitable that it would finally be breached. And at this moment within the progeny chamber, there was no armed force left. Except for the neuron progeny at the center, as large as a warhound titan, held captive by countless energy beams. The only living beings left were him and 6 dominant bishops aiding him. What other options were there? Could he count on the guards outside to drive away the Phoenix before the door was broken? Throughout the entire previous process, he had ordered Borson countless times to send reinforcements, which he indeed did. Even he himself, along with other principal sages on the ship, were on the way. If they arrived in time, there should still be hope, right? Thinking this, he once again heard the sizzling sound. This time, clearer than any before. It's over. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw that the supposedly indestructible door of the ship had a roughly 1.5 meter diameter area turn red and then irresistibly penetrate. Following that, a large foot kicked through, creating a hole in the door. The size of the hole, compared to the size of the entire door, was actually quite small. However, it was enough for an interstellar warrior to enter. Even if the interstellar warrior had to bend down to do so. Sigh. Sage Dubo sighed. He stepped down from the control platform, allowing his red and black robe to slip off, revealing a body that, when extended, was indeed no smaller than a warhound titan. This was his battle form. His gaze focused on the Phoenix Battalion leader Mattins entering from within. He slowly spoke. I'm really surprised. I can't understand how you made it here. I must admit, you are strong, really strong. When Humphrey Paulo spared you Phoenix, sentencing you to the Penance Crusade, it was a grave mistake. They should have wiped you out completely 130 years ago, then today's issues wouldn't exist. You have indeed succeeded, making me step down from the control platform. With this, the powerful spiritual energy of the neuron progeny is unmanaged. Perhaps during this time, your so-called strongest psychic in the East, Governor Gu Hang, might have the opportunity to destroy a few of our warships. But it doesn't matter. The final result is nothing more than us having to pay a higher price to completely eradicate your fleet. No difference will be made, and you will go no further. Mattin's hand gripped tightly on the sword hilt. He felt his entire being trembling. The strongest enemy he had ever encountered in his life was undoubtedly the former battle group leader of the Fairy Flame, Casimir Ursu. No matter what the scenario, he had to admit, Ursu was an outstanding warrior. He still vividly remembered the internal alert when fighting Ursu. As an interstellar warrior, the sense of danger was almost entirely warning him that Ursu was a formidable adversary. Yet, that feeling couldn't compare to now. Looking at this figure that extended like a titan, with countless steel limbs, flexible structure, able to float and twist in midair, this principal sage, Mattins could clearly feel he was no match. This being had long surpassed the realms of human, and even superhuman. Even though Mattins had reached a level considered superior among battlegroup champions, there was still no hope of defeating the opponent. Just like no champion, no matter how strong, could independently and directly confront an army-level titan. That was not the same concept, but this was no reason for Mattins to surrender. He focused solely on the mission Governor Gu Hang entrusted to him. Even if he could not defeat this formidable foe and would die here, he should at least fall in battle. However, just then, Mattin's eyes widened slightly. He saw an unbelievable sight. Anton Dubo didn't need to observe to realize that forcing himself, and the kind of superior existence capable of single-handedly reaching Titan-level capabilities, was being immobilized. This could only be achieved by a neuron progeny with alpha-class psychic strength. But why? Wasn't the neuron progeny under tight control? How could it suddenly break free? Indeed, he had stepped down from the control console, but that only meant temporarily relinquishing his manipulation and utilization of the neuron progeny's powers. In this case, he also forfeited the advantage required for psionic confrontation against Ji Hang in space, allowing Ji Hang to act at will. That didn't mean the neuron progeny had lost its restraints. Before the war even began, Dubo, as fleet commander-in-chief and the highest ranking among the 7 principal sages, was certainly not confined to the progeny chamber, accompanying this creature at all times. In peacetime, his visits here were few and far between. Normally, the neuron progeny remained securely controlled within this chamber built with the peak of Alfonso Sec's technological capabilities. Its sole purpose was to ensure the neuron progeny stayed firmly restrained. Theoretically, even in the absence of personnel, as long as the equipment remained operational, the progeny shouldn't have had any chance of escaping. Let alone the fact that the chamber wasn't empty at this moment. Though Dubo had stepped away from the console, 6 dominant bishops were still operating the control and restraint systems. How could this happen? Wait a minute. When he stopped controlling the neuron progeny's powers, did that leave Ji Hang unopposed? Was it Ji Hang? But how could he possibly direct his psionic force with such pinpoint precision to this location? The distance between the two sides was measured not just in thousands of kilometers but exceeded several planetary diameters. Utilizing psionic force to tear through a ship's void shield was still within the realm of understanding, as there were prior examples. But to accurately target a specific chamber within a ship, channel force through the void shield, and precisely deactivate the neuron progeny's restraints, rather than simply causing destruction and havoc. Could a psychic achieve this? Could a human achieve this? Am I truly up against a demon god? Questions swirled in Dubo's mind, but no answers emerged. Maddens wouldn't let this moment pass. Although he too was shaken by the neuron progeny bursting free of its restraints behind Dubo, he didn't find his own body immobilized. Evidently, the neuron progeny hadn't targeted him. Still, whatever the reason, seizing this opportunity to cut Dubo down was paramount. But just as Maddens was about to step forward, Ji Hang's voice echoed in his mind. Your mission is complete. Assemble your battle brothers and prepare to retreat. Maddens froze for a moment before snapping to realization. The neuron progeny wouldn't spare the mechanical sage before it. Though it appeared restrained by some force, the mechanical body's durability was beyond question. There still might be an opening for escape, and their confrontation could well become a fight between dragons and tigers. However, to Maddens, the two were both enemies. If they fought each other to death, it would be optimal. If they didn't withdraw now, what were they waiting for? So, Maddens quietly climbed back out through the dog hole, burned into the alloy door by 7 or 8 thermite bombs. No obstacles awaited him. Clearly, the neuron progeny wasn't targeting him, allowing him to retreat unhindered. Outside, battles still raged against the Protection Army. Several of Maddens' group guarding the dog hole couldn't help but glance back. The battle group leader crawling back out looked somewhat ridiculous. But that wasn't important. Larson couldn't help but ask, battle group leader, what happened inside? I felt an incredibly terrifying surge of psionic force. The neuron progeny has broken free. Our mission is complete. Gather the troops and prepare for retreat. Also, get ready to carry out psionic teleportation back to the Eagle Horse. As expected of the battle group leader, Larson praised, even breaking the neuron progeny's seal. Maddens felt a bit awkward as he thought to himself, I didn't do anything except crawl through that dog hole in and out. However, he kept this thought to himself. Now wasn't the time to speak of such matters. Larson reported another issue. The distance is too great, and there's heavy psionic interference. As he spoke, they felt a sudden tremor shake the alloy door behind them. Though the door hadn't broken, flames were visible through the dog hole. Because of this, Larson added, I can't complete the targeting for teleportation. It's fine. Just prepare, the governor will handle it. With this assurance, Larson relaxed. The team near the alloy door mobilized again, this time solely focused on gathering their battle brothers entrenched in skirmishes. One of the Terminators beside Maddens raised a war flag high. This visible marker helped their allies converge. The time allotted for their regrouping wouldn't be long. Ji Hang, now operating at full capacity, had already begun tearing down Alfonso II's void shield. Once the void shield shattered, the next stage would be a full-scale fleet bombardment. Although the War Ark's armor was undoubtedly heavy, relying solely on its plating for defense clearly wouldn't suffice. This War Ark would likely be devastated soon. Mattins had no desire for his battle group to perish alongside it. Moreover, with the passage of time, the neuron progeny behind the alloy door would soon eliminate Anton Dubo. It shouldn't take much longer. The alloy gate likely couldn't hold this top-tier insect tyrant for long. It was only a matter of time before it burst out. When unleashed, the enraged insect beast's level of destruction, and whether the Phoenix warriors would be caught in the crossfire, remain uncertain. Thus, in roughly 15 minutes, the interstellar warriors had reached the necessity of retreat. This regrouping only brought together fewer than 500 warriors, however, they successfully merged with the group protecting the critically wounded. Larsen led the team in preparing psionic teleportation. The destination was pre-assigned as the Alliance's aircraft carrier, the Eagle Horse. Despite the immense distance, even Larsen could only vaguely perceive it. At such strength, successful psionic teleportation was practically impossible. Forced execution would only scatter all 500 of them to an unknown location. Despite this, out of trust in the governor, Larsen gritted his teeth and executed the teleportation. The weightlessness unique to psionic teleportation rapidly engulfed them. Once senses returned, the Phoenix warriors anxiously opened their eyes. They had returned to their starting point. Psionic teleportation had succeeded. They were back on the Eagle Horse. Safe at last.